Chapter 13. The Comitia Tributa and the Rise of Popular Sovereignty from 449 to 287. For a time after the Valerian-Horatian legislation, the Senate and magistrates, as was intimated at the close of the preceding chapter, maintained their authority but slightly impaired against the rising popular power. It is true that in 427 the centuries acquired the right to declare a war of aggression. Defensive wars in behalf either of Rome or of an ally were regularly decided upon by the Senate, and the question whether the war was necessary for the safety of the state admitted of a broad interpretation. From the beginning of the period to the year 321, treaties of peace and of alliance were still made either by a magistrate, with the authorization of the Senate, or more commonly by the Senate itself, even though the alliance or offer of protection was such as to render war with other states inevitable. And at the close of a conquest, the Senate disposed of the acquired territory and population. Through its authority alone, till 332, the censor bestowed the perfect or the limited citizenship. In the affairs of peace, it retained almost as absolute power of administration as in the preceding period. We find it, accordingly, authorizing a magistrate to vow games and the erection of a temple in the event of victory, providing for the restoration of the city after the Gallic conflagration, for the building of temples, introducing pay for military service, levying the taxes, dividing the public lands among the citizens, founding colonies, and recalling under penalty of death those who without permission had gone out to colonize a captured city, directing the appropriate college to consult the Sibylline books, and ordering the aediles to take measures against the inroad of foreign superstitions, and the consuls to punish with rods, and beheading the instigators to revolt among the allies. It was in obedience to a decree of the Senate that the consul, or military tribune with consular power, suspended his own imperium and that of his colleague or colleagues by the appointment of a dictator, who had power to compel the resignation of all other magistrates. Or the Senate could directly order the magistrates to retire from office, with or without a scruple as to the auspices. It rewarded successful commanders with triumphs at the expense of the state, and in time of especial danger, it armed the consuls with absolute imperium. In the face of an opposing force so vast as here indicated, the assemblies for a time made slow headway. The development of their functions through the period between the Valerian-Horatian and the Hortensian legislation will now be followed. Elective. Appreciating the great possibilities of the tribunate, the patricians attempted to fill the college with men of their own rank. If we are to trust our authorities, an effort was made in that direction immediately after the fall of the decemvirs, when it was agreed that the Pontifex Maximus should preside over the tribal comitia for the election of the first tribunes of the plebs under the restored constitution. Among the men chosen were some so closely attached to patrician interests that at the end of the year they secured the election of successors who co-opted into the college 2 patricians of consular rank. At this crisis, there was great danger that the College of Tribunes might become a possession of the patricians. It was averted, however, by a certain tribune, L. Trebonius, who succeeded in carrying a law that whoever presided over the comitia for the election of tribunes should continue till 10 tribunes were elected, the object being to preclude co-optation. The tribune who violated this law was to be burned alive. That part of Livy's account which assigns the author of the law to the year 448 is improbable. A half-century later, 401, he informs us, it happened that 2 places left vacant in the college were again filled by the co-optation of patricians, and by the strangest accident, a CN. Trebonius was among their colleagues. His complaint that the Trebonian plebiscite and the legs sacrati were being violated had, in Livy's opinion, no result. Probability greatly favors the later date for the law, especially as an instance of co-optation is mentioned between the 2 dates. The name of Trebonius, or of one or more patricians in the college of 448, was enough to lead the historian astray. The later date fits well the political condition of the time. The patricians, almost succeeding in monopolizing the military tribunate with consular power, proceeded to lay hands on the plebeian tribunate, a far more valuable prize. After 401, however, the Tribonian law proved effective in excluding patricians from the tribunate of the plebs. Henceforth, all plebeian officials were elected by the tribes under tribunician presidency. In granting the tribal assembly a share in lawmaking, the Senate must have hoped to convert it into an organ of the patrician government. Shortly after the Valerian-Horatian legislation, accordingly, patrician magistrates began to convoke this assembly for the election of quaestors, 447, previously appointed by the chief magistrates, and afterward of curule aediles, 367, military tribunes, and other minor officials. Roman II, judicial. A tribunician. By an arrangement referred to in the preceding chapter, partly based on the law of the 12 tables relating to capital cases and further developed in 449, possibly by an article of the Valerian-Horatian statute, a division of popular jurisdiction was made between the centuriate and the tribal assemblies, on the basis of a distinction in the nature, not of the crime, but of the penalty. The tribes punished with fines, the centuries with the extreme penalty, banishment or death, to which was always added total confiscation of property. The prosecutor, accordingly, first thought of the penalty, to which he then attempted to adapt the form of action. The people were not guided to their decision by legal formalities and precedents, but were often swayed by the emotions of favor and anger. No juror's oath was imposed upon them to decide according to law and without personal or party bias, such as the Athenian Heliasts swore. If the prosecutor, in addition to believing that the case merited the severest punishment, hoped to persuade the people to vote the death or banishment of the accused, he pronounced a capital condemnation, and the case was accordingly appealed to the centuriate assembly. If, on the other hand, he doubted whether he would be able sufficiently to excite the anger of the populace against the accused, however heinous the crime may have been in his own opinion, he satisfied himself with a finable action and allowed it to go before the tribes. Sometimes, while the evidence was being taken in the latter form of action, the rage of the people was so inflamed against the accused that they clamored for the extreme penalty, in which case the prosecutor might change the form of action agreeably to their wishes. The greater ease with which the tribes were summoned, together with the growing disinclination of the people to pronouncing the death penalty, induced the magistrates more and more to make use of finable rather than of capital actions. Fines were generally estimated in cattle and sheep, till in 430 the consuls L. Julius and L. Papirius Crassus passed a centuriate law establishing 100 pounds of copper as equivalent to an ox and 10 to a sheep. Probably the same law provided that no fine should exceed half the value of the estate on which it was levied. For the period immediately following 449, the authorities, uncritically as will soon be made evident, assigned to the tribunes of the plebs a formidable jurisdiction in finable actions, not only over private persons, but also, on account of official misconduct, over functionaries of every grade from ambassadors and tresviri colonii deducendi to consuls and dictators. Such prosecutions were usually brought after the retirement of the accused from office. A chronological list of the principal cases reported will be instructive. In 442, the 3 commissioners for conducting a colony to Ardea were prosecuted by the tribunes on the ground that, by enrolling Ardeates in place of Romans in the list of colonists, they had circumvented the law which called their commission into being. The action would probably have been finable, but the accused avoided trial by remaining in the colony. In 423, M. Postumius and T. Quinctius, retired tribunes with consular power, were tried for mismanagement of the war with Veii. The former was fined 10,000 asses, the latter was exculpated by all the tribes. In 401, 2 other retired tribunes with consular power were prosecuted by the tribunes of the plebs and fined each 10,000 asses. The imposition of a fine on Camillus, 391, has already been considered. In 389, a tribune of the plebs brought an accusation against Q. Fabius on the ground that the latter, while ambassador to the Gauls, had fought against them in violation of the law of nations. The accused suddenly died, possibly by suicide, before the day of trial. In 362, the dictator of the preceding year, L. Manlius, was prosecuted by a tribune because, though appointed for the sole purpose of driving the nail, he had nevertheless made a levy of troops, and that with extreme cruelty. But the prosecutor dropped the accusation, intimidated by the son of the accused. This is the view of Livy, whereas Cicero states the ground of the charge to have been the addition of a few days to his dictatorship. If historical, the prosecution may possibly have been for Perdulio, and in that case it would have come before the centuries. The following cases are historically more certain. Lucius Postumius, prosecuted by the tribunes of the plebs in 293 for the misuse of his consulship of the preceding year, escaped trial by becoming the legatus of the consul Carvilius. The charge was that in his campaign he had not limited himself to the province assigned him by the Senate. Evidently, the intention of the prosecutor was not serious. The consul Q. Fabius Gurges of the year 292, defeated in battle, was recalled, and his conduct was impugned before the people. The past services and the promises of his father saved him, and he continued his consulship with greater success. The accusation probably did not take the form of a trial, but was presented in a resolution to remove him from office or at least from the command of the army. L. Postumius, third-time consul in 291, employed his army to work on his own estate, and on the expiration of his office he was brought to trial therefor by the tribunes and condemned. In the period under discussion, 449–87, a single effort to hold the plebeian tribunes responsible for their official conduct is reported. In 293, 2 retired tribunes were condemned to a fine of 10,000 asses, each on a charge of having favored the paters by interceding against the proposals of colleagues. This instance, if historical, is the only one of the kind before the Revolution. The tribunes doubtless felt that the prosecution of their predecessors rendered their own future unsafe. Several attempts were also made by legislation to reach results equivalent to judicial sentences. In spite of the prohibition of privilegia by a law of the 12 Tables, S.B. Malleus, a tribune of the plebs in 436, tried to carry a resolution for the confiscation of the property of Servilius Ahala, but the people rejected it. Another privilegium was the resolution of the plebs of 368, which threatened M. Furius Camillus with a fine of 500,000 asses, should he use his dictatorship to obstruct the Licinian section bills then under discussion. It was certainly not supported by a senatus consultum, and probably the proposers had no serious intention of carrying it into effect. In reviewing the finable actions alleged to have been brought by the plebeian tribunes during the 2 centuries, which intervened between the institution of their office and the Hortensian legislation. As in the case of the capital actions, we are struck by the relatively small number belonging to the latter part of the period. In fact, to the time following 362 2 cases only are assigned, one of which is insignificant. The conclusion we must draw from this fact is similar to that expressed with relation to the capital cases, that the finable actions attributed to the earlier period are in all probability largely unhistorical, and that before the enactment of the Hortensian law, the jurisdiction of the tribunes in finable cases was limited and rare. B. A deletion. For some time after their institution, the tribunes of the plebs, having no viators or at least none that were recognized as public officials, depended upon the 2 plebeian aediles as bailiffs for making arrests and for executing sentences. The latter functionaries seem to have stood in some such relation to the tribunes as the quaestors toward the consuls. It was accordingly as deputies of the tribunes that they acquired jurisdiction. The earliest mentioned case, 454, is the trial and condemnation of a retired consul in a finable action for official misconduct. It should be placed in the same mythical category with the numerous tribunician prosecutions of the period. After the institution of curule aediles, 367, the aediles of the plebs continued indeed to serve occasionally as bailiffs of the tribunes, but acquired in addition, along with those of curule rank, an independent jurisdiction. In 357, C. Licinius Stolo was prosecuted by M. Papilius Linas on the charge of having circumvented his own law, by emancipating his son in order that he and his son might each possess 500 eudra of the public land. He was fined 10,000 asses. From the cases to be mentioned, Below, the inference may be drawn that the accuser was an aedile. In 298, several persons were prosecuted by the aediles, whether curule or plebeian is not stated, for violation of the same law, and hardly one was acquitted. In 295, the plebeian aediles made considerable money by fining those who had trespassed against the article of the Licinian section statute which related to pasturage. And 2 years afterward violators of the same provision were again fined, on this occasion by the curule aediles. Actions against usurers were brought by aediles in 344, 304, and 295. Shortly before 328, M. Flavius was prosecuted before the people by the aediles for the crimen stuperti matris familiae, and acquitted. In 295, Q. Fabius Gurges, a curule aedile, accused several matrons before the people, also of stuprum, and fined them. In the period between the Licinian section and the Hortensian legislation, accordingly, the jurisdiction of the aediles, so far as is known, was limited to usury, stuprum, and the violation of laws regarding the occupation and pasturage of the public land. They had nothing to do with perdulio or related offenses, or with the accountability of magistrates, or with any capital actions whatsoever. All their trials were finable, and in case the fine exceeded 30 cattle and 2 sheep, or the equivalent 30-20 heavy asses, an appeal could be made to the tribes. The plebeian aediles, equally with the tribunes, lacked the power to summon patricians, whereas the curule aediles as patrician magistrates possessed the right. But no distinction in the composition of these tribal assemblies, corresponding to the form of presidency, is suggested by the sources. Roman 3. Legislative. The legislative function of the tribal assembly under tribunician presidency after the decemvirate, 451-450, is represented as bringing forthwith into being the Icilian and Duilian plebiscites of 449. That of Icilius granted amnesty to those who had seceded from the decemvirs. The first plebiscite of Duilius provided for the election of consuls cum provocation. Both acts are alleged to have been passed, however, before the resolutions of the plebs had acquired the force of law. The second Duilian plebiscite, which followed the enactment of the Valerian Horatian statute, and which was therefore valid for all the citizens, threatened with scourging and death anyone who left the plebs without tribunes or who caused the election of a magistrate without appeal. Its first provision was merely the expression of a principle on which the plebeians had from the beginning insisted as essential to the continuance of the office from year to year. The second clause precluded the recurrence of an elective magistracy like the decemvirate just passed. According to Diodorus, an agreement was made in this year between the patricians and plebeians by which one consul at least should be a plebeian. Although Diodorus generally drew from sources more ancient than those of Livy, he is wrong in assigning this provision to so early a date. For the same year is recorded another Icilian plebiscite, which granted the privilege of a triumph to the consuls after the Senate had refused it. The alleged act is suspicious, in the first place, because the 2 consuls must have had the support of a majority in the Senate, as the acceptance of their great constitutional statute proves. Then, too, a resolution of the people for granting the triumph could not avail in this period without the consent of the Senate. The last observation applies as well to the alleged refusal of the Senate to ratify an act of the people in 356 for granting a triumph to the first plebeian dictator. Such a resolution merely assured the triumphator that the people would be present at the festival. Without the consent of the Senate, they could not appropriate the necessary funds for the occasion. But the general always had a right to triumph in earlier time within the city and later on the Alban Mount at his own expense. If the Senate decreed the triumph, as remained the rule, ratification by the people was unnecessary, though it sometimes occurred. The Tribonian plebiscite, 448 or more probably 401, has already been discussed. The interest of the plebs in enhancing the dignity and importance of their own order manifested itself not only in this act, but also in the Canuleian plebiscite of 445, which re-established connubium between the patricians and plebeians after it had been forbidden by a law of the 12 Tables. Closely related is the centuriate law of the same year for the institution of tribunes of the soldiers with consular power to be elected indiscriminately from the two social classes. Slightly earlier, if we may trust our sources, the people were given an unwanted opportunity to share in the decision of questions relating to foreign affairs, and the favor fell to the comitia tributa under patrician presidency, which had convened in this form for the first time in 447 for the election of quaestors. The question before this assembly in 446 was the arbitration of a dispute between Ardea and Aricia concerning a piece of territory. The contestants brought the case before the Roman Senate, which usually decided such matters on its own responsibility, but which in this instance requested the consuls to refer the business to the tribes. The aim of the Senate must have been to throw the odium of the decision upon the people, who, disregarding the claims of the two contestants, lost little time in adjudging the disputed property to Rome. This act did not serve as a precedent for further interference of the assembly in foreign affairs, and when in 427 the people acquired the right to declare an offensive war, the function fell to the centuries rather than to the tribes. Apart from this gain, the comitia made little progress in the period between the Canolaean and the Licinian section legislation, 440-5367. Few legislative acts of the tribes are recorded. The plebiscite which provided in a time of famine for the election of a prefect of the market, 440, the historically questionable plebiscite which forbade candidates for office to whiten their garments, 432. The plebiscite of 414 for the creation of a special court to try a case of murder. The act, probably a plebiscite, which forbade a patrician to dwell on the Capitoline, 384. Doubtless, in this period, there was much agrarian agitation on the part of the tribunes, although we cannot be sure that any of the bills mentioned by Livy are historical. In like manner, the leaders of the plebs, as candidates for the consular tribunate, are represented as agitating for the institution of pay for military service, the money to be derived from rents of public lands. When the reform came, however, it was by a voluntary concession of the Senate extremely annoying to the tribunes, who found themselves thus deprived of a useful ground for complaint, 406. Epoch-making were the Licinian section laws, the first, 368, increasing the duoviri sacras faciundis to decimviri, and providing that 5 should be plebeian, the second, 367, containing in Livy's opinion 4 articles. 1. That one consul must be plebeian. 2. That the interest already paid on debts should be deducted from the principal, and the balance rendered in 3 equal annual installments. 3. That no one should occupy more than 500 eudra of the public land. 4. That the right to pasture cattle and sheep on the public land should also be limited. Thereafter we find the tribal assembly more active in legislation. To the year 358 is assigned the first well-authenticated lex de ambitu, the Poetelian plebiscite, which forbade candidates for office to visit markets and meeting places outside the city for electioneering purposes. The motive, however, which Livy attributes to the author, to prevent the further enlargement of the patricio-plebeian nobility through the admission of new men, was hardly possible at this early date. In 357, tribal comitia under patrician chairmanship passed a law for placing a tax of 5% on manumissions of slaves. The circumstances attending this meeting were peculiar. The consul Cn. Manlius summoned to it the soldiers of his army in the camp at Sutrium. It must have been composed, therefore, of a small minority of the citizens, lacking not only those who were too old for service, but doubtless a majority of the men of military age. Difficulties regarding the auspices, too, and other formalities might have arisen, and yet, in spite of the fact that the enactment of the law was an intrusion within the administrative domain of the Senate, the paters gave their sanction, and the legality of the measure was never called in question. In contrast with the general prevalence of free labor in early Rome, the number of slaves since the conquest of Veii had become considerable, and wealthy individuals were evidently beginning the practice of building up a political following through the clientage of their freedmen, to the disadvantage of the older plebs. The majority of the patricians must have been in sympathy with the effort of their consul to check this new development, although they could not approve the peculiar means by which the law was passed. Nor could the tribunes of the plebs allow legislation to be thus removed beyond the sphere of their control. The repetition of the procedure was immediately forbidden accordingly by a plebiscite which threatened with the death penalty any magistrate who held comitia away from the city. In the same year, the people took a further step in the administration of finance by enacting the Duilian-Menenian plebiscite for establishing the rate of interest at 10%, thereby confirming a law of the 12 tables, and 5 years later the consular law of P. Valerius Publicola and C. Marcius Rutilius for the institution of a bank under the direction of 5 commissioners to assist debtors in meeting their obligations, 352. The latter was followed in 347 by a plebiscite which reduced the maximal rate of interest to 5% and provided for the payment of the principal in 4 equal annual installments. This activity of the people in financial legislation is to be explained by the economic distress which lasted many years and which the measures thus far mentioned failed to remedy. There can be no doubt that the general indebtedness and the resultant discontent of the masses, assigned by the annalists to the earliest years of the Republic, belong in reality to the period now under consideration. The murmurings of the debtors culminated in 342 in a military mutiny, with which the masses of citizens seem to have been in full sympathy. The demands of the soldiers and civilians were met, 1. By a law of the dictator Valerius, which, remedying other grievances of the soldiers, is said to have proclaimed an abolition of debts. 2. By the plebiscite of L. Genucius, tribune of the same year. The provisions of the latter were as follows. 1. It forbade the lending of money on interest. 2. It ordered that no one should fill the same office within a period of 10 years or 2 offices at the same time. 3. It allowed both consuls to be plebeian. Although Livy, failing to find the Genucian law in all his sources, hesitates to accept it as historical, there seems to be no cogent ground for disbelieving that such a statute was actually passed. The legal rate of interest had recently been lowered 1/2, and the plebeians, not satisfied with the temporary relief afforded by the cancellation of debts, hoped for all time to free themselves from an intolerable affliction by one sweeping legislative act. This article of the plebiscite, however, probably remained from the beginning a dead letter. The second continued unenforced for many years, whereas the provision regarding 2 consuls had to wait more than a century for its first practical application. The patricians had often violated the Licinian section statute by placing 2 of their number together in the consulship. Perhaps the 3rd article of the Genucian law was intended to make them respect the earlier statute by a threat to exclude them entirely from this office. If this was the object of Genucius, his means certainly proved effective. 3 years later, the dictator Publilius Philo passed through the Centuriate Assembly the statute, 1. That plebiscita should be binding on all the quirites. 2. That before the voting began the paters should give their auctoritas to proposals brought before the comitia centuriata. 3. That 1 censor at least should be plebeian, 339. All 3 articles were alike aimed against the political dominance of the patricians. The second freed centuriate legislation from their control. The third assured to the plebeians a just share in the function of determining the composition of the tribes, hence of the civil and political status of every Roman. It was not long afterward that the censors were to be given in addition the function of revising the list of senators. The first article has substantially the same form as the corresponding provision of the Valerian-Horatian statute, 449, and of the Hortensian 287. All manner of conjectures as to the relation of these 3 laws to one another has been offered, the readiest theory being that the Valerian-Horatian statute had become obsolete and required reenactment. The explanation is proved impossible by the circumstance that important plebiscita were passed under the Valerian-Horatian provision, the last being the Genucian. The Valerian-Horatian law could not have become obsolete in 3 years. The true explanation is to be found in the fact, now well known to historians, that the political ideas and political struggles assigned by our sources to the 5th century BC belong mostly to the 4th. The setting of the law of Publilius Valero, 471, was inaccurately transferred to it from the law of Publilius Philo, 339. The very existence of the latter statute is proof that the patricians were at that time declaring plebiscita invalid on the ground that they were passed by only a part of the people. a complaint recorded against neither the Canuleian nor the Licinian plebiscite. Hence, as the sources indicate, the patricians were in the assembly which passed these two measures. We may legitimately apply to the period from 449 to 339 the story of the long but finally successful struggle on the part of the tribunes to expel the patricians from the comitia tributa under plebeian chairmanship, a story which the sources assign to the period ending in 367. The struggle must be accepted as historical, for there was in later time no motive for creating it, and as it must have been a matter of tradition rather than of record, it could not well be placed earlier than the 4th century BC. We may suppose that the patricians yielded the more readily because they at last recognized their inability simply by their votes to control the tribunician assembly, and because from the beginning they disliked to submit to the authority of a plebeian president. Hence their withdrawal from that form of comitia was in the first instance voluntary. The assembly, therefore, which adopted the Genutian plebiscite was de facto, though not de jure, exclusively plebeian. When accordingly, the patricians objected to its validity on the ground that it was passed by but a part of the people, Publilius Philo, the most eminent plebeian statesman of his age, carried through the centuriate assembly the law above mentioned, that the resolutions of the tribunician assembly as then constituted, of plebs only, should be valid for all the people. This interpretation throws light on the otherwise inexplicable circumstance that the Genutian plebiscite was so indifferently enforced. The exclusion of the patricians was in line, too, with the general policy followed by the plebeians against them in the 4th century. The plebeians shut the patricians out, 1. From the plebeian tribunate, probably 401. 2. From 5 places in the College of Decemviri Sacris Faciendis, 368, and from one of the consular places, 367. 3. By agreement from the 2 curule aedileships on alternate years. 4. From one of the censorial places, 339. 5. From a fixed number of places in the College of Augurs and of Pontiffs, 300. It was in accord with this tendency to convert the earlier privileges of the patricians into disabilities that a vote of the people excluded them from those comitia tributa which were presided over by tribunes. This state of affairs was formulated in the antiquarian and juristic definitions of populus and plebs, lex and plebiscitum. The condition, however, seems to have been only transient. The dwindling of the patriciate in numbers and strength, with the corresponding growth of a plebeian nobility, which converted the tribunate and assembly of plebs into most potent organs of the senatorial government, obliterated distinctions between patricians and plebeians within the political assemblies, to such a degree that for the period after the Hortensian legislation, no reference to an exclusively plebeian assembly is made by any ancient author. Although this article of the Publilian statute was never formally repealed, we may feel certain that the principle involved was no longer remembered in the age of Cicero. The Publilian statute of 339 is not known to have provided for an extension of the field of competence of the tribal assembly. Yet we find the comitia tributa soon afterward attending to business heretofore managed by the Senate, or in 1 or 2 instances, by the centuries. Although about 100 years earlier, the centuriate comitia had acquired the right to ratify or reject declarations of offensive war, we find no record of a ratification of a treaty of peace by the people before the year 321, in which occurred the disaster at Caudium. And in this case, it was not only the common opinion in Livy's time, but also the understanding of Claudius, the historian, that the treaty made by the consuls without the sanction of the Senate or the people was regular and valid, a foedus summi religionis, as Cicero declares. Even Livy, who aims to prove the procedure defective, admits that the tribunes of the plebs and Postumius, one of the consuls who made it, looked upon it as legitimate. But according to Livy, the Senate itself declared the treaty invalid on the ground that it lacked popular confirmation, and in that body the principle was then enunciated that nothing which was to bind the people could be sanctioned without their order, the first recorded expression of the doctrine of popular sovereignty among the Romans. In this period, however, the people were never called upon to ratify the acceptance of a submission or of an alliance on unequal terms. Such agreements granting Rome the superior right were negotiated, as in earlier time, by the magistrate or senate, or by both in conjunction. The details, too, of every treaty were still left to the magistrates and senate, so that to the end of the Republic, the senatus consultum continued to be indispensable. But from the time of the Caudine misfortune, and in consequence of it, the principle was established that a treaty involving a concession of even equal rights on the part of Rome required the sanction of a popular vote. Recorded instances of such ratification for this period, 321–87, are rare. The function fell to the comitia tributa under patrician or plebeian presidency, which in its exercise showed more independence than did the comitia centuriata in the declaration of wars. In this way, the tribal assembly took its place by the side of the centuriate in international affairs. The absolute power to bestow the citizenship exercised by the kings would naturally pass undiminished to the consuls, and thence to the censors on the institution of the latter. It is in fact the opinion of Lange that these magistrates respectively exercised full rights in the matter, and that they consulted the Senate in important cases only. At all events, the question is simply as to the relative participation of the magistrates and the Senate in the function. The final settlement of Latium after the war, involving the bestowal of citizenship, 338, the Senate seems to have attended to alone through a consultum, no mention being made of the people. In the whole course of Roman history to 332, there is no record of a grant of citizenship by popular vote. As the Asserani were left out of account by the Senatus Consultum above mentioned, L. Papirius in 332, through the first recorded Praetorian law granted them the civitas sign suffragio. In opinion of Lange, based upon a statement of Velleius, the censors of the year, Q. Publilius Philo and S.B. Postumius, while enrolling the new citizens, probably obtained a senatus consultum requesting the praetor to bring this subject before the tribes. That a senatorial decree was essential is proved by the case of the Privurnates mentioned below. We may well believe that the great plebeian statesman Publilius gladly embraced the opportunity to make the tribal assembly a partner in the important function of imparting the rights of the city. 3 years afterward, an order of the people, doubtless of the tribes, ex auctoritate patrum, granted the citizenship to the Privurnates, 329. By what authority the Hernicans received the civitas sign suffragio in 306 is not stated. Long after the Hortensian legislation, the principle was established that the people alone, without the authorization of the Senate, had a right to bestow the ius suffragae on whomsoever they pleased. Logically, the function should have fallen to the comitia centuriata as the source of censorial power. But the tribal assembly assumed it because of its connection with the making of treaties. It was the province of the centuriate assembly to introduce permanent regulations of existing magistracies and to institute new ones, but the function was now transferred, silently so far as we know, to the tribes. Far-reaching in its effect was the creation of the promagistracy in 327. No prolongation of an official power is known to have occurred before this date. The extension of the territory of Rome and of her military operations was now calling for greater elasticity in the duration of commands. But in the face of a strong movement toward popular rights, the Senate dared not assume the responsibility of so sweeping an innovation. It placed in the hands of the tribunes, accordingly, the business of bringing before the people a rogation for prolonging the imperium of the consul Q. Publilius Philo to the end of the war with Naples, instituting by this precedent the promagistracy. Again, in 295, the imperium of the consul Volumnius was prolonged for a year by a decree of the Senate ratified by a plebiscite. After the custom had been established, however, the Senate ordinarily attended to the prolonging of the imperium, as in 308, in 296, and in 294, consulting the people, as it seems, only in cases of tribunician opposition. No instance of popular interference in the assignment of provinces is mentioned before 295, when a resolution of the comitia tributa, under what form of presidency is not stated, granted Etruria to the patrician Fabius in preference to the plebeian Decius. This act was an inroad upon the right of the magistrates to divide the business of their office among themselves by agreement or lot. In 292, another resolution of the people recalled from the field the consul Q. Fabius Gurges, because of ill success in war with the Samnites. The Senate was the prime mover in the matter, but the form of assembly is unknown. The question concerned either the abrogation of his magistracy or more probably his transfer to some other activity. Even in the latter case, the act of the people was a remarkable deviation from their usual modest policy of dealing with officials. In 318, a law, doubtless tribal, was passed for sending praefecti iur dicundo to Capua, and similar laws were from time to time enacted for assigning the same kind of officials to other communities of Italy. These prefects continued to be appointed by the urban praetor till after 124. Whether the law of 318 was praetorian or tribunician cannot be determined. Similar in character was the Attilian Marcian plebiscite for the election of 16 military tribunes instead of 6, 311. The substitution of election for appointment was in effect the institution of a magistracy, in this case merely an increase in number within a magisterial college which had existed since 362. In the Act of 311, the tribes usurped a function which had hitherto belonged to the centuries. Although the elective military tribunes remained subordinate to the consuls, the change increased their dignity and in some degree their independence, while it tended to impair the efficiency of the service. Naturally, the office became a stepping stone to political honors. The Decian plebiscite of the same year instituted the duumviri navals charged with the function of repairing, equipping, and commanding the fleet. The two plebiscites of this year have the appearance of a compromise between continental and commercial interests under the influence of Appius Claudius Caecus, the censor. Closely related is the article of the Augulnian plebiscite, 300, which provided for an increase in the number of augurs and pontiffs. Here, too, belongs the plebiscite of 296 for the appointment of commissioners for conducting colonies. Henceforth, it was the custom of the Senate to refer to the people the creation of all extraordinary offices, and their election to the comitia tributa, usually under praetorian presidency. The people made a further advance when they undertook to regulate by law the composition of the Senate itself. To the period between the Publilian legislation of 339 and the censorship of Appius Claudius Caecus, 312, belongs the famous Ovinian plebiscite concerning the revision of the Senate list. It transferred the function from the consuls to the censors and required the latter under oath iurati. Ms. Curiati, to enroll all who were worthy among the retired magistrates of every rank, from the curule functionaries down through those of plebeian standing to the quaestors. The Valerian Horatian and Publilian statutes are evidence of the right of the people to legislate regarding the composition and powers of their assemblies. No longer content, however, with the making and repeal of laws, a right guaranteed by the 12 tables, they began the practice of occasionally suspending laws to the advantage or disadvantage of individuals or of classes, in other words, the voting of privilegia. There were repeated violations of that article of the Genutian plebiscite, which forbade re-election to an office within a period of 10 years, and no mention is made of the necessity of a dispensation before the year 298, when Q. Fabius Maximus is alleged to have objected to further re-election on the ground that such conduct was forbidden by law. Thereupon the tribunes of the plebs declared that to remove the obstacle they would propose to the people that he should be absolved from the legal requirement. But in fact, as Lange has noticed, Fabius had not been consul for 10 years and was therefore legally eligible. Lange suggests that this story of the dispensation may belong to his next election in 295. At all events, the custom of granting dispensations began about this time, although we need not suppose that the patricians attached much importance to the Genutian statute, which was adopted by an exclusively plebeian assembly. This function, assumed by the people of freeing from the power of the law, often exercised in historical time by the Senate as well, marks a great advance toward popular sovereignty. The idea that the law was sovereign, which had arisen in the early republic, was now yielding to the idea that it was subject to the caprice of every popular gathering. The aristocracy was giving way to a democracy, which under the conditions destined to prevail at Rome could only mean mob rule. The right of the people in their tribal assemblies to legislate concerning religion had already been established by the precedent of the Licinian section plebiscite on the Decemviri Sacris Faciendis and of other less important acts. Immediately after the Publilian legislation, the comitia of tribes became more active in this field. To the period of the Great Latin War, according to Cicero, hence necessarily to 338, belongs the consular lex menia, which added to the ludi Romani the day called Instauratitius, although less trustworthy accounts assign the establishment of this day to 491. The law initiated by the Senate in 304, forbidding the dedication of a temple or altar, except by permission of the Senate or of a majority of the College of Tribunes, was probably passed by the Comitia Tributa Plebis. In the opinion of Lange, it was either identical with, or afterwards supplemented by, the Lex Papiria Tribunicia, which forbade the consecration of a temple, precinct, or altar without an order of the plebs. The latter is the more probable. It seems reasonable that, as Lange suggests, the right of the people in this matter developed from the necessity of referring to them cases in which the Senate and the tribunes could not agree. Technically religious, though of vast political consequence, was the Augulnian plebiscite of 300, which increased the number of augurs and pontiffs to 9 each, and provided that 4 augurs and 5 pontiffs should be plebeian. It was the last step in the opening of offices to the plebs. In their effort to gain control of the more important judicial business, the people made slower progress. In all probability, it was not till after the Publilian legislation that the centuriate and tribal assemblies began regularly to exercise the function of appellate courts, a right established long before by legislation and confirmed for the centuries by the Valerian Law of Appeal in 300. The creation of special judicial commissions, quaestions extraordinariae, belonged originally to the Senate, and the establishment of such a court decreed through a plebiscite in 414, if historical, was merely the execution of a senatus consultum. The task of trying and condemning the matrons for poisoning in 330 must have fallen to such a quaestio extraordinaria not expressly mentioned. Whether it was instituted by the Senate or the tribes cannot be known. The special quaestio, 2 concerning conspiracy, at first under dictatorial and afterward under consular presidency, seems to have been instituted solely by a senatus consultum. The Flavian rogation of 323 for punishing the Tusculans for having given aid and encouragement to the enemies of Rome may have aimed to create a special court for the purpose, or it may have been an attempt to dispense justice by means of legislation. However that may be, it was rejected by all the tribes but one. The Satricans, who revolted to the Samnites after the Caudine disaster and were conquered in 319, were punished by the Senate acting as a special court on the authority of the Antistian plebiscite. The right of the people both in the centuries and in the tribes to legislate on finance had before 339 been well established by precedent. Economic as well as social in character was the Lex Poetilia, which prohibited loans on the security of the person, and which was proposed to the tribes, or possibly to the centuries, by C. Poetilius Libo as consul in 326 or as dictator in 313. It abolished contractual but not judicial servitude, though it probably mitigated the latter. Politically more significant than this individual act was the long-continued popular effort to gain control of the disposal of the public land. It was to the detriment of the senatorial prerogative that the tribunes of the plebs took up the agrarian question from the time of S.B. Cassius, and continued almost unceasingly to agitate for the limitation of the use of public land by the rich and the division of the surplus among the poor, till they succeeded in embodying their ideas in the Licinian section law on these subjects. Equally to the province of the Senate belonged the planting of colonies, both from the military and from the financial point of view. Here, too, the tribunes, in the economic interest of their constituents, began early to agitate for a share in the administration. It was not till 296 that they met with any success in this direction, and then, at the will of the Senate, which charged the tribunes with the business of introducing a plebiscite for ordering the praetor to appoint triumviri for conducting colonies to certain specified places. This was the modest outcome of centuries of agrarian and colonial agitation on the part of the tribunes. The fact is that after the enactment of the Genutian and Publilian laws, the plebeians continued for about a generation relatively content with their economic condition. Frequent victories brought booty, and conquests made extensive assignments of land possible. But the people must have found the Third Samnite War oppressive. Although of far shorter duration than the second, it required larger armies and longer and more distant campaigns. Under the burden of military service, the plebs again fell into debt, in spite of the unusual distributions of booty among the soldiers when victorious. Their burden was rendered the heavier by the circumstance that many of the wealthy were violating the Licinian section restrictions on the use of public land and pasture, and were doubtless failing to pay their dues. A course of conduct which rendered necessary not only the assignment of the spoil of 293 to the aerarium, but also the imposition of a tributum especially vexatious to the plebs. The distress was augmented by a pestilence which began in 295 and continued for several years. Whereas all on actual service were by law exempt from prosecution for debt, many citizens who remained at home were the victims of the usurers, who were occasionally fined for their illegal exactions. Again, all the commons incurred hopeless debts, which at the close of the war, 290, the creditors must have proceeded to exact with their usual ruthlessness. The institution of the Tresviri capitals in the following year is proof of the intention of the government to enforce the criminal law with the utmost rigor. A new movement for the relief of debtors had already set in, and the creditors were organizing resistance to the popular demands. As long as the nobility could rely upon the tribunate of the plebs, they felt secure. Even if a bill for the benefit of the poor should be presented, they believed their interests to be well fortified by tribunician intercession and by the Senate, which, composed chiefly of creditors, would certainly refuse its sanction to such a measure. The grave economic distress, however, at length filled the tribunate with men who were at one in demanding a radical measure of relief, and who accordingly presented a bill for the abolition of debts. Many times they offered it to the tribes in vain. The Senate refused its assent, for the creditors, among whom must be counted a majority of the senators, hoped to recover both principal and interest. Willing to compromise, the tribunes then offered the Senate, if it should yield, a choice of two alternatives, neither of which can be deduced with certainty from the mutilated fragment of Dio Cassius, our authority for this event. One of them, however, is conjectured to be that the principal alone should be recovered, in what way cannot be made out, and the other that the interest already paid should be deducted from the principal, and the balance rendered in 3 equal annual installments, a repetition of the Licinian section provision regarding debts. At first, the debtors were willing to grant this concession through fear of failing to obtain any degree of relief, but the creditors, now hoping to recover everything, refused to be conciliated. After a time, both parties shifted their attitude. The creditors expressed themselves as satisfied to recover the principal merely, while the debtors would no longer accept either alternative of the compromise. The sedition, for such the conflict became, continued interminably, and although the creditors yielded, little by little, far more than they had intended in the beginning, the debtors made each concession the basis of a new demand. They brought the long, serious struggle to a climax by seceding to the Janiculum, at the very time when the Tarentines were completing the organization of a coalition of Etruscans, Gauls, Samnites, and several other peoples against Rome. Q. Hortensius, appointed dictator to meet this crisis, carried through the Comitia Centuriata a group of provisions for satisfying the demands of the seceders. 1. Doubtless a clause for the relief of debtors, of which no mention is made in our scant sources. 2. A provision that without the consent either of the Senate or of the patrician portion of it, a resolution of the plebs should be valid for all the citizens. At the time when the Valerian Horatian statute provided that with the consent of the Senate resolutions of the tribunician comitia tributa should have the force of law, the Senate was still composed exclusively of patricians, and the phrase senatus consultum in this law was therefore considered a full equivalent of the patrum auctoritas, the only difference being that the consultum was given in advance of a popular vote, and the auctoritas subsequently to it. But when with the appearance of plebeians in the Senate the two acts began to drift more widely apart, the patricians successfully claimed an exclusive right to the auctoritas. which, as we have seen, was reduced to a formality, so far as centuriate legislation was concerned, by an article of the Publilian law. So long as the patricians voted in the tribunician comitia tributa, however, and constituted a majority in the Senate, they were willing to abide by the specific declaration of the Valerian-Horatian statute, which conditioned the validity of the plebiscite on the senatus consultum. But from 339 they were legally excluded from the tribunician comitia tributa, and they foresaw, moreover, the end of their majority in the Senate. In the period between and 287, accordingly, they set up a new claim, based doubtless on the practical intention of the Valerian-Horatian law, to be free from plebiscita because the latter were passed without their auctoritas. If they could make good their intention, they would remain unaffected by tribunician laws for the abolition of debt. But the Hortensian statute settled finally the controversy to their disadvantage. That it also rendered the consultum unessential to the validity of the plebiscite is proved not only by later usage, but also by the statement of our sources that resolutions of the plebs were placed by the Hortensian Act on an equal footing with laws. 3. Now that the tribunes were given equal freedom with the patrician higher magistrates in initiating legislation, it was of advantage to the nobility to bring the former into the closest possible touch with the Senate. Probably therefore the right of the tribunes not only to sit in the Senate, but also in the interest of their business to summon that body and to preside over its sessions when so convoked, was due to a provision of the Hortensian law. 4. A correlate of the full power to initiate legislation was the right to veto acts of the government, probably acquired by the Hortensian statute. 5. But the veto depended upon the power to prosecute. The unlimited veto implied a right to bring finable or capital actions independently of the will of the patrician magistrates, either by a provision of the Hortensian statute or as a direct consequence of it. The tribunes acquired an unconditioned right to prosecute, being now competent in capital cases to compel the praetor to grant the auspices for holding the comitia centuriata. With the establishment of their absolute power of intercession and jurisdiction, they ceased to resort to sedition. 6. Another article provided that the market days should be fasty, allowing judicial business to be done thereon, but forbade the meeting of voting assemblies on such days. The peasants who came into the city to use the markets were thus afforded an opportunity to have their lawsuits settled without being engrossed by the duty of voting, though the magistrates were at liberty to invite them to informal contiens. This Hortensian provision was conservative in so far as it placed the tribunician assembly under the same pontifical regulations of the calendar as those which were to control the other forms of comitia. The right of the people to elect their magistrates, with the exception of the dictator and the master of horse, existed from the beginning of the Republic. Their right also to create new offices began with the institution of the consulship and was frequently exercised during the period treated in this chapter. In the age which begins with the Valerian-Horatian legislation, we find the people regulating by law the qualifications and conduct of candidates, as well as the powers and functions of the magistrates themselves. They had the same right to deal with the organization and competence of the assemblies. From 358 to 287, they rapidly extended their legislative power, by precedent rather than by statute, over the whole field of the Constitution and over the administration in all its departments. They ventured even to regulate the Senate and to interfere with the imperium. Controlled originally by the Senate, in the end they won their freedom from that body, whereas the initiative in every act always remained with the presiding magistrate. Meantime, they had acquired supreme judicial power. In constitutional theory, they were at last sovereign. The Senate and the magistrates, so this theory asserted, still retained large administrative powers for the sole reason that the assemblies, unable to manage the current details of public business, were content with occasional participation and regulation. Most of these gains had been made by the tribes under the presidency of tribunes or of patrician magistrates, usually praetors. In legislation, the comitia tributa had rendered the centuriate assembly dispensable, excepting in declarations of offensive war and in the confirmation of censorial elections. The question whether the people in their centuries and tribes were to realize their sovereignty in actual public life was left to the following period. The literature on this subject is included in the Bibliography for the preceding chapter. Chapter 14. The judicial functions of the comitia, tributa from 287 to the end of the Republic. Tribunician jurisdiction. Whereas the sources assume that the tribunes of the plebs, as early at least as the decembral legislation, had cognizance of both finable and capital cases, an examination of the recorded trials leads to the conclusion that they made little use of this power till the period between the legislation of Publilius Philo, 339, and that of Hortensius, 287. Whether their activity after 339 was due to the Publilian enactment of that year, or merely to the gradual evolution of popular rights, cannot be determined. However that may be, it was not till after the Hortensian legislation that we find the tribunician jurisdiction at its highest point of development and free from every restriction. The capital actions brought by the tribunes before the centuries in the period from Hortensius to the end of the Republic have already been reviewed. We have now to consider the finable cases brought before the comitia tributa in the same period. It is characteristic of the era immediately following the Hortensian legislation, 287-32, described in the following chapter as politically stagnant, that only one tribunician prosecution is mentioned, and that against the consuls of 249 for contempt of the auspices. Appius Claudius Pulcher, one of the consuls, was fined 120,000 asses, after the action had been transferred from the centuries to the tribes in the way described in an earlier chapter. In accord with the spirit of the Flaminian era, 232-1, on the other hand, is the prosecution of the retired consuls, M. Livius Salinator and L. Aemilius Paulus, on the ground that they had unjustly distributed the booty gained in war. Technically, the charge seems to have been peculatus. It was brought before the tribes in 218, doubtless by tribunes of the plebs. Aemilius narrowly escaped condemnation. Livius was fined. The popular feeling against them was extremely bitter. In 214 M. Attilius Regulus and P. Furius Philus, censors, degraded to the condition of Aerarius L. Caecilius Metellus, who after the Battle of Cannae had tried to persuade the knights to abandon Italy. He was elected tribune of the plebs for the following year, and made use of his office in an attempt to prosecute the censors before the close of their administration. His purpose was thwarted, however, by the intercession of the remaining 9 tribunes, who in this way saved for a time a conservative principle of the Constitution, the inviolability of the magistrate from prosecutions while in office. The trial of Postumius the publican, beginning in a finable action and ending as perdulio, has been treated elsewhere. In the same period falls the trial of the Tresviri Nocturni for appearing too late at a fire. They were accused by the tribunes and condemned by a vote of the tribes. The era of the full-grown plutocracy, 201-134, is characterized by the great number of prosecutions of eminent persons for political objects. M. Porcius Cato was several times brought to trial for the conduct of his consulship, 195, with the result that the speeches delivered in his own defense filled a volume. In 189 M. Acilius Glabrio, then candidate for the censorship, was accused of peculatus of booty by 2 tribunes in a finable action of 100,000 asses. The crime was alleged to have been committed in the preceding year, when as proconsul the accused gained over the Aetolians and Antiochus a victory by which he won the right to a triumph. Cato, formerly his military tribune and now a competitor for the censorship, appearing as a witness, delivered at least 4 speeches against him. These proceedings forced Acilius to drop the candidacy, whereupon the accusation was withdrawn. The attack upon this man is to be regarded as a maneuver of Cato and his supporters against his political adversaries, the Scipios, who numbered the accused among their friends. In 185, Cato was ready for a direct assault. In that year 2 of his supporters, both named Q. Petilius tribunes of the plebs, made in the Senate at his instance a demand that L. Scipio Assignus should render an account of the 3,000 talents paid him as war indemnity by Antiochus among the conditions of peace. His brother Publius, knowing well that the blow was in reality aimed at himself, resolved to measure his full strength with that of his adversaries. When accordingly the record of the transaction was produced, Publius, complaining that an account of 3,000 talents should be demanded of a man who had brought 15,000 into the treasury from booty, tore the document in pieces. In this proceeding, he kept strictly within his legal rights. Nothing further seems to have been accomplished for the present, but M. Naevius, tribune of the plebs, after entering office December 10, 185, brought against Publius Scipio a prosecution, not for peculatus, but for official misconduct. The specific charge was that in return for the restoration of his son from captivity, he, as legatus of his brother, had granted 2 favorable terms of peace to Antiochus. In the first contio, the accused recited his services to the state. In the second, which happened to fall on the anniversary of his victory over Hannibal, he invited the people there assembled to go with him to the Capitoline temple to give thanks to Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, and the gods who kept the place, for having endowed him with the will and the ability to achieve that and other similar deeds in behalf of the commonwealth. Naturally, the dissolution of the assembly vexed the tribunes. Before the day came for the third contio, he withdrew from Rome. His brother tried to excuse his absence on the plea of sickness, and Sempronius Gracchus, tribune of the plebs, prevented his colleagues from causing further annoyance to the great man. The general circumstances indicate that the trial was to take place before the tribes, and that the penalty in case of conviction was accordingly to be a fine. His brother was still in danger. Early in 184 C. Minucius Augurinus brought a finable action against Lucius concerning the money received from Antiochus. He was condemned by the tribes, whereupon the prosecutor demanded surety preeds for the payment of the fine. But when Scipio failed to comply, the tribune attempted to imprison him. Returning suddenly to Rome, Publius appealed to the tribunes in behalf of his brother. Whereas 8 members of the college sustained the prosecutor, one of them, Gracchus, prevented the imprisonment and consequently the collection of the fine. But the total result of the proceedings was the overthrow of the Scipios, and the conqueror of Hannibal retired heartbroken to his country estate. In the same year, 184, M. Porcius Cato, at that time censor, was prosecuted for official misconduct by tribunes in a finable action for 2 talents, but was in all probability acquitted. In this period, the tribes must have been unusually active in a judicial capacity, as Cato was himself prosecuted 44 times, often doubtless before the comitia tributa, but was always given a favorable verdict. C. Lucretius, praetor in 171, was accused in the Senate by Chalcidian ambassadors of merciless cruelties and robberies perpetrated by him on their community. Thereupon 2 tribunes of the plebs, M. Juventius Thalna and Cn. Aufidius, prosecuted him before the people, technically on a charge of furtum and injuria. He was condemned by all the tribes to a fine of 1,000,000 asses. But after 149, most cases of misgovernment in the provinces came before the Quaestio Repetendarum instituted in that year. There were occasional prosecutions for beginning war without authorization. Toward the end of the pre-Graccan oligarchy C. Laelius Sapiens, the friend of Scipio Aemilianus, seems to have been brought to trial for malversation in his consulship of the year 140, but was probably acquitted. A peculiar case, yet characteristic of the time, was that against Cn. Tremellius, praetor in 160, for having contended injuriously with the supreme pontiff. It is stated merely that he was fined. If the action came before the people, it must have been brought by a tribune, as the pontiff's jurisdiction was restricted, so far as is known, to the sacerdotes under his supervision. Whatever may have been the procedure, the effect was to place the religious official above the magistrate, a policy which could be expected of the generation that adopted the alien and Fufian laws. Several prosecutions in the era, extending from the Gracchi to Sulla, partake of the revolutionary nature of the time. The inconsistency in the position of Gracchus, who depended on the sanctity of the tribunate while technically violating it in the person of his colleague Octavius, is illustrated by his attack on Annius Luscus. The latter, a man of consular rank, challenged Tiberius in the Senate to answer definitely whether or not he had branded with infamy a brother tribune whom the law declared sacred and inviolable. The senators applauded the challenge, but Tiberius, hurrying from the curia, convoked the plebs and ordered Annius to come forward and defend himself against the charge of violating by his words the tribunician sanctity. Before the proceedings could begin, Annius, by permission, asked his accuser, "If you intend to deprive me of my rank and disgrace me, and I appeal to a colleague of yours, and he comes to my support, and you thereupon lose your temper, will you deprive him of his office?" Plutarch, who tells this story, alleges further that Tiberius, not knowing what to reply, dismissed the assembly and withdrew his accusation. But the fact that Annius made a speech against Tiberius indicates that the proceedings went farther. Evidently, the accused in some way escaped condemnation. The same political significance attaches to the tribunician capital prosecutions of the time, mentioned in an earlier chapter. No more actions, however, are known to have been brought by the tribunes before the tribes till 103, when C.N. Domitius Ahenobarbus, a popular tribune of the plebs, author of the famous statute concerning the election of sacerdotes, prosecuted M. Junius Silenus for misconduct as consul in 109. The charge was that he had begun war on the Cimbri without an order of the people. Notwithstanding the stigma of defeat borne by the accused, he was acquitted by 33 of the 35 tribes. In the same year, Domitius prosecuted M. Aemilius Scaurus for having as consul neglected the sacra of the De Penates at Lavinium. The accused was acquitted by the votes of 32 tribes. These prosecutions, together with the plebiscite just mentioned, excited against Domitius an antipathy among the Optimates which reveals itself in the sources, but which his character hardly deserved. Another popular tribune, see Appuleius Decianus, 98, brought against P. Furius the accusation that in the preceding year the latter as tribune of the plebs had betrayed the people's cause. Acquitted of that charge, he was accused later in the year by C. Canolaus, another tribune, on the ground that he had impeded the return of Metellus. In one of the Contians for the trial of this case, the citizens would not listen to the defense of the accused, but tore him in pieces. In the same year, Appuleius prosecuted L. Valerius Flaccus, curule aedile, on what charge is unknown. His own condemnation to exile, more probably by the centuries than by Acquistio, on the ground that in his accusation of Furius he lamented the death of Appuleius Saturninus, his gentiles, is mentioned in an earlier chapter. Sulla's completion of the system of standing courts, and his restriction of the tribunician function of prosecution, substantially withdrew all judicial power from the tribal assembly under the presidency of tribunes. The overthrow of the Cornelian constitutional arrangements left the standing courts with jurisdiction unimpaired. Though constitutionally the tribunes, by this overthrow, regained their right to prosecute, they exercised it rarely and feebly during the remainder of the Republic. C. Memmius, tribune of the plebs in 66, brought him Terentius Varro Lucullus to trial for what he had done long before in his quaestorship at the dictation of Sulla. As the motive was evidently personal, the accused was acquitted. Early in 58, L. Antistius, tribune of the plebs, in the interest of the Optimates, threatened to prosecute C. Julius Caesar, who had just retired from his consulship and was on the point of setting out for his provinces. Caesar appealed to the other tribunes, who suspended the prosecution on the ground that the accused was to be necessarily absent in the service of the state. In the year 44 C. Apicius Marullus and L. Cecidius Flavius, tribunes, instituted proceedings against the man who took the lead in acclaiming Caesar king as he was returning from Alba. The evident displeasure of Caesar at the accusation caused its withdrawal. In incomplete trials, like those last mentioned, it is seldom possible to determine whether they were to come before the centuries or the tribes. Roman II, Aedilician jurisdiction. Before the Hortensian legislation, the curule and plebeian aediles alike had cognizance of usury, stuprum, and violation of the law concerning the limitation of occupation and pasturage of the public lands. In the period now under consideration, beginning in 287, they continued to exercise the same function besides taking upon themselves some new cases. Aedilician actions for violation of the pasturage clause of the Licinian section statute took place in 240, 196, and 193. Closely related is the fining of usurers in 192 and of grain dealers for cornering the market in 189. In 157 C, Furius Cressimus was prosecuted by a curule aedile for injuring the crops of others by magic, and the case came before the tribes in the forum. By bringing his farm tools into the assembly and calling them his instruments of magic, he induced the citizens to vote his acquittal. There are several known cases of criminal lust which fell within the edilician cognizance. In 227, C. Scantinus Capitolinus, during his term of office, as tribune or aedile of the plebs, was prosecuted by M. Claudius Marcellus, curule aedile, on a charge of attempted pederastia. He called attention to the sanctity of his person, but as the tribunes refused to protect him on that ground, he was condemned by the people. Most of the known cases of this general character were against women. Several matrons, accused of stuprum by the plebeian aediles of 213 and fined by the comitia tributa, retired into exile. About the time of the war, with Hannibal, a charge of incest, based on the fact of intermarriage between close relatives and brought doubtless by an aedile, was judged favorably to the accused by the people. The curule aedile A. Hostilius Mancinus, 183, brought to trial before the tribal assembly Manilia, a courtesan who, he alleged, had thrown a stone at him in the night and had wounded him. Manilia, appealing to the tribunes, explained that he was attempting violently to break into her house when she repulsed him with stones. Thereupon the tribunes decreed that the prosecutor deserved the treatment he had received. They interceded against his action, which accordingly had to be dropped. One case of perdulio under edilician jurisdiction is recorded. In 246, Claudia, sister of that P. Claudius Pulcher who lost his fleet off Drepanum, was jostled by the crowd as she came from the games. She was heard to say on this occasion that she wondered what would have happened to herself had her brother not caused the death of so many of the citizens, and to wish that he were again living to lose another fleet together with the crowd that troubled her. For these words, she was brought to trial by the aediles of the plebs, and the people imposed on her a fine of 25,000 heavy asses. The case is described as a iudicium maestatis apud populum Romanum. The jurisdiction of the aediles, as well as that of the tribunes, suffered from the growth of standing courts. The fact that the power remained, provided the holder was in a position to use it, is proved by the occasional recurrence of a prosecution in the lifetime of Cicero. First may be mentioned the proceedings instituted by C. Flavius Fimbria, aedile in 86, against Q. Scaevola. Evidently the case did not come to vote. Interesting is the threat of Cicero, as curule aedile, to bring to trial before the people C. Vers, and all who should by bribery aid his acquittal. The circumstance that Cicero was ready to place so great a function upon the aedileship is proof of the confusion into which the ideas of popular jurisdiction had fallen through infrequent use. Another anomaly is the prosecution begun by P. Clodius against T. Annius Milo on the charge of violence, vis. It took place in the forum before the comitia tributa, but we do not know whether it came to a vote. Roman 3, Pontifical jurisdiction. In the exercise of his disciplinary power, the Supreme Pontiff sometimes imposed a fine on a sacerdos under his authority. An appeal to the 35 tribes was allowed, if the amount of the penalty reached the appealable limit. After the analogy of the civil magistrate, the pontiff presided over the assembly during the trial. In 189 Q, Fabius Pictor, who was at the same time praetor and flamen Quirinalis, was forbidden by the Supreme Pontiff to go to the province assigned him. After much contention, the pontiff imposed a fine, and an appeal was taken to the people, who decided that the flamen must obey the Pontifex Maximus, and on that condition remitted the fine. In 180 L, Cornelius Dolabella was fined for refusal to resign his office of naval duumvir that he might be inaugurated rex sacrificulus. The case was decided as the preceding, but an unfavorable omen which dissolved the assembly deterred the pontiffs from inaugurating him. A similar case occurred in 131. In the appeal of Claudius, an augur from a pontifical fine, the date of which is unknown, though it probably followed the trials above mentioned, the people sustained the accused. These are the few recorded cases of appeal from sacerdotal jurisdiction. The moderation of the Pontifex Maximus, together with the respect of his sacerdotes for religion, usually served to prevent the need of recourse to the people. It is a noteworthy fact that the custom was practically conterminous with the era of the most highly developed plutocracy. The circumstance that in all the cases known to have fallen within this period, the people confirmed the authority of the pontiff affords striking evidence of the perfection, to which the Optimates had now brought the religious machinery of their political system. From what has been said on the judicial functions of the comitia in this and earlier chapters, it is clear that the jurisdiction of the people is inseparably connected with the political and constitutional history of Rome. Beginning feebly in the early Republic, the right of appeal was most intensely exercised from the middle of the 3rd to the middle of the 2nd century BC. Its decline thereafter, owing mainly to the rise of the Quaestions, was a symptom of the general decay of the Republic. Peter C. Epochen der Verfassungsgeschichte, der Rom, Republic -140 on the general character of the period, I. W. History of Rome, Roman 4, 125 ff. 171-3, 321-32, Mommsen, Rom, Staatsrecht, Roman 2, 378-27, 491-7, Die Scipionen-Prozess in Rom, Forsch, Roman 2, 417-510, Lange, Rom Altertümer, Roman 2-93, Herzog, Jesch, Usist. Der Rom Staatsverfassung, I. 811 f. 1177 f. Greenidge, A.H.J., Legal Procedure of Cicero's Time, 327-66. Misbulet, J.B., Les Institutions Politiques des Romains, I. 228 f. Willems, Droit Public Roman, 175 ff. Gerard, P.F., Histoire de l'Organisation Judiciaire des Romains, I. 235 ff. Halles, A. Comices à Rome, 70 f. Stella Maranca, Il Tribunado della Plebe dalla Lex Hortensia alla Lex Cornelia, Jurlech, De Vita P. Corneliae Scipianus Africani Superioris, P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus der Älter und Senzeit, Nissen, Kritisch Untersuchungen über die Quellen der Wirten und Funfen Decade des Livius, ff. Block G. Observations sur le procès des Scipiens in Revue des Etudes Anciennes, Roman 8, 1906. 93-110, 191-28-322, Pascal C. Studi Romani I. Il Processo degli Scipioni, Ibid. Roman 3, Elicilio di Scipioni Africano Magyar di un studio recent sul processo degli Scipioni in Riv. D. Storia Ant. Roman 4, 1899. 268-71, Nicolani G. La Question dei Processi degli Scipioni, Ibid. Roman 3. Fasc. 4, 1898. 2875, Articles in Pauli Wiswa, Real and Cycle. I. 448-64, Italy's Kubitschek, 584-8, M. Emilius Scorus Klebs, Roman 4. 702-5, Comitia, part of Lebanon, 1462-70, P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus Major Hens, 1471-83, L. Cornelius Scipio Assignus Munzer, V. 1324-7, C.N. Domitius Ahenobarbus Ibid. Dernberg et Saglio Dict, I. 95-100, Italy's Humbert, see also Ibid, S. Comitia. Chapter 15. Comitial legislation from Hortensius to the Gracchi 280, 7-134. I. An era of repose. 280, 7-32. The Hortensian enactment, which raised the plebiscite to an equality with the lex, and gave the tribunician initiative full constitutional freedom, seems to have been especially calculated to prepare for a splendid outburst of legislative energy. No such result, however, was actually reached. Circumstances prove the leaders of the plebs to have been well satisfied with the political gains thus far made as regards: 1. Their place in the Senate assured them by the Ovinian statute. 2. Their right to the magistracies, confirmed by various laws. 3. The powers of the tribunate and its relation to the Senate established by the Hortensian statute. Content with their position as a branch of the widened nobility, inferior neither politically nor socially to the patrician branch, and happy in the enjoyment of authority, they were now as much inclined as the patricians to discourage and to resist further aggression on the part of the plain citizens. Their control of the initiative in legislation was the chief means of forwarding this policy. Their respect for the Senate, in which they were now rapidly becoming the dominant party, was such that they were willing to forgo the recently acquired privilege of bringing their rogations before the people without the senatorial sanction. But in case a tribune was so bold and so out of harmony with his political peers as to offer an unsanctioned bill, they could count on the intercession of one of his colleagues. If matters came to an extremity, the Senate could annul the act after its adoption by declaring it illegal or contrary to the auspices. Evidently, the plebeian nobles were aware, too, that with the increase in the number of citizens, and with their dispersion over Italy, the assembly had ceased to represent the citizen body, and was failing in ability to grapple with the new and increasingly complex problems of administration created by the widening of the Roman domain. Under these new conditions, the assemblies continued, it is true, to elect their annual magistrates and to receive appeals from the judicial decisions of the latter, more rarely to declare war or to ratify a treaty. Occasionally, they passed a law to increase the number of magistrates or to regulate elections, but for the 55 years following the Hortensian legislation, 287–32, there is no record of the enactment of a distinctly administrative law. The silence of history on this point is due not so much to the exceptionally scant sources as to a lack of commercial activity. First among the statutes relating to the election of magistrates is to be placed the Menian plebiscite, adopted in 287 or thereabout, which directed the paters in case of elections, as the Publilian statute had directed them in case of rogations, to give their auctoritas before the voting began, while the issue was still uncertain, blocking the last efforts of the patricians to monopolize the consulship. The act completed the reduction of the patrum auctoritas to a formality. The sources represent Appius Claudius Caecus as the chief offender whom this law was designed to rebuke. His personality had brought to the censorship an enormous accretion of power, which disturbed the constitutional balance. In this period, that magistracy assumed also the function of supervising the morals of the citizens. To check this disproportionate growth, a law, probably tribunician, of 265 forbade re-election to the office. The Romans created no more absolutely new magistratus ordinarii. In 267, however, probably by an act of the comitia tributa, they doubled the number of quaestors, from 4 to 8, in order that the new members of the college might attend to the financial business of the government at various points in Italy. A second praetor was created in 242, doubtless by a law, not only for jurisdiction inter peregrinos, but also for increasing the number of magistrates available for military commands. The Tresviri capitals, instituted in 289, were given the rank of magistrate by a plebiscite of L. Papirius, adopted after 242, which directed the urban praetor to elect these officials in the comitia tributa. In 241, the people, probably in tribal assembly, granted to L. Caecilius Metellus, on account of his blindness, the privilege of riding to the curiae in a carriage. One statute referred to this period belongs to the domain of private law. The first chapter of the tribunician Lex Aquilia provided that if a slave of another man, or a quadruped of his cattle, be unlawfully slain, whatever within a year is the highest value thereof, that amount the offender shall pay to the owner. The second chapter secured the principal stipulator against its stipulators, and the third provided for all other kinds of damage. It superseded all previous statutes on the subject, including that of the 12 Tables. Roman II, the Flaminian era. 232–201. Such is the scant list of legislative acts of the half-century following the dictatorship of Hortensius, 287–32, none of them as innovating as, for instance, the reform of the comitia centuriata brought about in approximately the same period by the power of the censors alone. The nobles had a certain degree of reason for feeling secure in their control of the administration, but in this respect they miscalculated. The long war with Carthage, which had diverted the attention of all the citizens from politics, ended without bringing in the wake of victory the usual rewards to the masses. No lands in Sicily were assigned to the citizens, while on their northeastern border the Piscine district and the territory recently taken from the Gauls in the neighborhood of Ariminum were reserved by the nobles for their own occupation. Popular discontent at these short-sighted, selfish proceedings found expression in the rogation of C. Flaminius, tribune of the plebs, in 232, for the assignment of the lands here mentioned to the citizens who were willing to settle on the frontier. It was vehemently opposed by the nobility, and was finally passed without the authorization of a senatus consultum. From a statement of Cicero that as long afterward as 228 Q. Fabius Maximus, then consul a second time, was hindering Flaminius from dividing the land, we may infer that the author of the law was elected among the Tresviri charged with its administration. Most of the settlers in that region were assigned to the tribe Velina, probably in pursuance of an article of the Flaminian Statute. The enactment came as a disagreeable interruption to the quiet happiness of the nobles, as a sign that the political battle fought out between comitia and senate in the period ending with the Hortensian legislation was to be renewed with perhaps even greater bitterness. Hence Polybius, echoing the complaints of the nobles, denounces the measure as the first step toward the demoralization of the people. The lasting hatred felt by the senators for this new and powerful enemy is seen in their refusal to grant him a triumph for military successes he had won as consul in 223. A plebiscite without their authorization gave the desired privilege to the champion of popular rights. It was probably in this connection, at least we are soon to hear of it for the first time, that an act of the people was made essential to a triumph within the city. Henceforth, even when the Senate was willing to allow a triumph or an ovation, the person thus honored could not hold imperium in the city on the day of such festival, excepting by a comitial lex. Usually in cases of the kind, the Senate, after voting the privilege, instructed a praetor to request one of the tribunes to bring a regatio do imperio before the tribes. The earliest known act of the kind is the plebiscite of 211, which granted the imperium to M. Marcellus, proconsul on the day of his ovation. The popular party had not long to wait for an opportunity to retaliate upon the Senate for the slight it had offered their champion. On the precedent of the Ovinian law, the people had a right to legislate concerning the honors, privileges, and qualifications of its individual members. In 219, accordingly, the plebiscite of Q. Claudius, known to have been supported in the Senate by C. Flaminius alone, who was then censor, prohibited senators and their sons from owning seagoing ships of more than 300 amphoras capacity. It was probably an article of this statute, which forbade the same class of persons to take contracts from the government, with the reservation of such economically insignificant agreements as concerned worship. The peasants, whose interests Flaminius represented, opposed the renewal of the war with Carthage, regarding it as a means of extending the field of commerce and speculation of the nobles. This law, therefore, expresses the determination of the country people that the senatorial families should no longer share the advantages of such wars. From the point of view of the statesman, it was the first step toward the separation of the governing class from the commercial class, with a view to guarding against the administration of the government in the sole interest of capital. The result was not all that could be desired. The senatorial families found secret ways of placing a great part of their funds in commercial companies, and in so far as the law was actually effective, it compelled senators to invest money in Italian land, a proceeding which contributed largely to the economic ruin of the peninsula. In the administration of finance, which in spite of occasional interference on the part of the comitia remained with the Senate, is included the regulation of coinage. The comitia passed few acts relating to the subject. The earliest known to history is the misnamed Lex Minus Solvendi of C. Flaminius, consul in 217, which introduced the uncial standard for the as, making for ordinary use 16 asses of an ounce weight equivalent to 10 old, in other words, to the denarius. In the payment of soldiers, however, the denarius was still reckoned at 10 asses. Probably the same law regulated the issue of plated silver denarii and of gold coins. The debtor's gain was offset by the actual decrease in the weight of the as to a little more than an ounce before the enactment of the law. This measure was followed the next year by the plebiscite of M. Minucius, which created the triumviri mensarii, a banking commission for relieving the great lack of money 216. The board managed some of the financial business of the state and undoubtedly did what it could to strengthen private credit, which at this time was at a low ebb. The next step taken by the comitia was the enactment of a plebiscite within a field properly belonging to the censors under senatorial supervision, the building and repair of public works. In 212, the act of an unknown tribune, carried through the comitia with the consent of the Senate, created 3 temporary administrative boards: quinquiviri for repairing the defenses of the city, triumviri to seek for property belonging to the temples and to register gifts, and another board of 3 for repairing the temples of Fortune, Mater Matida, and Hope. These officials were to be elected by the tribes under the chairmanship of the urban praetor. Nearly related is the plebiscite of 210, which in pursuance of a senatus consultum directed the censors to farm the vectigalia of the Campanian territory. Evidently, in the trying time of the war, with Hannibal, the Senate found it advisable to conciliate the citizens by voluntarily bringing a few administrative measures of the kind before it. All this legislation was due more or less directly to the influence of Flaminius. A succession of sumptuary laws may be likewise traced to his second consulship, 217. The 12 tables contained a number of laws relating to funerals, designed to preserve good order and to prevent extravagant expense. After their ratification, the authority of the magistrates, and especially of the censors, sufficed for the maintenance of good conduct, till in the period of the Punic Wars, the character of the people began to suffer deterioration, whereupon the assemblies undertook to enact new laws for the enforcement of morality. One of the earliest was the Lex Illyria, which prohibited the game of dice. Its mention by Plautus makes it prior to 204. The name of the author is not given, and for that reason we cannot be sure that it was a comitial law. To the same period belongs the plebiscite of P and M Silius concerning weights and measures. The first comitial sumptuary statute is the Lex Mettilia, 217, probably tribunician, passed under the influence of C. Flaminius and L. Aemilius, who were censors in 220. It prescribed certain rules for the preparation of cloth. The object, in Lange's opinion, was to strike at the luxury of the nobles through the guild of fullers. It was a warning to them, he asserts, which however they failed to heed. If this was indeed the object, the means were surprisingly feeble. The next sumptuary law was the plebiscite of C. Oppius, 215, directed against the luxury of wealthy women. It forbade a woman to wear more than a half-ounce of gold, or a dress of various colors, or to ride in a carriage in a city or town, or within a mile of either, excepting when engaged in public worship. The author must have sympathized with the tendency of Flaminius, and the law was supported, or at least not opposed, by the nobility. 20 years afterward, their best representatives strove in vain to maintain it against the rising tide of wealth and luxury. The influence of Flaminius on legislation may be traced still farther. Under the economic distress of the war with Hannibal, the plebs began to lapse into clientage to the nobles. In spite of the principle that the patron should accept no honorarium for legal service, the nobles began by the requisition of gifts to render the commons tributary to themselves. The chief occasion for these exactions was found in the Saturnalia, which was reconstituted in 217. To check the abuse, the Publican plebiscite mentioned by Macrobius, undoubtedly of C. Publicius by Bullus, the popular tribune of 209, prohibited all gifts from the poor to the rich on that festival, with the exception of wax candles. It was supplemented in 204 by the plebiscite of M. Cincius Alimentis, which absolutely forbade gifts and fees for legal service. The prohibition of a magistrate's acceptance of gifts for the performance of official duty was undoubtedly included in it. Moreover, it forbade all gifts above a specified amount, but with exceptions in favor of various relatives and benefactors. It is not unlikely that the Flaminian age saw the earliest comitial legislation governing judicial procedure in private cases. Some changes were wrought, too, in family law by popular vote. In early time, intermarriage between persons of the 6th degree of kinship was forbidden by usage. But in the period between the First and Second Punic Wars, the right was extended to relatives of the 5th and 6th degrees, and shortly afterward to those of the 4th degree, consubrini. Another law, the Lex Attilia, enacted between 242 and 186, probably in the Second Punic War, directed the urban praetor to appoint a tutor for a woman or child who was left without a natural protector. It now became possible, too, for a magistrate under justifying circumstances to place a young man under 25 in the care of a curator. In accordance with the Praetorian law, which was enacted before 192, and which belongs therefore to the Flaminian age. In the same period, we find the comitia active in other fields. In 215, a tribal law of an unknown author granted the citizenship to 300 Campanian knights who had remained faithful to Rome, and assigned them to the municipium of Cumae. Following a precedent set by the Antistian plebiscite of 319, L. Attilius, tribune of the plebs in 210, carried a law, in pursuance of a senatus consultum, for granting the Senate absolute power over the Campanians who had revolted. And the Senate accordingly not only punished them with loss of citizenship, but reduced them to miserable subjection. The right of the comitia to ratify a vow of a sacred spring was recognized in 217 by an opinion rendered by the pontiffs, and was first exercised through a plebiscite of that year. The appointment of commissioners for the dedication of temples also belonged to the assembly, as well as the regulation of religious festivals. The greatest gain made by the people within the province of religious legislation in the 3rd century B.C. was the provision for electing the Pontifex Maximus by 17 tribes drawn by lot from the whole number 35 and presided over by a pontiff. This innovation probably belongs to the Flaminian era and certainly to the time before 212, when the first instance of such an election is given. The act was followed by another, before 209, which authorized the election of the chief curio in the same way. The object was to take the control of these places from the nobles, who looked upon the great sacerdotal collegia as a main support of their political power. It was but the beginning of a movement for transferring the appointment of all members of these collegia to the comitia sacerdotum, made up as above described. In the peculiar composition of assemblies of this character, we see an attempt to make the gods in some degree coadjutors of the populace in filling the sacred places. The assembly was merely exercising a long-recognized right in the institution of 2 new praetors in 227, for which we are warranted in assuming a legislative act. The same observation applies to the increase in the number of elective military tribunes from 16 to 24 in 207, which was evidently a concession to the commons. As the Senate generally attended to the prolongation of the imperium, the confirmation of a senatorial decree to that effect by an act of the people in 208 was exceptional. Far more radical was the plebiscite of M. Metilius, 217, for equalizing the power of the dictator with that of the master of horse. This act and the resort to election for filling the office destroyed the value of the institution. A violent departure from usage was attempted in 209 by the rogation of C. Publicius Bibulus, tribune of the plebs, for abrogating the proconsular imperium of M. Claudius Marcellus. On this occasion, not merely the plebs but all classes attended the assembly, which by an overwhelming vote rejected the proposition. 3/4 of a century were to pass before a law of the kind could actually carry. A plebiscite known to have been in force in the time of the Second Punic War debarred from the tribunate and aedileship of the plebs any person during the lifetime of a father or grandfather who had filled a curule office. As the aim was to free the plebeian officials from the influence of the nobility, exercised through the patria potestas, that they might be in a better position to serve the interests of their constituents, we may reasonably suppose this measure to have passed in the time of Flaminius and under his influence. The tendency was to widen the breach, then forming between the nobility and the commons. The right of the people to dispense from the law was acknowledged by the Senate in 217, when, after the destruction of the army at Trasimene and the death of Flaminius, the paters authorized a plebiscite for dispensing the consulars for the remainder of the war from the Genutian plebiscite which forbade re-election to the same office excepting after an interval of 10 years. From what has been given above it is clear that Flaminius began a new era in legislation, by no change in the constitution, but rather by assuming the free initiative granted the tribunes of the plebs through the Hortensian statute. Under the influence of his personality, the commissure recovered the share in the administration which they had lost in the half-century of lethargy just past, and even made new inroads into the province of magisterial and senatorial authority. While the disaster at Cannae, following hard upon that of Trasimene, subdued the rising spirit of popular independence, it made the Senate more conciliatory, with the result that neither did the comitia lapse into its former repose, nor did the nobles lose their hold on the government. It was to this era, more definitely to the opening of the war with Hannibal, that the description of the constitution by Polybius applies. The political condition of Rome was improving, or was just at its zenith. As the Senate was at the height of its power, public measures were deliberated upon, not by the many, but by the best men. Political life was sound, elections were pure, and a scrupulous fear of the gods remained the strongest support of the Commonwealth. At this epoch, the three chief constitutional elements, magistrates, senate, and comitia, were so perfectly balanced that even a native would hardly be able to say whether the form of government was monarchy, aristocracy, or democracy. In this equilibrium of forces, in this mutual power of checking or strengthening, lay the might and the excellence of the Constitution. It is solely with the place of the assemblies in this system that we are at present concerned. Inasmuch as the consuls were supreme masters of the home administration, as well as of the actual conduct of war, and as the Senate controlled finance, diplomacy, and all interstate judicial business affecting the Italian allies, what part in the government could have been left to the people? Polybius answers a most weighty part. They are constitutionally the sole fountain of honor and punishment, by which alone governments and societies are held together. Not only are they in a position to discriminate between the fit and the unfit in elections to office, but they are the sole court for trying cases involving life and death. The death penalty, however, may be avoided by voluntary exile if undertaken before a majority has been reached in the process of voting. Even finable actions in which the proposed penalty is considerable, especially when the accused has held a higher magistracy, come before them. It is they who bestow offices on the deserving, the most honorable reward which the Constitution grants to virtue. It is they who have absolute power to decide concerning the adoption or repeal of laws. And most important of all, it is they who deliberate concerning war and peace, and who ratify or reject proposals for alliances, truces, and treaties. These facts might lead one to suppose that the supreme power is with the people, and that the government is a democracy. In the domestic administration, the consuls are dependent on them for authorizing various kinds of business, and are under obligations to execute their decrees. In war, however distant from home, the consul must still court their favor, to secure their ratification of his arrangements for peace. And on laying down his office, he is liable to prosecution before them for maladministration. Hence, he can afford to neglect them no more than he can the Senate. The Senate, too, is dependent upon the people for ratifying all serious penalties imposed by the courts, which are made up of senators. Similarly, in matters directly concerning that body, the people have power to accept or reject proposals for diminishing its traditional authority, for depriving its members of dignities or offices, or even for lessening their means of livelihood. But the greatest popular restriction upon its authority is the tribunician veto, which can prevent it from passing a decree or even from holding a meeting. As the tribunes are under obligations to carry into effect the decisions of the people, and in every way to have regard for their wishes, for this, and for the other reasons mentioned, the Senate respects the people and cannot fail to neglect their feelings. From the foregoing remarks of Polybius, it is clear that in the political theory of his time, the will of the multitude when expressed by a comitial act prevailed. In other words, that the people were sovereign. Several checks on their action from the side of the Senate and magistrates he mentions, especially the absolute power of life and death exercised by the consuls in war over those under their command, and the control over the citizens wielded by the Senate through the management of public contracts and through filling the courts from its own number. But the most important limitation, implied throughout this discussion, though never expressly mentioned, is the lack of popular initiative. The people could convene for no business whatever unless summoned by a magistrate. They could consider no other subject than that proposed to them by the president. They could take no part in the deliberation excepting in so far as the president granted permission to individuals. They could merely vote yes or no on the question presented to them. Notwithstanding the theory of popular sovereignty, these conditions prevented the rise of a real democracy. They placed the assemblies under the control of the magistrates, who, as a rule, including even the tribunes, were willing ministers of the Senate. The bridled masses were rendered more obedient by the disasters of the war with Hannibal, and the nobles were soon to grow arrogant and violent through a surfeit of wealth and power. Under these new circumstances, the docility of the commons made possible the thorough organization of plutocracy on the basis of a democratic theory of government. Roman III, the era of the completed plutocracy based on a recognition of popular sovereignty. 200-1134. The period from the close of the war with Hannibal to the tribunate of Ty. Gracchus is marked by no such display of commercial energy as that which characterized either the pre-Hortensian age or the epoch introduced by Flaminius. In return for a spurious freedom and a pretended share in the administration, the assembly became the handmaid of the plutocracy. There was, as usual, some legislation of the old kind concerning magistrates. In 198, the number of praetors was increased to 6. The arrangement was modified by the consular statute of M. Bibius, 181, which provided for the election of 4 and 6 on alternate years, with the object of giving the governors of the Spains a biennial term. The greedy office-seekers by another statute brought about the repeal of this arrangement in 179. The only new office was that of the Tresviri Epulones, instituted by a plebiscite of C. Licinius Lucullus, 196. Their function was to attend to certain religious festivals, especially to the feast of Jupiter held on November 13. The law provided that these officials should wear the toga praetexta, just as did the pontiffs. A stage in the development of the plutocracy and of its control over the plebeian tribunate is marked by the enactment of the Lex Annales of L. Villius, tribune of the plebs in 180. This statute not only fixed the ages at which men might sue for and hold the various patrician magistracies, but also, developing a custom already in existence, established an interval, evidently of 2 years, between consecutive magistracies. The stated object was to curb the greed for office which the young nobles were manifesting, as well as the eagerness of the people to favor such ambitious persons, and for that reason it received the support of Cato. While it prevented the Scipios and the Flaminini from creating a dynastic oligarchy, by checking the growth of exceptional talent and by subjecting statesmen to a fixed routine of honors and functions, it subordinated the individual to the class, and in this way aided the consolidation of the senatorial plutocracy. To the same period, at all events after 194, belong the Licinian and Ebutian plebiscites, which prohibited the presiding magistrate from offering as candidates for any extraordinary office himself, his colleagues, and his relations by blood or marriage. This measure, too, was to prevent the formation of governing cliques and dynasties. In 151, the year after the third consulship of M. Claudius Marcellus, to check the further aggrandizement of this man, as well as the rise of similar personalities, a law, supported by Cato, absolutely forbade re-election to the consulship. Cato's idea may have been to expedite the advancement of novi homines, but so far from accomplishing this object, the measure contributed to the further subordination of the individual to the plutocratic machine. It may well have been in the same partisan spirit, rather than in the interest of political morality, that P. Cornelius and M. Bibius Tamphilus, consuls in 181, carried a law ex auctoritate senatus for the prosecution of bribery. It disqualified for office for 10 years any person found guilty of influencing an election through bribery or other illegal means. Probably through this measure, the nobles aimed to curb the greed of office in the more ambitious and unscrupulous of their number, but it accomplished nothing, and was followed in 159 by another consular lex de ambitu of Cn, Cornelius Dolabella and M. Fulvius Nobilior, which increased the penalty to death. Practically the punishment was exile. This law had no more effect than the earlier, and the conduct of the nobles both before and after its enactment proves that they did not intend by it to open the consulship to the competition of novi homines. The limitation upon the judicial imperium of magistrates and promagistrates by the 3 Porcian laws of appeal, which belong to this period, has been considered in connection with popular jurisdiction. The last of these acts affected the administration of the provinces and of military affairs, which belonged originally to the magistrates and the Senate. It was only by degrees that the people interfered in this department. The earliest known act of the kind was the consular lex de sumptu provincially of M. Porcius Cato, 195, for limiting the expenses of provincials in the support and honor of the governor. To prevent conflicts in the provinces between the incoming and the retiring governor, Cato favored a regulation, adopted probably in 177, whether a lex or a senatus consultum has not been determined, to the effect that the imperium of the outgoing functionary should cease on the arrival of the new. It was still more unusual for the people to take part in the organization of a new province, but in 146, a lex livia, probably tribunician, commissioned P. Scipio Aemilianus, assisted by 10 legati, to organize the province of Africa. In foreign affairs, the assemblies took the same part as in the preceding period. The centuries continued to declare war and the tribes to ratify peace. In 196, the tribunician Lex Marcia Atinia compelled the consuls against their will to conclude a treaty with Macedon. In 149 L, Scribonius Libo, tribune of the plebs, attempted in vain to secure the adoption of a rogation for restoring liberty to the Lusitanians, whom the praetor Servius Galba had treacherously enslaved. No less characteristic of the age is the consular lex of L. Furius and Sir Attilius, 136, for surrendering C. Mancinus to the Numantines, because without the consent of the Senate he had made an unfavorable treaty with them. The deterioration in the character of Roman generalship and warfare is indicated by a statute of unknown authorship, enacted after 180, which forbade a triumph to a commander who had not killed at least 5,000 of the enemy in a single battle. The intention of the law, however, which obviously was to prevent commanders from triumphing for fictitious or insignificant victories, was circumvented by falsifications regarding the number of enemies slain or by triumphs on the Alban Mount. Whereas before the 2nd century BC, no mention is made of a comitial act for the founding of a colony. In the beginning of the period now under consideration, the function was exercised by the people 3 or 4 times in quick succession. In 197 was enacted the tribunician statute of C. Attinius for planting 5 colonies, Vulturnum, Liternum, Puteoli, Salernum, and Buxentum, on the coast of Italy, each to consist of 300 families, the execution of the measure to be in the hands of triumviri, who were to hold their office 3 years. Not long afterward a plebiscite of Q. Aelius Tubero provided for founding 2 Latin colonies, one in Bruttium, the other at Thuriae, each by triumviri, who likewise held office 3 years. The measure was authorized by a senatus consultum, 194. In the same year a tribunician law of M. Bibius Tamphilus provided for the establishment of 3 Roman colonies. Mention of colonial legislation by the people then ceases. Although the phenomenon may be due in some cases to the sources, this explanation does not generally hold good, especially as the colonization of the years 189 and 184 is expressly attributed to the Senate, and because Velleius credits that body with the founding of all the colonies from the Gallic conflagration to his own time. Probably before the Gracchi, a senatorial decree was issued in every case, and though the commissioners for conducting colonies were as a rule elected by the tribes after 296, the people were given but a taste of power within this administrative field. Early in the 2nd century BC, we find creditors rioting in usury, unchecked by the various statutes which had been enacted against the evil. They discovered a way of circumventing the law by transferring their securities to citizens of an allied state, who had a right to force the collection of debts under the law of their own community. To put a stop to this kind of fraud, the Senate decreed that, after a stated date, allies who lent money to Roman citizens should register the transaction, and that in suits for the collection of such money, the debtor should have the privilege of choosing under which law, whether that of Rome or of the allied community, the suit against him should be tried. As the registers provided for the purpose showed that an enormous amount of fraud was still being committed in circumvention of the law and of the senatorial act, M. Sempronius, tribune of the plebs in 193, ex auctoritate patrum proposed and carried a statute which ordered that money lent between a Roman citizen and one of a Latin or other allied state should be collected under Roman law. This is one of the earliest instances of unfairness, introduced by Rome into the private relations between her citizens and those of her allies. Family law underwent some modification. A plebiscite of Q. Voconius Saxa, 169, provided that no citizen assessed at 100,000 asses or more should will his property to a woman. Another article limited to a half of the estate the amount which any legatee, male or female, could receive. Dowries were regulated by a lex menia, which seems to belong to 186. In the bestowal of the citizenship, the people were unhampered. Doubtless for some time after the Hortensian legislation, comitial acts for this purpose were commonly authorized by senatus consulta. But in the year 188, we first hear the enunciation of the principle that the people without the authority of the Senate had the power to bestow the ius suffragae on whomsoever they pleased. The principle was carried into immediate effect by the tribunician statute of C. Valerius Tapo, which without a senatus consultum conferred the right of suffrage on the Formiani, Fundani, and Arpanates, who hitherto had been cives sine suffragio. The determination of the tribe to which new citizens should belong was also provided for by the Legislative Act of Admission. The citizenship granted in this period continued occasionally to be limited. The Campanians, excluded forever from the rights of the state in 210, were in 188 placed under the census by a senatus consultum of the preceding year, and were given intermarriage probably by a similar act. In early time, at least before 184, the custom arose of granting to the founders of a colony the right to enroll as citizens a specified number of aliens. The first recorded instance belongs to the year mentioned, in which the poet Aeneas received the citizenship in accordance with such a law. It was by the Praetorian comitia tributa that the priestesses of Ceres, who were Greeks from Naples, Velia, or Sicily, were admitted to the citizenship. Perhaps by the same assembly, at all events by an act of the people, a slave who deserved well of the state was given his liberty, which involved citizenship. Such grants to single individuals by the people, however, must have been rare. A Roman taken captive in war recovered all his rights simply by returning home post liminium. But even when an entire community was brought into the state by a single vote, the wording of the law indicates that the inhabitants received the honor as individuals and not in mass. It was permissible for independent communities and individuals to reject the offer of the franchise, whereas subjects and partial citizens were compelled to accept it. From the facts here, stated, it will immediately appear that after the people had acquired an unconditioned right to extend the Roman franchise, they made little use of the opportunity. The Senate could well afford to concede to them a power which they cherished a growing disinclination to use. The expansion of the empire had at length so enhanced the value of citizenship that the masses were unwilling, except on the rarest occasions, to share its advantages with others. Any attempt, therefore, on the part of aliens to usurp the rights of the city was resented. In 187, we find the Senate appointing the Praetor Q. Terentius Cullio Extraordinary Commissioner for determining by investigation who from the Latin towns had recently usurped the citizenship, and for expelling from Rome those found guilty of the offense. Soon afterward, the people extended their power over such cases. In 177, a second expulsion of the Latins was brought about by a consular law of C. Claudius Pulcher. The same spirit prompted the citizens to limit the political rights of freedmen. There can be no doubt that early Rome was as liberal in the treatment of this class as of aliens. From earliest times, they had a right to acquire land, and such proprietors were undoubtedly enrolled in the tribes in which their estates were situated. From the beginning, however, custom deprived them of the ius honorum and of connubium. The former they acquired along with the other plebeians, although they were less readily admitted to the actual enjoyment of it. The latter they continued to lack. They were exempted, too, from ordinary military service. In time, their condition became worse. C. Flaminius as censor in 220, in the interest of the rural plebs, began arbitrarily to assign all the libertini, whether they had lands or not, to the 4 city tribes, doubtless at the same time to the supernumerary centuries of the comitia centuriata. But the sons of freedmen, themselves originally libertini, came in time to be looked upon as ingenui, with the same legal rights as the old citizens. This change seems to have been effected by the plebiscite of Q. Terentius Cullio, 189, for compelling the censors to admit to the Senate the sons of free parents. Undoubtedly, those sons of libertini who were born after the emancipation of the father. The law must have involved the principle of treating such persons as citizens optimo iure, and have therefore required their enrollment in the country tribes, provided they owned land. as the acquisition of full rights came only with the death of the father, which made the son sui iuris. The application of the principle must have required the enrollment of the fathers, along with the sons in the rural tribes. In other words, it recognized as citizens optimo iur those libertini who had children, on the basis of the existing custom of enlisting such persons in military service at crises. The political connections of the author of this statute leads us to interpret it as a measure of the oligarchs for strengthening their position by the votes of their dependents. The increasing wealth and luxury of the age naturally gave rise to sumptuary legislation, and the nobility could allow the comitia to revel in this field, devoid as it was of political significance. The first act, however, was to undo the Oppian Law of 215 through the plebiscite of M. Valerius, 195, enacted probably without a senatus consultum. It was the Senate which initiated the tribunician statute of C. Orchius, 181, for limiting the number of guests at banquets. Cato opposed the enactment of this measure on the ground that it was too easy, but 20 years afterward he protected it from abolition. It was reinforced in 161 by the Lex Siberia of the consul C. Fannius Strabo, which prescribed that ordinary meals should cost no more than 10 asses, on 10 days of the month meals should cost no more than 30, and on the days of the ludi plebi, Saturnalia, and certain other great festivals, no more than 100. It also forbade the use of fowls, excepting one unfattened hen. The Lex Didia Siberia, Praetorian or Tribunician, 143, extended the application of the Fannian statute to all Italy, and rendered liable to punishment not only the host who violated the law, but also the guests at such illegal repasts. Closely akin to sumptuary laws are those for the regulation of theaters and games. A plebiscite of C.N. Aufidius of unknown date, possibly 170, permitted the importation of wild beasts from Africa for use in the Circensian games. The statute repealed a senatus consultum which had prohibited such importation. The arrangement of the social classes in the theater and at the games was determined partly by law. It was the censors of 194, persuaded by Scipio Africanus the Elder, who reserved the front seats for senators. The assignment of 14 rows to the knights next to those of the senators was effected by a plebiscite, possibly of 146, the author of which is unknown. For a long time, the laws of the 12 tables administered by the magistrates, more rarely by a special court, created sometimes by the Senate, but oftener and in better right during this period by the people, sufficed for controlling crime. But as offenses multiplied in consequence of the increasing complexity of life, the people were called upon more and more frequently to legislate on the subject. One of the earliest may have been the Lex Fabia de Plagiaries, against the usurpation of ownership over a Roman citizen without his consent or over his slave without the consent of the owner. The date of its origin is unknown, but if Plautus refers to it, as Voigt asserts, it must have been in force before 197. For this and other reasons, Voigt assigns it to Q. Fabius Verocassus, consul in 209. Lange prefers Q. Fabius Labio, consul in 183, whereas Mommsen places it after the Social War. A lex Gabinia threatened with scourging and death anyone who induced the people to gather in secret meetings. It seems to belong to the time of the Bacchanalian Trouble, 186, and to have been designed against religious associations of the kind. Nevertheless, the nobility found in it a means of repressing popular agitation. On the authority of a mutilated passage in the newly found epitome of Livy, an attempt has been made to assign to 149 the law of M. Scantinius, or Scatinius, probably tribune of the plebs, for imposing a fine of 10,000 sesterces on anyone convicted of violating a man of free birth. The statute which established the first standing court, Quaestio Perpetua, was the Lex Calpurnia de Repetundis of the tribune L. Calpurnius Piso Frugi, 149. His motive was undoubtedly a sincere desire to protect Italy and the provinces from official rapacity. The court was made up of a considerable number of jurors drawn from the Senate and presided over by a praetor, who had hitherto exercised civil jurisdiction only. In fact, a trial for extortion was at first thought of as a civil suit for the recovery of wealth illegally taken. a conception which determined the organization of the Calpurnian quaestio. But from time to time, new standing courts were instituted, each with cognizance of a specified class of crimes, till before the end of the Republic they had taken upon themselves practically all criminal jurisdiction, retaining little trace of their civil origin. Between 149 and 141, for instance, was established a standing quaestio for the trial of cases of murder. It was in keeping with the oligarchic tendency of the age that a consular law of M. Acilius Glabrio, 191, gave the pontiffs the function of determining which years should be intercalary and of how many days such years should consist. Thus these functionaries secured the means of bringing the solar and civil years into accord, but they used their new power mostly in the interests of their party, with the result that the confusion in the calendar increased rather than lessened. The nobles made their greatest gain in the control of legislation and of elections about the middle of the century through the statutes of Aelius and Fufius, probably tribunes of the plebs. By granting the patrician magistrates the obnuntiatio against the tribunes, or perhaps by confirming the former in a usurped power of the kind, it enabled the nobles to exercise a practical veto on tribunician legislation, and may for that reason be looked upon as the firmest support of the plutocracy. An article of the statute forbade the bringing of irrigation before the people in the interval between the announcement and the holding of elective comitia. Toward the close of the period, a democratic movement preliminary to the revolution began with the enactment of two important ballot laws. The first was the plebiscite of Q. Gabinius, 139, whom the Optimates took pleasure in representing as ignoble and mean. It introduced the ballot in elections with a view to freeing the voter from the influence of the nobility, for many of the poor were at this time falling into economic, and hence political, dependence on the rich. The other was the plebiscite of L. Cassius Longinus Ravilla, 137, for extending the use of the ballot to all trials before the people with the exception of Perdulio. Cases coming under the law were those which involved fines imposed by the tribes under aedilician or tribunician presidency. Probably in the opinion of the author, a conscientious noble, cases of Perdulio were too rare to need the change or too solemn to admit of a disturbance of traditional usage. These measures had little immediate effect, for the nobles were as clever as the commons at exploiting the secret ballot for partisan objects. Yet the principle, when carried to completion by the supplementary laws on the subject in the years immediately following, contributed greatly to the success of the revolution. Not without significance for the general trend of affairs is the circumstance that in these latter years of the completed plutocracy, two dispensations were granted P. Scipio Aemilianus from laws which had been designed to secure it against the rise of great personalities. In 148, when he offered himself for the aedileship, being still too young for the consulship, the people insisted on electing him to the latter office. When the consuls showed them the law, they became more importunate and urged all the more, exclaiming that by the laws handed down from Tullius and Romulus, the people were judges of the elections, and of the laws pertaining thereto, they could set aside or confirm whichever they pleased. Finally, one of the tribunes of the people declared that he would take from the consuls the power of holding an election unless they yielded to the people in this matter. Then the Senate allowed the tribunes to repeal this law, and after 1 year they reenacted it. From this event, it can be seen that when the tribunes and people were unitedly determined upon a measure, they were irresistible. It is evident, too, that in popular theory, no laws could prevent the citizens from having the magistrates whom they chose to elect. Again, in 135, a plebiscite, authorized by a senatus consultum, granted more speedily on this occasion, though doubtless with as great regret, exempted him from the law which absolutely forbade re-election to the consulship. It was equally ominous that in the preceding year the proconsulship of M. Aemilius Lepidus was abrogated, probably by an act of the comitia. Another premonition of the revolution was the renewal of agrarian agitation, with which in a varying degree some of the more enlightened nobles sympathized. It began slowly to dawn upon them that the economic ruin of the peasant class was endangering the state, a feeling which found expression in the agrarian rogation of C. Laelius, praetor in 145. The measure must have been similar to the Licinian section law as it threatened the interests of the rich. When he saw that their opposition would be such as to disturb the public peace, he dropped the proposal. If he was in truth called sapiens because of this speedy retreat, the epithet was too easily earned. Reform, while there was yet time, was blocked as much by the cowardice of the well-minded as by the enormous selfishness of the majority of nobles. It was in this time of extraordinary imperial prosperity that, in the opinion of Polybius, the constitution was successfully put to its severest test. When these external alarms are past, and the people are enjoying their good fortune and the fruits of their victories, and, as usually happens, growing corrupted by flattery and sloth, show a tendency to violence and arrogance. It is in these circumstances more than ever that the Constitution is seen to possess within itself the power of correcting abuses. For when any one of the three classes becomes puffed up and manifests an inclination to be contentious and unduly encroaching, the mutual interdependence of all the three, and the possibility of the pretensions of anyone's being curbed and thwarted by the others, must plainly check this tendency. And so the proper equilibrium is maintained by the impulsiveness of the one part's being checked by its fear of the other. These words, which we may suppose to have been written after the tribunate of T. Gracchus, accurately describe the interplay of constitutional forces in the period of the completed plutocracy and of the incipient revolution. Controlled in some instances by self-satisfaction and the spirit of repose, and in others by greed and arrogance, the dominant institutions of government tended in the one case to sluggishness and decay, in the other to violence. Whereas the harmony of the Constitution, or its equivalent the soundness of Roman character, like a central sun, held the various institutions in the main to their respective orbits, compelling each to attend to its appropriate function. No retrospect of the Gracchan troubles induced the great historian to revise the view here expressed. For with his boundless faith in Rome, he could never doubt that her constitution contained the cure of every evil which new conditions should breed within the state. Schulz cf. Volksversammlungen der Römer 110, Peter c. Epochen der Verfassungsrecht. Der Rom-Republik 118-140 on the general character of the period, Ihan W. History of Rome BK, Roman 6, Long G. Decline of the Roman Republic I, CHS, V. Roman 7 Roman 8, Mommsen TH, History of Rome BK, Roman 3 CH, Zeit Rom. Staatsrecht, C. Index S. The various laws, Lange, L. Rom Altertumer, Roman 2, 116-351 and C. Index S. The various laws, de legibus alia et fufia commentatio in Klein Schriffen, I 274-341, Newman C. Geschichte Roms I. Ch. I. Nitzsch, KW, Die Gracchan und ihre Nachten Vorgänger, BKS. I. Roman 2, Willems, Droit Public Romain 178 FF. Misbulit JB, Les Institutions Politiques des Romains, I 220 FF. Halles et les commisses à Rome 67 F. Marenca, Il Tribunado della Plebe d'Alex Hortensia Alex Cornelia, Arnts, Die Lex Menia de Dot Vomjar der Stadt Rom 568, in Zeicher, F. Richstech. Roman 7, 1868. 144 Voigt, M. Die Lex Menia de Dot Vomjar 568 der Stadt Die Lex Fabia de Plagiares in Vertel, D. Sax, Gesellschaft, Wis, Roman 37, 1885. 319-345, Savigny F.C. von Lex Cincha de Donis et Muniribus in Vermisch Schriffen I 85, Uber die Lex Voconia, Ibid, I 407-46, Schutz der Minderjährigen und die Lex Pletoria, Ibid, Roman 2. 320-195, Garofalo F.P. Lex Cincha de Donis et Muniribus in Bull del Ist, die Dirit, Rom, Roman 15, 1903. 310-2, Kruger P. and Mommsen Th, Anecdoten Livianum in Hermes Roman 4 1870, -6, Babylon e Manias de la République Rom. I 3769, Hill, G.F., Greek and Roman coins 44 FF. Heberlin E. J. Del Puentico Sistema Monetario Presso I Romani v. In Rivista Italiana Numismatica e Scienze Fini, Roman 1906. 611-46, Kuntz, O. Polybius und sein Werk. Pies, e Eliziani del Pontifice Massimo Romano per mezzo del Roman 17 Tribu, Articles in Pauli Wiswa, Real Encycle. I 576-80 L. Aemilius Paulus Klebs, Roman 2. 2728 F. Bebius idem, Roman 3-55, M. Claudius Marcellus Munzer, Roman 4. 11-1238, Consul Kubler, Grenfell, B.P. and Hunt, A.S. Oxyrhynchus papyri, Roman 4, 1904. 9116 for the newly discovered epitome of Livy, including text and commentary. The lost books Roman 48 LV, covering the years 151-37, are represented. See also Kornemann, E. Die New Livius Epitome os Oxyrhynchus in Bader. Zur Alt, Jesch. Beheft Roman 2 1904, Sanders H. A. The Oxyrhynchus Epitome of Livy in Trans of the A.M., Philol, Asak, Roman 36 1905. 531 and a brief notice by Liebenam W. in Jaresp. D. Jeskich Swiss. Roman 27 1904, F. Chapter 16. Commercial legislation from the Gracchi to Sulla 130-482. I. The Gracchi. 130, 4122. The work of agrarian reform, after the feeble attempt of Laelius, was taken up in a more determined spirit by T. Sempronius Gracchus, who early in his tribunate, upon which he entered December 10, 134, promulgated his famous Lex Agraria. It was a repetition, with some modifications and additions, of those articles of the Licinian Section Statute which related to the same subject. The last instance of the prosecution of trespassers against the earlier law given in our imperfect records belongs to 193, and it must still have been in force in 167 when Cato recited its terms in his Oration in behalf of the Rhodians. Probably about the time of Flaminius, the agrarian provisions of this statute were renewed with the addition of articles. A. Providing that a specified proportion of free laborers should be employed on public lands held in possession. B. Requiring holders to take an oath to obey the law. C. Increasing the penalty for violations. Tiberius had matured his plan before entering office. Assisted by experienced friends, among whom were P. Licinius Crassus, P. Mutius Scaevola, the most eminent jurist of his generation, consul designate for 133, and Appius Claudius Pulcher, his father-in-law, he expressed the articles of his rogation in the most careful terms and with a special regard for vested interests. Its chief provisions were: 1. No one shall hold more than 500 iudra of the public land, excepting that in case the holder has sons, he may occupy an additional 250 iudra for each of 2 sons. 2. The occupier shall receive compensation for improvements on the lands, which the law compels him to surrender. 3. The 500 to 1,000 iudra retained by the occupier shall be granted to him by the state in perpetuity and free from all dues. 4. The lands thus accruing to the state shall be divided among the needy in lots, the maximal size of which seems to have been set at 30 iudra, to be held not as private property, but as permanent, heritable leaseholds inalienable and subject to a specified rent. The Latins and Italians are to be included among the beneficiaries of this provision. 5. Certain specified parts of the public domain shall not be subject to assignment, the same parts which are afterward reserved from assignment by the agrarian law of 111. A land granted by law or by a senatorial decree to a colony, a municipium, or a Latin town, with the exception of any tracts of such land, which this law may expressly order to be sold, assigned, or restored. Public domain granted by a lex or a senatus consultum can be withdrawn by the same, but the modification of a treaty requires the consent of both parties. B. The triintabula, portions of public land granted by the government, for a quit rent to its creditors as security for any part of a loan. See the ager compascus, public land on which a specified group of neighbors have a right to pasture free of charge 10 large domestic animals, cattle, horses, mules, and asses, and a fixed number of small animals, unknown to us on account of a lacuna in the inscription, but most probably 50. As the unit was doubtless the individual, much of the land of this description must have remained undivided. D. Public roads. E. Other portions of the public domain specifically designated as exempt from distribution, including the Campanian lands, which are leased out by the censors. F. Certain pasture lands let out to any who wish to feed their livestock thereon, who pay a tax, scriptura, for the privilege. 6. The distribution of the lands shall be effected by a standing magistracy, elected annually by the tribes, the triumviri agris dandis insignandis. 7. As all available public land is to be utilized in the various ways described above, and as the holders of lands once public are to be guaranteed in their possession, further occupation of land is thereby precluded. Afterward, as Tiberius found it impossible to reconcile the optimates to his measure, he withdrew the second article and proposed to eject illegal holders without compensation. When the nobles induced Octavius, a colleague in the tribunate, to veto the bill, Tiberius had him deposed by a vote of the tribes, and then passed the agrarian law without further opposition, unauthorized, however, by the Senate. The triumviri elected to take charge of the work of distribution were the author of the law, his brother Gaius, and his father-in-law Appius Claudius Pulcher. As the election of these persons was a violation of the Licinian and Ebutian plebiscites, a dispensation was probably granted by vote of the people. When the commission found itself hampered by legal inability to distinguish between public and private land, Tiberius carried a second agrarian law which invested the triumviri with the necessary judicial power for determining what land was public and what private. It was by virtue of this second enactment that the word iudicandes was introduced into the phrase descriptive of their functions, iudicandes insignandes, or dandes insignandes iudicandes. In the year 129, probably at the time of the election to this office, Publius Scipio Aemilianus brought about the transfer of the judicial function to the consuls. Appian, our sole authority for the latter act, speaks only of its discussion in the Senate, implying that this body rather than the people passed the resolution. In that case, the Senate must have annulled the second agrarian law on the ground that it was illegally passed, for in no other way could it set aside a comitial statute. Some land, already delimited, may still have been subject to distribution, but as the consuls avoided the disagreeable function received from the commissioners, the work of assignment came speedily to an end. The agrarian law of T. Gracchus fell thus into disuse till it was revived by his brother. The deposition of Octavius requires especial consideration. In 136, the proconsular imperium had been abrogated, probably by a popular vote, but no instance of the abrogation of an actual magistracy had thus far occurred. Most scholars consider the act unconstitutional. It did indeed involve a sweeping departure from long-established custom, but in favor of its legality may be urged the fact that nearly all the powers ever possessed by the Assembly are known to have been acquired in the way in which Tiberius was attempting to establish for it the right to remove from office, by precedent rather than by law. A statute of the 12 Tables declared that whatever the people voted last should be law and valid, and through the ages preceding the Gracchi, they had often applied this principle to the extension of their power at the expense of the Senate and magistrates. They were sovereign, and if they chose to introduce the custom of deposing a magistrate whom they regarded as the betrayer of their dearest interests, they had the legal right. The wisdom of the proceeding may be questioned, but he who has followed the history of the assemblies thus far must regard the measure as merely one of the many steps by which the people advanced toward the realization of their sovereignty. Tiberius attempted to apply the same principle to securing his election to the tribunate. His motive was not a purely selfish desire to save his life. It required no superhuman wisdom to discover that his downfall would mean the collapse of the great reform on which he had set his heart. The continued ascendancy of a popular champion necessarily involved the overthrow of the senatorial government. This idea, which he now clearly grasped, found expression in his new political platform. 1. To shorten the period of military service. 2. By means of a law of appeal to vest the supreme jurisdiction solely in the people, so as to deprive the Senate of its extra-constitutional judicial power. 3. To give the equites equal representation with the senators in the juries, or possibly, as Dio Cassius states, to transfer the courts from the Senate to the knights. When the day of election came, his peasant supporters were busy with their harvests, and his platform did not strongly appeal to the city plebs, on whom he had chiefly to rely for votes. Had the people insisted, as they twice did in favor of Scipio, they would have prevailed either with or without an act of dispensation passed by the Senate or by themselves. But the weakness of his supporters, rather than any illegality in the proceeding, proved his ruin. To free the future reformer from this limitation, however, a rogation of C. Papirius Carbo, tribune of the plebs in 131, proposed that a tribune should be eligible to re-election as many times as he chose to offer himself as a candidate. This rogation failed, but before the tribunate of C. Gracchus, 123, a certain law had already been enacted, as Appian obscurely informs us, that if a tribune should be wanting on the announcement of the votes, the people might elect one from the whole body of citizens. The statute, which Appian has evidently failed to understand clearly, seems to have provided that if the returns showed the election of only 9 tribunes from the candidates proposed, the people could proceed to elect a 10th from the whole body of citizens, including the existing tribunician college. Or equivalently, if for the 10th place the tribes cast a majority of votes for one who was not a candidate, he would be considered legally elected. The object was to enable the people to continue in office an especially popular tribune, and was therefore a notable stride in the direction of monarchy. Papirius was more successful with his lex tabularia, which extended the ballot to legislation, 131. Trials of Perdulio alone retained the oral vote. Doubtless, this improvement greatly strengthened the rising popular party. A plebiscite passed about 129, requiring a knight on entering the Senate to sell his public horse, deprived the senators of their votes in the 18 centuries, and completed the separation of the governing aristocracy from the commercial class begun by the Claudian Statute of 219. At some unknown time before the tribunate of C. Gracchus, a plebiscite of M. Junius modified the Lex Calpurnia concerning extortion, in what way we are not informed. The act is with a high degree of probability attributed to M. Junius Pennis, tribune of the plebs in 126. If the Junian Lex Repetendarum was indeed his work, it could have been dictated by no sympathy with the unprivileged classes, for it was this Junius whose plebiscite ordered the expulsion of all aliens from Rome, a measure which Cicero condemns as inhuman. The act last mentioned was the response of the Senate, and rabble to the effort of the more enlightened Romans to grant the citizenship to the Latins and Italians. The new idea was embodied in a rogation of M. Fulvius Flaccus, consul in 125, which offered the citizenship, or as an alternative the right of appeal, to the Italians, with the purpose of buying off their opposition to the Sempronian agrarian law. But the measure was so vehemently opposed in the Senate that the author withdrew it. The idea, however, lived in the minds of the reformers till it was finally realized. 10 years after the tribunate of T. Gracchus, his brother Gaius entered upon the same office. Since the beginning of the decennium, the leaders of the popular party had made various proposals but had accomplished little. The agrarian law was still nominally in force, though its execution was effectually blocked. The plan of extending the franchise had found its most bitter opponents in the men of the street, on whom the tribunes had chiefly to depend. The ballot in legislation, the possibility of continuous re-election to the tribunate, and the increase of discontent with the plutocracy were the only gains. Extraordinary progress was now to be made under the leadership of a great creative statesman. The chronological succession of his comitial enactments cannot be determined with absolute certainty. We do not in every instance know whether a given proposal was carried in his first or second year. This much, however, is clear, that most of his measures belong to 123 and to the early part of 122. The execution of the laws, including the 70 days' journey to Carthage, consumed much of the second year, and after his defeat for the third term, about July 122, he carried no more plebiscites. Among his first thoughts was that of strengthening the legality of the deposition of Octavius by a rogation which provided that a person so deposed should thereby be debarred forever from office. He probably meant it more as an enunciation of a principle than as a legislative project. The measure was never offered to vote, but was withdrawn, we are told, at the request of his mother. Far more serious, and of lasting importance, was his lex de provocation, which, carrying into effect the idea of his brother, forbade the establishment of a special court or the placing of the state under martial law without an act of the people. Further judicial legislation was postponed in the interest of more pressing matters. While colonization and the assignment of land individually to citizens, which Gaius planned on an extensive scale, as will soon be noticed, were to provide for the agricultural population at the expense of the state. And while the nobles and knights continued to reap an unfailing harvest of wealth in the administration of the provinces, the democratic reformer could think it only just and expedient to subsidize the populace of the capital. The artificial growth of Rome as a political center, with no sound economic basis, but with a most unfavorable geographical situation, rendered the problem of living difficult for the masses even in time of prosperity. And recently circumstances had so diminished the grain supply that relief from the government seemed the only resource against threatening famine. Before the time of the Gracchi, on occasions of especial scarcity or of especial plenty, the state had sold grain at a reduced rate, and the aediles, we know not how often, had made similar reductions at their own expense. There can be no doubt, too, that individual nobles in a private capacity often distributed free or cheap grain among the poor to secure their support in elections. Attached by such means to the nobles and the Senate, the rabble had been in the main conservative. There was a certain degree of justice in giving the populace a share in the profits of empire, and some wisdom in substituting system for the existing irregularity. A political result, we may also say aim, of the Frumentian plebiscite of Gaius was to disattach the city populace from its conservative moorings and to enlist it in the service of reform. His measure, the first Frumentian law in Roman history, provided for the monthly sale to every citizen who applied for it, practically to those only who resided in or near Rome, of a fixed number of modi of wheat at 6, and a third asses a modius, which was probably about half the average market price. The law won for him the good will of the populace, but his opponents complained that it depleted the treasury and excited the mob to seditions. It set an example for further reductions at the expense of the state. Hence, notwithstanding some good features, the effect of the law was pernicious, as it tended to increase the number of idlers, to make the populace improvident, and to encourage demagogism. It must be said, on the other hand, that had Gaius lived to carry out his wide scheme of colonization, he would have so relieved the capital of its semi-pauper population as to render fermentations unnecessary, whereupon the law would naturally have been repealed. After providing in the Frumentian Act an expedient which, we may believe, he looked upon as temporary, he resumed the work of construction by reviving his brother's agrarian law. The continuance of the assignations, as long as there remained any public land that could be distributed, was a most essential element of his plan. Among the articles retained were those which subjected the holders of assigned lots to tax, and exempted from distribution the Campanian territory not set apart for his colony at Capua, as well as various other lands, accepted both by the agrarian law of Tiberius and by that of 111. Doubtless, it also reinvested the 3 commissioners with judicial power, without which they could accomplish nothing. Through this agrarian law, or possibly through a subsequent lex viaria, the triumviri were empowered to build roads for the accommodation of the new peasantry. Though introducing no new principle, his lex agraria was not a simple reaffirmation of his brother's law with amendments and additions, but a comprehensive statute, so completely covering the ground of the earlier Sempronian law that later legislation cites the law of Gaius, not that of Tiberius Gracchus, as the authority for the regulations which had revolutionized the tenure of the public land. These measures were passed before the tribunician elections of the year, which took place as usual in midsummer. It was his Frumentian law, together with the hope aroused by the long array of promulgated measures, which secured his re-election. Soon afterward, though still in 123, he brought before the comitia a rogation concerning the qualification of iudices. As the quaestions extraordinarii from the earliest times were made up of senators, it was natural that the standing courts also from the time of their institution should be similarly composed. Under such conditions, the judicial authority afforded no efficient check upon maladministration, and this immunity from the law, together with the temptations to the misuse of power especially in provincial commands, tended in the course of generations to make of the Senate, with individual exceptions, a class of grand criminals. To remedy this evil, and at the same time to remove from the Senate the strongest foundation of its political power, Sempronius Gracchus had proposed his rogatio iudiciaria, either for transferring the courts entirely to the knights, or more probably, for making up the juries of an equal number of senators and knights. It failed to become a law, but Gaius now took up the matter, and after experimenting unsuccessfully with one or two projects, he finally, 122, carried a plebiscite which substituted knights for senators in the Alba Iudicum, from which not only standing courts, but also special commissions were to be filled. It is uncertain whether mention was made of equites, or whether the result was reached merely by exclusion and definition. There can be no doubt that the qualifications were identical with those described in the extant lex repetendarum, attributed by scholars to M. Acilius Glabrio, a colleague of Gaius, and adopted accordingly soon after the Sempronian judiciary law. The terms of the Acilian statute excluded tribunes of the plebs, quaestors, tresviri capitals, military tribunes of the first 4 legions, tresviri for assigning lands, persons who had fought in the arena for pay or had been condemned by a quaestio or by the people. It excluded further all under 30 or over 60 years of age, and all who had their domicile more than a mile from Rome, the fathers, brothers, and sons of those who held the offices above enumerated, senators, and their fathers, brothers, and sons, as well as persons living beyond the sea. A part of the statute missing from the inscription may have contained a minimal property qualification, which could have been no other than 400,000 sesterces, or it may have restricted jury service to those who possess a public horse. According to Plutarch, Gaius was allowed the privilege of selecting the jurors. Had he remained in power and continued in this function, he doubtless could have compelled the courts of his choosing to do justice. But the privilege seems to have been restricted to the first list. Thereafter, as provided by the lex repetendarum of Acilius, the praetor qui inter peregrinos ius dicit was to attend to the matter. The relation between the Sempronian lex iudiciaria and the lex Acilia repetendarum has not been precisely determined. If the Sempronian statute preceded the Acilian, as is not unlikely, it was the intention of Gaius to pass a general law regarding the qualifications and mode of appointment of jurors, to be superseded in large part by a succession of laws, which, dealing with individual courts, should regulate the qualification and appointment of their several juries as well as the procedure and the penalties. This policy indicates a conviction that he could give the reformed judicial system greater stability by making the separate laws here referred to entirely independent of his original lex iudiciaria. The lex Acilia, described above as a plebiscite of M. Acilius Glabrio, colleague of C. Gracchus in 122, took the place of the lex Iunia of 126, and is to be identified with a lex repetendarum, extensive fragments of which are preserved in an inscription. Whereas earlier laws on the subject rendered governors of provinces, and perhaps administrative officers in Italy, alone liable to punishment, the Acilian statute includes magistrates and senators, and the sons of both as well as the holders of promagisterial imperium. The crime consists in taking in any 1 year from those whom the law is designed to protect, from the allies, Latins, provincials, and exterior nations under the sway or in the friendship of the Roman people, by gift, seizure, compulsion, or other illegal means money or property exceeding a specified sum, which a lacuna in the inscription leaves unknown, but which is supposed to be 4,000 sesterces. Holders of magistracies and imperia cannot be brought to trial for the crime till after the expiration of their terms, on the general principle which exempts from prosecution those who are engaged in the service of the state. The praetor qui inter peregrinos ius dicit within 10 days after the passage of the statute, and in future within 10 days after entering upon his office, is to choose for this court 450 persons, with the qualifications for jury service described above in connection with the Sempronian judiciary law. From this group, the accused is to reject under oath his kinsmen within a specified degree and his sodales. The accuser is to draw from the remainder 100 persons, taking oath that he has chosen no kinsman within a specified degree or sodales. The accused rejects 50 of the 100, and the remaining 50 constitute the jury for trying the case. The rules of procedure in the trial and the amount of liability of the accused in the event of conviction are given. The accuser, if an alien, is granted as a reward for a successful prosecution the Roman citizenship for himself and his born sons and grandsons. If he is a Latin and does not want the citizenship, he is given instead the right of appeal. Probably the law contained provisions for the punishment of corruption in the patrons of the accusers and in the praetor and jurors. It is certain that Gaius carried a law also for reconstituting the quaestio inter sicarios et veneficos, which had originally been established shortly before 141. The Sempronian law on this subject contained a provision for the punishment of bribery or conspiracy committed in trials of the kind. The article referred to included the words ni quis iudicio circumvenator, a principle repeated as qui coiset, quo quis condemnerator, in the corresponding article of the Cornelian law which superseded the Sempronian. There was no quaestio for dealing especially with judicial corruption and conspiracy, but the accused was brought to trial before the very court in relation to which his crime was alleged to have been committed. The provision was directed against the accuser, against magistrates and senators who presided over such courts, and presumably against equestrian jurors who accepted bribes. We have in an inscription the concluding articles of a criminal law of this period. It is on a bronze tablet found on the site of the ancient Italian city Bantia, and is called the Latin Lex Bantina to distinguish it from another lex in Oscan on the opposite face. A reference to the triumviri agris dandies insignandis, who seem to have been those elected under the Sempronian agrarian law, places the document between 133 and 118. It is concerned with a quaestio. An attempt has been made to identify it with the Lex Iunia Repetendarum and to assign it accordingly to 126. The circumstance, however, that it was passed without the authorization of the Senate, and that its whole spirit is anti-senatorial, would lead us rather to the conclusion that it was the work of C. Gracchus at the time of his most bitter struggle with the Optimates, yet before he had lost control of the comitia. The fragment contains no more than the sanctio, provisions for enforcement of the statute. The beginning of the first extant article is lost, but it must have described the class of offenders to which the article applies and the nature of the offense. It speaks merely of disabilities imposed on the offender, among which are the following. He must not address the Senate or vote in a public trial, publico audicio, or in comitia, or receive or give testimony in court, or wear the praetexta and solely in public, or be chosen into the Senate, or remain in it if already a member. The second article provides that if a tribune of the plebs, a quaestor, a triumvir capitalis, a triumvir for assigning lands, or an index appointed under the law itself, or a senator shall with knowledge and malice prepense violate the law or hinder its operation, he shall be liable to a fine, the amount of which a lacuna in the text leaves unknown. The third article provides that a consul, praetor, aedile, tribune of the plebs, quaestor, triumvir capitalis, or triumvir for the assignment of lands now in office shall, within the next 5 days after ascertaining that the law has been enacted, swear in the manner described below. Also that the dictator, consul, praetor, master of horse, censor, aedile, and other officials as above enumerated, and the index appointed under this law shall in future take the oath within 5 days after entering upon their magistracies or imperia. They shall give oath to the urban quaestor publicly in front of the temple of Castor, swearing by Jupiter and the depenates that they will do as the law requires, and will not with knowledge and malice prepense violate the law or by intercession or otherwise hinder its administration. He who fails to swear shall not be candidate for a magistracy or imperium, or manage or retain either, or address the Senate or be chosen into it, and the quaestor shall keep a list of those who have taken the oath. The fourth article provides that whoever is or shall be a senator, or shall have the right of addressing the Senate after this law has been passed, shall within the next 10 days after ascertaining the fact of its enactment take an oath like that described in Article 3. The penalty for failure to swear is not mentioned in the extant fragment, but must at the mildest have been expulsion from the Senate. Closely connected with the transfer of the iudicia from the senators to the knights is the statute of Gaius concerning the taxation of Asia. It ordered the censors to let out the taxes of this province to the highest bidders, and it limited the right of the Senate to lessen the sum agreed upon. Under such an arrangement, however, no sufficient guarantee could be provided for the security of the provincials from publican exactions. The political result of this legislation in favor of the knights was to invest them not only with an important share in the administration, but through the courts with a superiority even over the Senate. The opposition of the poorer class to the aristocracy could never be otherwise than uncertain and fitful. But the knights, with their immense wealth and their efficient organization, were to be henceforth an ever-present rival of the Senate. The author of the law had given the state a double head, which was to prove the source of civil discord. Or nearly in his own words, he had thrust into the body of the Senate a sword which nothing could withdraw. For a few months their benefactor may have cherished the delusion that he could depend upon their grateful support. He lived to discover that they cared not for him or his reforms, but only for their immediate interests. In his work of construction, the statesman found them slightly more serviceable than the proletariat. The right which the Senate had hitherto possessed of assigning the provinces to the magistrates and promagistrates according to its pleasure gave a great opportunity for favoritism and partisanship. It could thwart the will of the people by assigning a popular consul to an insignificant province. To deprive the Senate of a power which could be so easily perverted to wrong use, C. Gracchus proposed and carried an act which ordered the Senate before the election to name the provinces that were to be consular. An article forbade tribunician intercession against such action of the Senate. Far from improving the administration, however, this statute tended to foster that routine which was one of the most marked defects of oligarchic rule. As under the government of the nobility military affairs were in the hands of the magistrates and Senate, this field was closed to commercial legislation. One of the most notable indications of growing democracy was the project of T. Gracchus, 133, for shortening the period of service. It was not brought to vote, but his brother Gaius succeeded in passing a plebiscite, 123, which ordered that the state should bear the cost of clothing soldiers, and forbade the enlistment of boys before the close of their 17th year. The pay of the soldiers, which since the war with Hannibal had remained 5 1/3 asses a day, had under new conditions become wholly inadequate, and certainly insistence on the legal age limitation was prudent as well as humane. There is no ground, then, for imagining with Diodorus that in this salutary measure Gaius was catering for the support of the soldiers by inciting them to disobedience and lawlessness. His greatest constructive work he aimed to achieve through colonization and through the extension of the franchise. His colonial law, 123, proposed to establish many settlements in Italy, 2 of which at least should be made up of men of the best character, not the neediest but traders and workmen of moderate means. The 2 actually founded were Scalacium and Neptunia, both in situations favorable for commerce. Several other settlements in Italy are attributed to his colonial or agrarian statute. As his colonies were exclusively citizen, if any aliens took part, they must by virtue of the colonial law have obtained the Roman rights. The statute of his colleague Rubrius the same year, 123, provided for the founding of Junonia on the site of Carthage. But the most liberal and statesmanlike measure was reserved for his second tribunate, 122. It was a proposal to grant full citizenship to the Latins and the ius Latii to the remaining allies. The rejection of the bill by a popular vote proved the leader far too liberal and too progressive for his supporters. Deceived by the spurious proposals of M. Livius Drusus, a colleague of Gaius, for the founding of 12 colonies, the members of which were to hold their lots by fee simple and consequently exempt from rents, and for depriving the Roman magistrates of the right to inflict corporal punishment on Latins even when in military service under their commands, the populace, readily accepting the new proposals, turned against their true champion, and defeated him in the election for the tribunate for the ensuing year. It was probably the same measure of Gaius for extending the citizenship which alienated from him the equites, who in every crisis pursued their own selfish ends. In the ensuing struggle between the Senate and Gaius, they took the side of the former. In the tribunate of Gaius Gracchus, the life of the comitia reached the highest point of intensity. The 2 years of his administration afford evidence of what the assembly could accomplish when directed by the personality of a great statesman. The sum total of the measures adopted should be estimated not as a completed work, but as a foundation to be strengthened at defective points and to be built upon till the whole structure of the state and empire should be reconstituted and freshly vitalized. These results might have been achieved had Gaius lived out his natural life and retained the support of the populace and the knights. His failure proved the comitia a weak, unsafe instrument for constructive statesmanship. Roman II, the aristocratic reaction and the popular recovery. 122-103. The Optimates waited only for the expiration of the tribunate of Gaius Gracchus to begin undoing his work, and they found the comitia ready to aid in the demolition. In 121, a plebiscite of M. Minucius Rufus repealed the Rubrian law for the colonization of Junonia, Carthage. Soon afterward, certainly not later than 118, a plebiscite, whose author is unknown, permitted the beneficiaries of the Sempronian agrarian laws to sell the lots they had received. This enactment was followed in 118 by a plebiscite which Appian assigns to Spurius Boreas, a name not otherwise known. It put an end to the distributions, and must therefore have abolished the agrarian triumvirate. The same law confirmed all holders of the ager publicus in their possession, without converting any of this land into private property, and it continued the imposition of rents. We may assume that the lands here referred to included those recently distributed in small lots, as well as those retained by the occupiers. Lastly, it enacted that the revenues accruing from the rents should be used for distributions, probably of cheap grain. In 111, another tribune, whom Cicero names S.B. Thorius, through a law which has partially survived in an inscription, aimed to settle definitely and for all time in the interest of the nobles the questions raised by the Sempronian agrarian legislation. This epigraphic lex agraria converts into private property the following classes of lands. 1. Land assigned to a colony or in any way made public, and afterward restored to the original owners, domnes. It is to be private optima lege. 2. Land assigned to a colony, and afterward restored to its former occupier, veteri possessori. 3. Land within the legal limit of 500 iudera, left to the occupier by the 3 commissioners. 4. Land assigned after 133 to colonies of Roman citizens. 5. Land given and assigned by the 3 commissioners after 133. 6. Land which has been occupied after 133, not assigned by the commissioners, to the extent of not more than 30 iudera to the occupier. 7. Land which by the provision of this law is to be sold, granted, or restored. All the lands above enumerated are declared private and free from vectigal and scriptura. Roman II. The lands which the law declares public are those reserved from distribution by the law of T. Gracchus. It retains further as public all lands along public roads which have been granted by the commissioners on condition that the recipients, viacies vicines, in return for the use of the land, undertake the duty of keeping the roads in repair. Though heritable and alienable, they remain subject to the burden here described. Roman III. In the regulation of the agrarian conditions of Africa, the statute deals with 3 kinds of land. 1. Private ex iure quiridium. 2. Private ex iure peregrino. 3. Public domain of the Roman people of various subclasses. Lastly, the statute aims to settle the status of the lands of Corinth. As regards the Latins and aliens, whatever has already been permitted them by treaty or law is allowed them by this statute, provided the same thing is allowed a Roman citizen. But it is forbidden them if forbidden a citizen. Rights granted the citizens which up to this time are not enjoyed by aliens are not by this law communicated to aliens. Through this series of reactionary laws, from the Minucian, 121, to the Thorian, 111, the Optimates succeeded in nullifying the good results of the Sempronian agrarian reforms. It was while the Minucian rogation was under discussion that the Senate took advantage of a disturbance in the concilium to arm the consul Opimius with absolute power for putting down C. Gracchus and his followers. The failure of an attempt in the following year, 120, to call Opimius to account for these proceedings established the right of the Senate to the appointment of special commissions and to the decretum ultimum, a right on which the Optimates continued to insist to the end of the Republic. Through the plebiscite of L. Calpurnius Bestia, also 120, they put the stamp of legitimacy upon the murder of the followers of T. Gracchus by recalling from exile P. Popilius Linas, who as consul in 132 and head of a special court was chiefly responsible for that judicial crime. An attempt was made by Q. Servilius Scipio, consul in 106, to restore the courts to the Senate, or possibly to compromise by providing for an album composed of both senators and equites. The sources imply that the measure was accepted by the comitia, but if so, it must have been immediately annulled, as it was not carried into effect. Within this period of reaction, and perhaps as a part of it, falls the Lex de Libertinorum Suffragias of the consul M. Aemilius Scaurus, 115. Although nothing certain is known of it, we may suppose that it attempted again to restrict the libertini to the 4 city tribes. About this time, too, several acts seem to have been passed for diminishing the pay of soldiers, probably undoing the Sempronian law on the subject. A glance at these reactionary measures alone would leave the impression that the Senate was recovering its entire supremacy. This result might have been reached had it not been, on the one hand, for the lasting inspiration of the Gracchian spirit in the plebs and their leaders, and on the other, the new position of the equites. In 119, C. Marius, at once a representative of the knights and of the peasants, opposed as tribune of the plebs the senatorial aristocracy, which now had to depend for immediate support upon the populace. The Optimates had greatly impaired the value of the secret ballot through the custodes tabularum, who stood on the pontes as well as by the boxes sisti to keep watch over the voting. They were often influential men, in elections selected by the candidates, who used their influence with the voters, especially of the principium or of the prerogative century, thereby maintaining for the aristocrats a high degree of control over the comitia in spite of the ballot laws. For this reason, C. Marius, when tribune of the plebs, carried an act for making the pontes narrower, that there might be room on them for the voters only. The politicians, however, soon found means of circumventing this law as well as the use of the ballot. The populars could expect little, therefore, from the plebiscite of C. Caelius, 107, which by extending the ballot to trials of Perdulio, completed the abolition of oral voting in the comitia. We find another sign of popular recovery in the Assembly's resumption of the appointment of special judiciary commissions. One of the most remarkable courts of the kind was that created in 113 for the trial of 3 Vestal virgins on a charge of incest. The Pontifex Maximus, who possessed absolute authority over the Vestals, had already pronounced judgment, condemning one and acquitting the other 2 when a plebiscite of sex. Pejucius, taking the case out of his hands, transferred it to a quaestio extraordinaria. To such an extent did the tribune apply the theory of popular sovereignty. The plebiscite of C. Mamilius, 109, ordered the appointment of a court for the detection and punishment of those who had accepted money from Jugurtha for aid rendered him against the decrees of the Senate and the interests of Rome. As it was a blow aimed at the nobility, the people in the hatred they then cherished against the governing class voted it with great spirit. In 105, the tribal comitia abrogated the proconsular imperium of Q. Servilius Scipio, and in the following year, they not only appointed a special court to try him for embezzlement of the gold found at Tolosa, but through the plebiscite of L. Cassius Longinus, they disqualified for membership of the Senate any person whom the people had judicially condemned or whose imperium they had abrogated. These acts confirmed and applied the principles underlying the deposition of Octavius and the rogation of C. Gracchus concerning persons deposed from office, abacti. In theory, the people indirectly chose the senators through their function of electing magistrates, and they were only claiming this right when they insisted that he should be prohibited from membership whom they had condemned in either of the 2 ways described by the statute. It must have seemed to the people, on the other hand, that the tribunes, who were once more their true representatives, had as good a right as any other magistrates to seats in the Senate. This feeling found expression in the Atinian plebiscite, enacted between 122 and 102, which gave the tribunes the ius sententiae dicendi in the Senate with the same right to censorial enrollment as that enjoyed by the curule magistrates. The growing strength of the people, and at the same time the increasing dependence of the Optimates on religion for the control of politics, are indicated by a law of 103 concerning the election of sacerdotes. More than 100 years earlier was instituted the custom of electing the supreme pontiff and the chief curiae in comitia of 17 tribes designated by lot. Toward the end of the plutocratic regime, Licinius Crassus, in the interest of the people, attempted in vain to pass a law for extending the principle to all the members of the more important sacerdotal colleges. The proposal was defeated by the eloquence of C. Laelius, but at length it was passed as the Lex de Sacerdotiis of Cn. Domitius, tribune of the plebs, in 103. The statute affected the pontifical and augural colleges, the decemviri sacris faciendis, and the epulones. According to the new arrangement, when a place became vacant in any one of these colleges, the members of the college drew up a list of eligible candidates from whom the comitia sacerdotum, composed as above described, made a choice. In spite of this, law religion remained a political tool of the Optimates. Meantime, the popular party succeeded in enacting economic laws. A Porcian statute concerning interest, which may well have aimed to benefit the poor, seems to be the work of M. Porcius Cato, consul in 118. The author had to defend the act against several attempts to repeal it. In 109, under the stress of the Cimbric War, the consul M. Junius Silenus passed an act for repealing several earlier laws which had diminished the pay of soldiers. We may reasonably believe that it restored the Sempronian law on the subject. His immediate object was to encourage enlistments. An agrarian rogation was offered by L. Marcius Philippus, tribune of the plebs, in 104. As the author was at heart a Democrat, his measure was doubtless inspired with the spirit of the Gracchi. Perhaps it aimed to restore their law, but lacking determination, the proposer readily allowed it to be voted down. The monetary Lex Clodia, which probably belongs to the same year, has no political significance. Roman 3. The Apulian legislation and the rule of the moderate Optimates. 103-88. Through the legislative acts above described, we can trace the speedy restoration of the democracy and of comitial legislative power after the overthrow of C. Sempronius Gracchus. We are now approaching a second crisis in which the aristocracy had to struggle for existence. Against it was formed a combination of three powerful men: C. Marius, supported by the knights and the municipes, C. Servilius Glaucia, and L. Apuleius Saturninus. It is almost certain that this Servilius is to be identified with the author of the Lex Repetendarum of 111 or thereabout, probably a plebiscite, which repealed the Acilian law on the same subject. In important respects, his statute was an improvement on earlier regulations of the crime. Glaucia's alteration in procedure was thorough and permanent. He introduced the system of the second hearing, an obligatory renewal of the trial, which rendered it possible for counsel to discuss evidence which had already been given, and for jurors to get a grasp of the mass of scattered data which had been presented to their notice. And he also made it possible to recover damages, not only from the chief malefactor, but from all who had dishonestly shared his spoils. These principles were taken up into the Cornelian law, which superseded it in 81. The circumstance that the man whom the Optimates regarded as merely a vulgar demagogue was the author of so statesmanlike a measure ought to militate against their opinion, not only of him, but also of his associates. He, too, represented the knights, whereas Apuleius was a champion of the rural plebs against the Senate and the populace. As tribune of the plebs in 103, the latter proposed a law for the assignment of lands in the province of Africa to the retiring veterans of Marius in lots of 100 iudura each. When Bibius, a colleague, interceded, the people pelted him with stones and drove him from the assembly. Thus the law was violently carried, but we hear nothing more of it. Probably it was not enforced. This act marks an epoch in the history of Roman colonization. Through it, the government first expressed its intention to provide discharged soldiers with farms, a departure made necessary by the Marian policy of filling the army with capite censi. Either to this tribunate, or more probably to his second, belongs the Lex de Mea State, Minuta, the first of the kind in Roman history. It defined the crime and made general provisions for the prosecution of those who were accused of it. The same statute provided for the establishment of a court, which seems to have been standing rather than special. In his second tribunate, 100, supported by Marius, consul a sixth time, and by Servilius, Apuleius proposed and carried a law for the founding of settlements of the Marian veterans in Sicily, Corsica, Achaia, and Macedonia. Marius was to be a commissioner for conducting these colonies, and was to have the right to enroll as citizens in each settlement a specified number of aliens. The object of the latter clause was doubtless to provide for the Italian veterans in his army. He proposed further that certain transpadine lands, which the Cimbri had taken from the Gauls, and which Marius had recovered, should be distributed among the citizens and the Italians. Another proposal was for the monthly sale of a specified number of modii of grain to every citizen resident of Rome who desired it at 5/6 of an as to the modius, a merely nominal price. It is not known whether the colonial, agrarian, and fermentarian measures were separate enactments or articles of one statute, or the colonial and agrarian provisions may alone have been combined. However that may be, we are informed by a paean that attached to the agrarian measure, whether to the others also is nowhere stated, was an article which provided that if the bill should become a law, the senators within 5 days should swear to uphold it. Or if any senator refused to take the oath, he should be expelled from the Senate and should be liable to a fine of 20 talents, the Greek equivalent of about 500,000 sesterces. The rural plebs, including many discharged soldiers of Marius, swarmed into the comitia at the call of the tribune and violently passed the law. Marius, who as a consul and a knight disapproved of such illegality, set for the senators the example of swearing to the law, in so far as it was a law, which left them a loophole of escape from its provisions should they afterward so determine. Metellus, who alone of the senators refused the oath, was forced into exile, and an interdict from fire and water was passed against him by the tribes on the motion of Saturninus. Soon afterward, an election riot gave the Senate a pretext for martial law. Placed under custody, Saturninus and some fellow officials were stoned to death by a mob. His measures were then annulled by the Senate on the ground that they had been violently passed. Nevertheless, Mariana was founded by Marius in Corsica, apparently under the colonial provision. The import of the agrarian law of sex. Titius, tribune of the plebs in 99, is unknown. It may have been merely a reenactment of the Apulian measure. At all events, before it could be put into force, it was annulled by the Senate on the ground that it had been passed by violence and against the intercession of colleagues. The Optimates, having again triumphed over the democracy, adopted a policy of moderation. Their consuls of 98, Q. Caecilius Metellus and T. Didius, attempted by a mild statute to check the most flagrant abuses of tribunician legislation. 1. The combination of various dissimilar provisions in one bill, lex satura, for the purpose of drawing the votes of all parties. 2. The passing of bills through the assembly by surprise. Their law accordingly, reviving usages once in force but recently neglected, forbade such combinations and ordered that the promulgation should precede the voting by at least a trinum nundinum, an interval which included 3 market days. Similarly, in 95 their consuls, L. Licinius Crassus and Q. Mutius Scaevola, aimed by an equally moderate law to check the usurpation of the citizenship on the part of aliens. It forbade peregrinae to perform the functions of citizens, though it did not order the innocent among them to leave Rome. It provided for the appointment of a special commission to discover and punish usurpers of the citizenship. Those found guilty were sent back to their communities. Though the authors were eminent in justice and cherished the best intentions, their law proved to be not merely useless but most pernicious to the state, as it helped drive the Italians to revolt. The next attempt at reform proceeded from the inmost circle of the aristocracy. M. Livius Drusus, tribune of the plebs in 91, was a man of the highest nobility, wealthy, eloquent, and upright at heart, the son of that Livius who had opposed C. Gracchus. Regarding his aims and the quality of his statesmanship, conflicting opinions have been expressed by modern scholars. The sources intimate that he wished primarily to strengthen the Senate by breaking away from its hidebound conservatism and undertaking various pressing reforms. His agrarian measure was conceived in the Gracchian spirit, but was more radical. Appian states that it proposed the founding of colonies voted long ago, but not yet established. Reference must be to the 12 colonies planned by his father. It probably abolished the statute of 111 and ordered the division not only of the Campanian lands, but also of those public domains which were held by the allied communities, in brief, of all the public land remaining in Italy and Sicily, and it established a board of 10 for making the assignments. Livy attributes to the author a fermentarian proposal, though we are not informed of its character. The aim must have been to win the support of the populace for his other measures. He further proposed to mix with the silver coinage an eighth part of copper, the proceeds of this gain to be applied perhaps to the execution of his fermentarian project. There is much controversy as to the intent of his judiciary reform. Appian supposes that he wished to add 300 knights to the Senate and to draw the jurors from that body thus enlarged. Velleius is of the opinion that his aim was to transfer the ejudicia to the Senate, whereas the epitomator of Livy directly states that he provided for making up the ejudicia of senators and knights in equal numbers. We may partially reconcile these conflicting statements by supposing that he planned to compose the jurors' album of 600 senators and knights in equal numbers, by which expedient he hoped to bring these two hostile orders back to their former harmony, while serving the interests of the Senate and ridding the state of the corrupt and tyrannical rule of the knights. By a special article of the rogation, a quaestio, probably perpetua, was to be appointed to inquire into the cases of bribery of jurors and to punish the guilty. His most radical measure, introduced after opposition to his other reforms began to develop, was for extending the citizenship to the Latins and to all the Italians. This group of proposals, designed for the benefit of all parties, proved distasteful to all. The senators found a ground for complaint in the circumstance that the knights would have equal power with them in the courts. The knights were unwilling to surrender their judicial control or to grant the franchise to the Italians. The wealthy Italians feared they might lose the public lands which they still held. Only the poor among the Romans and allies supported the proposal in the hope of profiting by the distribution of lands. The agrarian, fermentarian, monetary, and judiciary measures were combined in one statute and passed with violence and contrary to the omens. On these grounds, and furthermore, because they violated the article of the Caecilian Didian statute forbidding the passing of a lex satira, they were annulled by the Senate. Although Drusus might have interposed his veto against this decree, he preferred rather to disregard it, most probably on the theory that the senatorial authority did not avail against the sovereign will of the people. Aware that his intercession would but postpone the annulment to another year, he contented himself with informing his opponents that his measures were absolutely necessary for the security of the state, and that those who offended against them did it at their peril. He proceeded to carry his statute into immediate effect. A plebiscite of Sophius, a colleague, established a commission of 5 in addition to the 10 provided for by the Livian statute, and Livius was elected a member of both commissions. After his murder, the Livian and Sophian statutes were both considered null and void. The lex remia de calumniatoribus, which was enacted before 80, may belong to the year of the Livian attempt at reform, 91. And in that case, it would be most natural to regard it as a piece of counter-legislation to offset the proposal for establishing a court for the trial of jurors accused of bribery. The complainant who was proved malicious it rendered liable to trial and punishment with the loss of citizenship and the branding of his forehead with the letter K for calumniator. This, we may believe, was the defiance offered by the knights to those who were attempting to bring them to account for their conduct as judges. Exulting in their victory over Drusus, they expressed their antipathy to the Italian movement in a lex de mea state of Q. Varius, tribune of the plebs in 90. They stood round the rostra with drawn daggers and forced it through the comitia in spite of tribunician intercession. It supplanted the Apulian law on the subject by a severe provision against those who encouraged the Italians to demand the citizenship or in any way to conspire or to revolt against the Roman people. It must have contained an article, too, concerning seditions. The court which it established was to sit on all ordinary dies fasti, undisturbed by iustitia, and was to be a quaestio perpetua. Now that 2 attempts, the Apulian and the Livian, to substitute more popular measures for the Sempronian fermentarian law had failed, the Optimates found themselves strong enough to supersede the Sempronian act by one less popular. This was the Octavian law, the contents of which are unknown, but which received the praise of Cicero for its moderation. The social war, following close upon the murder of Livius Drusus, compelled the Romans to grant the citizenship to the Italians. This result was brought about by a succession of statutes, a law of the consul L. Julius Caesar 90 bestowed the citizenship upon the Latins and on all the Italians who had not taken arms against Rome and who were willing to accept the gift. The same statute probably regulated the assignment of these new citizens to the tribes. In the following year, a law of L. Calpurnius Piso, probably a tribune, granted the commanding general power, apparently absolute, to bestow the right of the city upon the soldiers under his orders. Another statute of 89, carried by M. Plautius Silvanus and C. Papirius Carbo, tribunes of the plebs, granted the citizenship to all members of allied communities who were domiciled in Italy at the time the statute was passed, and who within 60 days should signify to the praetor at Rome their willingness to accept the offer. The object of this measure was not only to expedite the reconciliation, but also to make the work of the next censors practicable. The citizenship thus granted involved the right of suffrage, though in new tribes which voted after the others. Many Italians, especially the Lucanians and the Samnites, took no notice of the offer. In the same year, C.N. Pompeius Strabo, a consul, proposed and carried a law which seems to have empowered himself at his discretion to invest with full citizenship those transpadani who already enjoyed the Latin rights, and to confer upon the rest the ius latii. The question as to the composition of the courts, still left unsettled, was taken up by M. Plautius Silvanus, the tribune referred to above. His statute transferred the filling of the album from the urban praetor to the tribes, which were to elect each 15 members. The law made the qualifications of the iudices independent of the social classes. Under it, accordingly, senators and a few common plebeians, in addition to equites, served as jurors, so that the equestrian control of the courts was partially checked. Mommsen supposes that these jurors were for the quaestio de majestate only. For this opinion, he depends upon the assertion of Cicero that the equites remained till Sulla's legislation in uninterrupted possession of the courts. The authority of Cicero, however, would allow us to assume that while the equites lost the legal monopoly, they retained practical control. However that may be, it is hardly possible that this reactionary measure survived the proletarian uprising under Marius and Cinna. The lex agraria of the same Plautius seems to have been intended for supplying the veterans of the social war with farms. The lex Papiria, which introduced the semiuncile, as is doubtless to be assigned to C. Papirius Carbo, the colleague of Plautius above mentioned. If so, the object was to relieve slightly the financial embarrassment caused by the war, and more particularly to bring the small coins of Rome into correspondence with those of Italy. Roman 4. The political equalization of Italy. 88-83. With many Italians still in revolt and the others smarting under the inferior citizenship eked out to them, and with Mithridates threatening the existence of the empire, Rome should have adopted a policy of domestic conciliation. Under these circumstances, Sulla, consul in 88, showed a lamentable want of tact in expressing the sentiment that there could be no peace in Italy as long as a single Samnite lived. A curiously antiquated frame of mind for a statesman of his shrewdness. The cause of the new citizens was taken up by P. Sulpicius Rufus, a patrician who had forsaken his rank to qualify himself for the plebeian tribunate. A man of marvelous eloquence, he had been an adherent of Drusus, though more inclined to the equestrian interests. As tribune of the plebs, 88, he seems to have tried to win the support of the Senate and of the equestrian order to his policy, but failing in the attempt, he looked for aid to the commons and to a small band of knights who were faithful to him. His rogation contained the following articles. 1. That the new citizens and the libertini should be distributed among all the tribes, with a view to completing the plan of Livius Drusus for the political equalization of Italy. 2. That those who had been driven from the state by violence should be recalled. This article was probably for the benefit of those knights against whom the Varian law had been turned. His rogation provided further. 3. That no one who owed more than 2,000 denarii should be a senator. Money was scarce because of the war, and Sulpicius must have felt that if the senators, most of whom were abundantly able, should pay their debts, it would go far toward relieving the stringency, and that if any were ejected because of failure to pay, an opportunity would be afforded of promoting equites to the vacant places. The consuls of the year, L. Cornelius Sulla and Q. Pompeius Rufus, attempted to prevent a vote on these radical measures by interposing a cessation of business for many days through the proclamation of a festival. With his armed followers, Sulpicius forced the consuls to recall the proclamation, whereupon Sulla fled for safety to his army at Nola. Sulpicius then added to his statute a fourth article to the effect that the imperium of Sulla should be abrogated, and that the province of Asia, involving the conduct of the war against Mithridates, should be given to Marius as proconsul, although the latter was now but a private citizen. Doubtless Sulpicius understood that there could be no guarantee for the execution of his statute as long as Sulla remained in power, and furthermore that the advancement of Marius would be a great gain for the knights. The bill was passed by the comitia of tribes, but Sulla, far from delivering up his command, marched his army into Rome to settle the question in his own interest by the sword. On his initiative, Sulpicius, Marius, and 10 of their associates were declared public enemies by a decree of the Senate ratified by a popular vote. There is no need of assuming that the supporters of the tribune turned against him. The optimates were as clever as their opponents at packing assemblies. The absurdity of continuing the worn-out comitial machinery as a factor of government is nowhere more apparent than on this page of history, which records that the comitia, a few days after adopting the measures of Sulpicius, voted to outlaw him and his friends. Marius fled. Sulpicius and several adherents were killed. Thereupon, the Senate annulled the entire Sulpician statute on the ground that it had been violently passed. No statesman, however opposed to popular government, could think of abolishing the comitia or even of putting an end to their legislative function. But the democracy could be effectually checked by reducing the legislative power of the assemblies to the harmless function of ratifying decrees of the Senate. This result Sulla and Pompeius aimed to reach by renewing an ancient law that no measure should ever again be brought before the people which had not been previously considered and agreed to by the Senate. A closely related law of the same consuls ordered that the voting should not be by tribes, but by centuries, as King Tullius had ordained. This statement has often been interpreted to signify the restoration of the earlier form of comitia centuriata. But it seems most improbable that, on the point of setting out for a long, distant war, Sulla should think of restoring an organization which had been obsolete for more than a century and a half, and which could have been known to none but antiquarians. With his clear, practical intelligence, he could not have failed to see the insuperable difficulty of restoring the ancient definitions of the classes in terms of iujura, or even on the later basis of the liberal as. Furthermore, no censors were then at hand to undertake the work, and it was altogether unlikely that during his absence any could be elected who would be willing to apply themselves to the revitalization of the antique mummy. Such a measure, too, as Mayer has pointed out, would place the control of the assembly in the hands, not of the Senate, but of the knights, his mortal enemies. It is far more reasonable to suppose that this act transferred the function of ratifying laws from the tribal to the centuriate comitia, to restore the arrangement supposed to have been introduced by Servius Tullius. If this reasoning is correct, the act under consideration totally abolished the legislative initiative of the tribunes. The other Cornelian Pompeian law mentioned by Appian must have applied, accordingly, not to the tribunate, but to the other magistracies. The current interpretation, which involves the theory of a return to the original centuriate system, requires further examination. Its chief basis is the statement of Appian that no law should be brought before the pi lambda letter 1 FC6 theta omicron sigma, which had not been previously considered in the Senate. It is commonly assumed that he uses delta letter 1 FC6 mu omicron sigma to designate the whole citizen body, and pi lambda letter 1 FC6 theta omicron sigma the exclusively plebeian assembly under tribunician presidency. A study of his usage, however, proves that he makes no such discrimination. Delta letter 1 FC6 mu omicron sigma is ordinarily the people in general, especially as distinguished from the beta omicron upsilon lambda, parallel to Livy's common distinction between plebs and senatus. It is the technical term for the plebs in their tribal comitia under tribunician presidency. Rarely it signifies the state with reference to the interest of the people. Pi lambda letter 1 FC6 theta omicron sigma, on the other hand, ordinarily denotes the masses, multitude, rabble, including the crowd gathered not only in a tribunician assembly, but also in the letter 1F10 kappa kappa lambda eta sigma iota alpha. Here meaning contio, under the presidency of a patrician magistrate. But pi lambda letter 1F6, theta omicron sigma, is never technically or officially used to denote any assembly either of the populace or of the plebs. In the passage under discussion, Appian's statement of the Cornelian-Pompeian law is epsilon letter 1F30, sigma eta gamma omicron letter 1Fe6, mu tau omicron tau epsilon, mu eta delta letter 1F72, mu letter 1F14 tau gota, letter 1F00 pi rho omicron beta omicron epsilon lambda epsilon tau omicron u, letter 1F10 sigma, tau letter 1F78, mu delta letter 1Fc6, mu omicron nu. Letter 1F10 sigma phi epsilon rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, in which he uses delta letter 1Fc6 mu omicron sigma according to his custom to designate the popular assembly without specifying whether it is of the populace or of the plebs. In commenting on it, he substitutes pi lambda letter 1Fc6 theta omicron sigma for delta letter 1Fc6 mu omicron sigma for the purpose, not of defining the assembly as tribunician, but of contrasting the masses in their assembly with the nobles in the Senate. Letter 1F10 sigma, tau letter 1F78, pi lambda letter 1Fc6 theta omicron sigma is substantially equivalent to letter 1F10 nu tau omicron letter 1Fd6 sigma, pi epsilon nu eta sigma iota, kappa alpha letter 1F76, theta rho alpha sigma epsilon tau alpha tau omicron iota sigma, used just below. Sulla wished nothing to be submitted to the masses in the comitia centuriata before it had been considered by the Senate. Appian attributes to Sulla for this early date an attempt to increase the number of senators. They, the consuls, enrolled 300 nobles in the Senate, which had been reduced in numbers and for that reason had come to be despised. He does not state, however, by what authority the consuls made this extraordinary adductio, and it is in fact improbable that the Senate had so dwindled. However that may be, the increase did not take permanent effect at this time. Two other laws of these consuls are briefly mentioned. One, for planting colonies, of which nothing is known. Two, a lex unciaria. The latter may have been a reduction of existing debts by 1/12 of the principal, or a lowering of the maximal rate of interest to 8 1/3%, or it may have been a general insolvency law providing for the payment of debts in installments. The chief value of these measures, even if we knew them in detail, would be to reveal the idea of their authors, for they were all repealed in the following year on the initiative of the consul L. Cornelius Cinna, probably by a comitial vote. Cinna then proposed 1. A renewal of the Sulpician plebiscite for the enrollment of the new citizens and the libertini among all the tribes. 2. A recall of Marius and the other exiles. Before these measures could be carried, the consul was driven from Rome and deposed from office by an act of the Senate on the motion of Cn. Octavius, the other consul. This is the only certain instance of the abrogation of the civil imperium known to the history of the Republic. Cinna returned at the head of an army, and after taking forcible possession of the city, he carried his law concerning the exiles through the assembly either on his own motion or that of a tribune. As the Senate, reversing its earlier action, had already legalized the Sulpician provision concerning the distribution of the libertini and the new citizens among the 35 tribes, it was without reenactment carried into effect in 84. The execution of this measure completed the political unification of Italy. Meantime L. Valerius Flaccus, consul suffectus in 86, to relieve the financial distress, passed a law which compelled creditors to satisfy themselves with 1/4 of the amount due. In 83 M. Junius Brutus, tribune of the plebs, proposed and carried, as a milder measure of relief, a law for the colonization of Capua. Schulz cf. Volksversammlungen der Römer, 126 Peter c. Epochen der Verfassungsgesetz. Der Rom, Republic -65, Geschichte Roms BKS, Roman 6, Roman 7, CHS, I Roman 4, Ihan W, History of Rome BK, Roman 7, CHS, Roman 2, Roman 19, Researches into the History of the Roman Constitution 161 FF, Long G, Decline of the Roman Republic ICH, X Roman 2. CH, Roman 24 Lange, Rom Altertumor Roman 3, 1146 and C indices S. The various laws die promulgatio trinum nundinum die lex Caecilia didia un notchmals die lex pupia in klein schriffen Roman 2, 21470, Mommsen Th, History of Rome BK Roman 4 Rom Stotzer. See Index S. The various laws, Über das Thorische Ackergesetz in Burr. Sachs, Gesellschaft, die Wiss, I. 1849. 89101, Newman C. Geschichte Roms ICHS Roman 2v. Ferrero Greatness and Decline of Rome ICHS. Roman 2v Greenidge AHJ History of Rome I. The Lex Sempronia and the Banishment of Cicero in Class. Reverend Roman 7 1893. F. Greenidge and Clay Sources for Roman History 70 BC. Strachan Davidson J. L. ed. Appian Civil Wars BK. I. with notes Weber M. Rom. Agrar Geschichte FF. Dreyfus Lois Agar. Susla Republik Rom. 77196 Voigt M. Über die Staatsrechtliche Possessio und den Ager Compascus in Abital. Sachs, Gesellschaft die Wiss, X 1880-72, Über das Raumsystem der Weige im Alten Italien in Burr. Sachs, Gesellschaft die Wiss, Roman 24 1872. 2990, Babian E. Manias de la République Rom. I 6979, Billeter G. Geschichte des Zinsfusses im Griechisch Rom, Altertum FF. Fowler W.W. Notes on Gaius Gracchus in Eng Hist, Reverend Roman 20 1905, 227 41733, Gaius Gracchus and the Senate in Class, Reverend X 1896, 27880, Pullman R. zur Geschichte der Gracchen in Sitzb, D. Bayer, Akkad, D. Wiss, 1907. 44393, Oman C. 7 Roman Statesmen I Roman 4 Huschk Ph. E. Die Lex Sempronia und ihre Verhältnis zur Lex Sicilia Repetendarum in Zeicher, F. Richstech. V. 1866. 4684, Rudolf A. E. ad legem Asilium de pecunias repentundis latum anno ob urb candida 631 vel 632, in Philol. Uhist, Abital, D.K. Akkad. D. Wiss. Zu Berlin 1861 553, Kruger Brassard Hist, Die Sources die Droit Rom, 94f. Hedwig D.H. Geschichte der Gracchischen Unruhen Aren, E.A.J. die drei Volkstribunen T. Gracchus M. Drusus und P. Sulpicius, Nitzsch K.W. die Grachen und ihre Natzen Vorgänger BKS. Roman 3 Roman 4, Blasel J. die Motiven der Geschichtgebung des Gracchus, Caligari E. la Legislazione di Geographo, Mayer E. Untersuchungen zur Geschichte der Grachen in Feststreffen, der Vereinigten Friedrichs-Universität, etc. 1894. Philos. Fac. 79109 controverted by Schwartz E. in Göttingisch Geliot Anzeigen, CLVI, 1896. 792-811. Hesky R. Amerkungen zur Lex Acilia Repetendarum, in Wiener Studien, Roman 25, 1903, -87. Braslauf S. Beiträge zur Erläuterung der Lex Acilia Repetendarum, Ibid. Roman 26. 106-17. Hag, einige Bemerkungen über die Lex Servilia Repetendarum, Mool, F.V. de L. Apulio Saturnino Tribuno Plebis, Papritz R. Marius und Sulla. Vassus S. ZD de tau lambda de mu alpha tau alpha, letter 1 Fe 5 omega mu alpha iota kappa alpha, in Athena, Roman 12 1900. 54-7, on the Cornelian Pompeian laws of 88 concerning the assemblies, Lingel J. Sullenisch Verfassung, articles in Pauli Wiswa, Real and Cycle. I 426-8, Ignatio Kubitschek, 256, M. Acilius Glabrio Klebs, 584-8, M. Emilius Scorus Klebs, 780-93 Ager idem, Roman 2, 261-9 Apuleius Klebs, 2848 F. Bansha Hulson, Roman 3. 14-14-21, Calumnia Hitzig, 1441 F. Campanus Ager Kubitschek, Roman 4. 195 F. C. Celius Caldus Munzer, 510-88, Colonii Corneman, v. 407-10 T. Didius Munzer, articles in Dernberg et Saglio Dict. I 133-8, Ager Publicus Humbert, 130121, Colonies Romans Lenormant, Roman 2. 1346-8, Fermentarii Legs Humbert. Chapter 17. Commercial legislation from Sulla to the end of the Republic, 82 to about 30. I. The Cornelian reaction. 8270. In November 82, after destroying his political enemies by war and proscription, Sulla was ready to begin the work of restoring the aristocratic constitution. As both consuls, CN, Papirius Carbo and C. Marius the Younger, were dead, and as Sulla desired above all things to give his legislation a constitutional basis, he advised the Senate to appoint an interrex. The choice fell on L. Valerius Flaccus, Princeps Senatus, a moderate in politics. Thereupon Sulla withdrew from Rome, leaving the civil authorities free in appearance to act at their discretion. In reality, he had determined to retain control of affairs, and accordingly he wrote to Valerius advising the appointment of a dictator, not for a fixed time, but till the general unrest should be quieted. He suggested himself as a suitable person for the place. Valerius obediently proposed and carried a law through the Comitia Centuriata. 1. Which made Sulla dictator re publici constituendi for an indefinite time with absolute power over the lives and property of the citizens. 2. Which legalized all his past acts, both as consul and as proconsul, including his arrangements in Asia as well as his prescriptions and confiscations. He returned to the city, appointed Valerius his magister equitum, and took to himself 24 lictors in addition to a less formal guard of servants and friends. Without delay, he began the promulgation of laws, which undoubtedly he had long been planning. They are here grouped according to subject, with an occasional reference to their chronological relation. First, he applied himself to curbing the power of the tribunate, an institution in which centered the strength of the democracy. A statute for that purpose, he must have felt compelled to draw up and pass before the next tribunician election. Instead of renewing his earlier law, however, for absolutely depriving the tribunes of initiative in legislation, he enacted simply that the previous consent of the Senate should be necessary to bills brought by them before the tribes. By another article of this law, he limited the right of tribunes to address the people in continence. The range of their intercession was also greatly limited. Their function of bringing prosecutions before the people underwent restriction not only through the laws affecting the quaestions, but also by special enactment. For had they retained their unlimited right to prosecute, they could at once have regained all their other power. Little was left them but their original auxiliae latio adversus imperium. Finally, the office was made unattractive to the ambitious by the provision that those who held it were thereby disqualified for other magistracies. By these measures, the most vital and powerful institution in the state was reduced to a shadow without substance. The return to conditions preceding the Hortensian legislation, in some respects even the decembral legislation, was, as Froelich remarks, a backward step such as finds few parallels in history. About a year after limiting the power of the tribunes, Sulla proceeded to regulate the other offices through his Lex de Magistratibus 81. This statute, making use of the principle contained in the Lex Vilia Annalis, prescribed 1. That no one could be consul before he had been praetor or praetor before he had been quaestor. 2. That a space of 2 years should intervene between the holding of consecutive offices. 3. The minimal age of the quaestorate fixed at 37. The 40th year was therefore the age for the praetorship and the 43rd for the office of consul. The aedileship, while bringing the holder a positive advantage for his future career, was never an essential step to a higher place. But in case this office was taken, the biennial interval had to be observed. The quaestorship Sulla made the sole avenue to the Senate, so as to dispense with the revision of the list by the censors. The statute of 151, forbidding re-election to the consulship, he repealed, and substituted for it the article of the Genutian plebiscite of 442, which fixed an interval of 10 years between the expiration of any office and re-election to the same. He increased the number of quaestors, at this time certainly more than 8, to 20, with the object not only of supplying an administrative need, but also of creating the required number of senators. It was necessary also to raise the number of praetors from 6 to 8 in order to provide presidents for the new quaestions perpetui. The reforms above mentioned, together with the doubling of the number of senators to be considered below, naturally led to the enlargement of the chief sacerdotal colleges. The augurs and pontiffs were increased from 9 to 15, and the decimviri sacris faciundis were made quindecimviri. Another measure, which seems to have been an article of the same act, repealed the Domitian lex de sacerdotiis, and thus restored to these colleges, and at the same time to the epulones, their right of filling vacancies by cooptation, leaving to the people the function only of electing the head of the pontifical college from among the members. As the object of the first article was evidently to provide places for some of the new magistrates and senators, the cooptation doubtless immediately followed the enactment of the law. In increasing the number of praetors to 8, Sulla provided that during their year of office they were to remain in the city and devote their whole time to the administration of justice. After the expiration of their term, they were to take upon themselves, as propraetors, the command of provinces. In like manner, the consuls were to remain in Italy during their term, in the ordinary course of events to give their entire attention to the affairs of peace. Only after they had retired from office were they expected as proconsuls to govern provinces. In brief, Sulla by law established an absolute distinction between the civil magistrate and the military promagistrate. The lex de provinces ordinandis recognized the right of the Senate to determine which provinces should be consular, and which praetorian in the way provided for by the Sempronian law on this subject. The Cornelian statute did not, however, any more than the Sempronian, forbid the assignment of a province to a promagistrate by popular vote, and it recognized the right of the Senate to create promagistracies. But it established the rule, 1, that the 2 consuls should receive for a year of promagisterial imperium the provinces declared to be consular, and that they should either agree as to which each should take or cast lots for them. 2, that the Senate should annually assign the 8 retiring praetors to the remaining provinces, also for a year of promagistracy. The same law directed that the promagistrate, who had received the imperium in legal form, should retain it till his return to the city and the celebration of his triumph, provided he merited one. To avoid conflicts between retiring and incoming governors, it ordained that the former should leave the province within 30 days after the latter had entered it. The law further contained the definite regulation of the supplies and honors granted the legati by the provincials. The tendency of Sulla's legislation thus far considered was to weaken the civil functionaries, 1, by restricting the tribunician initiative, 2, by increasing the number of quaestors and praetors, 3, by depriving the higher civil magistrates of the military imperium. The last-mentioned loss was in some measure an advantage to the Senate, but in a far higher degree to the promagistrates, who from this time began to overshadow the Republic. The power taken from the tribunes necessarily went to the Senate, to restore to it the full control of legislation which it had possessed before the enactment of the Hortensian statute. Under the reformed constitution, it was to be supreme. As it had dwindled during the recent civil war and proscription, and as the performance of jury service, which Sulla was restoring to its members, required a large number of men, he added 300, mostly from the equestrian rank, but including some centurions and other insignificant persons who were likely to do his bidding. Appian states that these new senators were elected by the tribes, possibly meaning the tribal comitia. But as that process of selection would have required an enormous length of time, it is far more probable that each tribe had the privilege of choosing a definite number, perhaps 9, after the precedent of the lex placia iudiciaria. This addition would raise the number to about 450. As the normal membership from Sulla to Caesar was about 600, we may assume either that, independently of the extraordinary adductio by the tribes, he made the usual censorial enrollment of the recently retired magistrates, or that he left it to time to fill up the Senate to the desired number by the annual admission of retired quaestors. Henceforth, it was to be recruited automatically by this process, without any action on the part of the censors, who were thus deprived of the only important function remaining to them. Closely connected with the increase in membership is the lex iudiciaria, which restored the quaestions to the senators. It was enacted near the end of 81, but prior to the increase in the number of quaestors. Before this act, the courts had remained under the control of the knights, in spite of the lex placia of 89, which seems not to have continued long in force. In the reorganization of the criminal courts, year 81, Sulla passed criminal laws, in which he regulated the procedure of the existing courts and created new quaestions perpetui. His reform increased the number to 7, 4 of which were concerned almost wholly with maladministration of office. 1. Quaestio repetendarum, extortion, 2. Quaestio ambitus, bribery in elections. 3. Quaestio peculatus, misappropriation of public funds and sacrilege. 4. Quaestio majestatis, injury to the majesty of the Roman name, of which a private person as well as a magistrate might be guilty. The three following were concerned with common crimes. 5. Quaestio inter sicarios et veneficos, assassination, poisoning, and arson. 6. Quaestio de falsis, counterfeiting and falsification of testaments and other forgery. 7. Quaestio injuriarum, acute personal violence, housebreaking, and probably defamation of character. These laws concerning quaestions contained provisions for granting the accused the privilege of deciding whether the vote should be oral or by ballot, and they directed that the order of voting should be determined by lot. The first of these two articles aimed to make the jurors individually responsible, and the second to prevent influential men from prejudicing the case by giving their opinions first. While the praetor urbanus and praetor peregrinus still busied themselves with civil jurisdiction, the 6 other praetors presided over these courts. But as the number was insufficient, past aediles were appointed to preside as iudices quaestionis. This arrangement was especially necessary for the quaestio inter sicarios, overburdened as it was with a variety of crimes. As these courts were vested with the function of trying without appeal all crimes, including those formerly brought before the comitia, the result was that the people were practically, though not constitutionally, deprived of their judicial power. The tendency of the Cornelian legislation in this, as in other respects, was oligarchic. Among the statutes passed in the winter or early spring of 81, we must place the lex de prescription, which added certain regulations to those of the Valerian law for the creation of the Cornelian dictatorship, and which Sulla considered essential to the execution of his policy and the maintenance of its results. The Cornelian statute concerning proscription forbade the giving of relief or aid to a proscribed person. It legalized the previous slayings and confiscations of property, and provided also that the estates not only of the proscribed, but also of enemies who had fallen in battle, should be sold for the benefit of the treasury. It accepted from the sale 10,000 of the youngest and strongest slaves who were given their freedom, and it debarred from the ius honorum the sons, grandsons, and other descendants of the proscribed, with a view to keeping from them the means of vengeance. And lastly, it fixed the date for closing the proscriptions at June 1, 81. During the winter of 82-80, Sulla gave his attention not only to lawmaking, but also to the sale of confiscated property and to the regulation of Italy. The latter work was carried out by the administrative power of the dictator through the destruction of the fortifications of rebellious communities, their punishment by fines and extraordinary taxes, and the confiscation of some of their lands to be assigned to his discharged veterans. The Cornelian agrarian laws, which brought about these confiscations and assignments, seem to have been not acts of the comitia but dictatorial orders. They must have been issued from time to time as occasion demanded, probably through the entire year 81. The legions were kept together till after the triumph, January 27, 28 of the year 81, and then disbanded to be led off gradually to their lands. Some of the municipia to which soldiers were assigned, most obstinately voluntary and nola, resisted their admission by force of arms. To punish these rebels, Sulla carried through the comitia centuriata his lex de civitate volitiranis ad emenda, which disfranchised not only voluntary, but also other rebellious municipia. Those who by this act were deprived of the citizenship received the so-called Latin rights of Ariminum. Among the regulations for the improvement of the finances, which he found in bad condition, was his abolition of the distributions of grain. Whether it was effected by a lex fermentaria or a dictatorial order cannot be determined. The levy of taxes on Italian and transmarine communities could be brought about by senatus consulta, as the people had nothing to do with such matters. Credit had been shattered by the law of L. Valerius Flaccus concerning debts, 86, which Sulla repealed by one of his own on the same subject, 81. In connection with the Circensian Games, which he celebrated in the autumn of 81, and which in honor of Victoria were thereafter repeated annually from October 26 to November 1, Sulla must have passed a lex de ludis Victoriae instituendis. Lastly came the sumptuary law, through which he attempted to regulate the manners and morals of the citizens. It was the restoration, in a revised form, of the Lex Licinia of 104, which had been repealed by M. Duronius in 97. The Cornelian statute permitted the expenditure of no more than 300 sesterces for meals on the calends, nones, ides, ludi, and certain other holidays, and only 30 for ordinary meals, and it fixed the prices of various luxuries. Another article of the same statute limited funeral expenses. The author's object seems to have been to restore the morals and manners, as well as the constitution and laws of the good old time, before they were corrupted by the demagogues. Sulla's legislation was substantially complete on January 1, 80, when he entered upon his second consulship with Q. Caecilius Metellus Pius as colleague. Retiring into private life early in 79, he left the constitution to its fate. No better comment on its value could be offered than the history of its decline and overthrow in a single decade. Opposition began to manifest itself from the time of his abdication, and he was hardly in his grave when M. Aemilius Lepidus, consul in 78, promulgated bills for the abolition of some of the Cornelian statutes, but the opposition of his colleague, Q. Lutatius Catulus, and of the Senate prevented their ratification. The right of retired tribunes to sue for other offices, however, was restored by a statute of the consul C. Aurelius Cotta, 75. Before coming to the restoration of the tribunician power, it is necessary to mention the statutes passed under the Cornelian constitution. To 78 or 77 probably belongs the Lex Placia de Roman 6, generally regarded as tribunician, which established a quaestio perpetua for the trial of persons charged with violence. It also forbade the acquisition by long use of things stolen or violently seized. As no censors were elected, an order of the people of unknown authorship in 75, pursuant to a senatus consultum, empowered the consuls of the year to farm the vectigalia. The approaching end of the Cornelian regime was foreboded in the Plautian law for the recall of Cinna and other exiled democrats, if indeed this measure belongs to 73 and certainly in the consular law of Cn. Cornelius Lentulus Clodianus, 72, which directed the consuls of the year to collect the money remitted by Sulla to the purchasers of confiscated estates. A popular tendency may be discovered as well in the final settlement of the question of conflict between sessions of the Senate and of the comitia by the Lex Pupia, which seems to have been a statute of M. Pupius Piso Calpurnianus, praetor in 71. It forbade the magistrates to convoke the Senate on those comitial days on which an assembly actually met, the prohibition applying to that part only of the day which preceded the dismissal of the comitia. It was probably this year which saw the enactment of the Lex Antonia de Termisibus, a plebiscite proposed de senatus sententia by C. Antonius, tribune of the plebs, and several of his colleagues, for granting to Termessus Major in Pisidia the rights of a free state in friendship and alliance with Rome, and for regulating on that basis the relations which were to exist between the inhabitants and the Romans. The struggle for the rehabilitation of the tribunes began in 78, when those officials applied to the consuls for legislation on the subject. Even Aemilius Lepidus declined, as he could see no advantage in the unhampered tribunate. Though generally in these early years of the Cornelian regime, the tribunes were mere puppets of the Senate, one of them in 76, L. Sicinius, dared in a contillo to plead for the full restoration of their office. In the following year, Q. Opimius, another tribune, continued the struggle, with such success that he secured the passage of the Aurelian law above mentioned. This measure narrowly escaped annulment, and Opimius, after retiring from office, was exorbitantly fined on the ground that he had interceded in violation of a Cornelian law. In the year of the condemnation of Opimius, 74, L. Quinctius, who had risen to the tribunate from the lowest social class, strove energetically for the same object, though he could effect no more than the maintenance of the Aurelian law. Toward the close of his term, however, he opened battle against the senatorial courts, which had fallen into disfavor because of their corruption. In 73, the contest was resumed by Licinius Macer the annalist, then tribune of the plebs, who demanded in vain the full restoration of the tribunician power. In his efforts, he had the support of C. Julius Caesar. The struggle died down as the danger from Spartacus rose, but at the close of the Servile War it was a tribune of the plebs, M. Lollius Palicanus, a man of low birth, who in a contillo held outside the walls in order that Pompey, a proconsul, might attend, persuaded the latter to commit himself publicly to a definite promise to bring about a repeal of the Lex Cornelia de Tribunitia Potestate. Inveighing against the corruption of the senatorial courts, Pompey in the same speech intimated an intention to propose a bill on this subject as well. Shortly after entering upon the office of consul in 70, or at all events before the elections of the year, Pompey promulgated his rogation for the restoration of the tribunician power. The Senate yielded in spite of its dislike for the measure, and Licinius Crassus, his colleague, added his name to the proposal. The people gladly accepted it. Those articles of the Cornelian statute, which remained untouched by the Aurelian law of 75, were thereby repealed, and every restriction on the tribunes removed. By destroying the chief support of the Cornelian constitution, this measure paved the way to its overthrow. Notwithstanding the popular clamor for a reform of the courts, Pompey hesitated to propose a law for that purpose, as he hoped rather to purify the senatorial order through a severe censorial revision so as to make a judiciary law unnecessary. The reform, however, was taken in hand by L. Aurelius Cotta, praetor in the same year, youngest brother of the consul of 75. The rogation was promulgated while the trial of Verres was in progress, and while the people were excited by lack of confidence in the senatorial jurors. The first project seems to have been the retransfer of the courts to the equites, but when the senators saw that they were destined to lose in the contest, they were able to save something by compromise. It was agreed that there should be 3 decuries of jurors, composed in equal numbers of senators, knights, and tribuni aerae respectively. The last-named decury was included because the Plautian judiciary law of 89 had opened the courts to common citizens in addition to senators and knights, and it was now thought that no less liberality should be shown. The Aurelian statute provided accordingly that the urban praetor should make up the annual album iudicum of an equal number of men from each of the 3 classes. The good feature of the law is obvious. As experience had proved the equestrian courts, as well as the senatorial, to be partisan and corrupt, it was hoped that a combination of the two with an equal proportion of the most responsible and respectable common citizens would be just and impartial. If these expectations were not realized, it was the fault of the Romans, not of their law. Roman II, Democracy in Alliance with Caesarism. 1749. The first tribunician law under the restored constitution may have been the sumptuary statute of C. Antius Restio, which Lange assigns to the year 70. It limited the amount to be expended on festive meals. It designated some delicacies as allowable and others as forbidden. And it regulated the participation of candidates and of magistrates in dinners away from home, doubtless with a view to curtailing ambitus practiced by such means. Far, however, from being a partisan measure, this statute seems to have been suggested by the censors of the year, to reinforce their function of supervising the morals of the citizens. 3 years passed before the tribunes of the plebs were ready to make independent use of their recovered power. The reason is to be found in the harmony, concordia ordinum, re-established between senators and knights when representatives of the 2 classes found themselves sitting together on the jury benches. Although the object of the combination was idealized by contemporaries, it was in fact a governing trust, which in practice operated for the maintenance of plutocracy and for the ruthless exploitation of the provincials. The nobles were willing to concede something to the equites to make permanent the alliance with this powerful order. L. Roscius Otho, tribune of the plebs in 67, as spokesman of the optimates, railroaded through the Assembly A statute, which ordered that there should be reserved in the theater for those in possession of the equestrian census 14 rows of seats just back of the orchestra, in which sat the senators. It was more than a restoration of the concession made to the knights in 146, which evidently Sulla had withdrawn. There were in this year, 67, however, 2 popular tribunes, A. Gabinius and C. Cornelius, both of whom proposed and carried laws in the interest of the people. Early in the year, Gabinius persuaded the tribes to adopt a statute which ordered the Senate to sit daily during February to consider embassies. It was in this month that delegations from other states generally came. Often to obtain a hearing, they had to bribe the senators and magistrates. For that month, the Gabinian law reversed the Pupian by making senatorial sessions compulsory and forbidding the concurrence of comitia. The object was to limit the stay of foreign embassies at Rome not only for their own convenience, but also for lessening both the need and the opportunity for bribery. Closely related was the purpose of his statute, which forbade lending money to provincials at Rome. Representatives of subject and allied states, finding it necessary to bribe more extensively than their resources in hand allowed, were tempted to borrow of the capitalists at exorbitant interest. Private individuals from the provinces must often have similarly borrowed to the ruin of their fortunes. The double aim of the statute, accordingly, was to help the provincials and to check bribery. How it passed against senatorial opposition is unknown. A supplementary measure on the same subject was proposed to the Senate by C. Cornelius, a colleague of Gabinius, for prohibiting the lending of money to the legati of other states, the idea being identical with that of the two Gabinian laws. The good intention of Cornelius is vouched for by the well-known uprightness of his character, which contrasts with the reputed vileness of Gabinius. But the Senate rejected the proposal on the ground that it had already made sufficient provision for checking the abuse. Although Cornelius thereupon complained in a contio that the provinces were being exhausted by usury, he does not seem to have urged his measure further. He promulgated, however, against the interests of the Senate, a rogation for ordering that no one should receive a dispensation from a law excepting through a vote of the comitia. This right had been acquired by the people in the period between the Publilian and the Hortensian legislation, 339–87. It had come to be regarded as inseparable from the sovereignty of the people to such an extent that all senatus consulta for dispensing from the laws contained a provision for bringing the matter before the comitia. Gradually, the custom of referring to the people ceased, and at last the provision to that effect was dropped from senatorial decrees. The result was that often a few senators, meeting in the curiae, voted away to acquaintances and relatives the valuable privilege of exemption from a law. The Optimates induced a tribune of the plebs, P. Servilius Globulus, to intercede against the bill while it was being read to the assembly prior to the vote. When the dissenting tribune forbade the crier to proceed with the reading, Cornelius himself read it. A disturbance in the assembly, started by the interference of Piso the consul, caused Cornelius to dismiss the concilium. Afterward he so compromised with the Optimates as to secure the passage of a law that no dispensations should be granted by the Senate unless 200 members were present, and that when a resolution of the kind was brought down from the Senate to the people, no one should intercede against the act. The victory was with the Senate. It gained a legal right to a function which it had usurped, provision being merely made against abuse. But it exercised this function by the sufferance of the tribunes, any one of whom could insist on bringing the dispensing resolution before the people, in which case his colleagues were forbidden to intercede. Another proposal of this tribune was the rogatio de ambitu, which threatened with severe penalties not only the candidates, but also their agents, the devisers, whose duty was to distribute the corruption fund among the tribes. The Senate, declaring the penalties so harsh that neither accuser nor jurors could be found to enforce it, put the bill in the hands of the two consuls, C. Calpurnius Piso and M. Acilius Glabrio. Here was a comical situation. Both consuls were liable to the existing law on the subject, but for the sake of appearances, they had to revise the bill and present it to the comitia in the forum. The Lex Acilia Calpurnia, enacted in this way, inflicted on those found guilty of the crime a heavy fine and forever disqualified them from holding office or sitting in the Senate. Cornelius proposed other measures, all of which were vetoed by colleagues excepting his lex concerning the edict of the praetor, described as follows by Dio Cassius. All the praetors themselves compiled and published the principles according to which they intended to try cases, for all the decrees regarding contracts had not yet been laid down. Now, since they were not in the habit of doing this once for all, and did not observe the rules as written, but often made changes in them, and incidentally a number of clauses naturally appeared in someone's favor or to someone's hurt, He moved that they should at the very start announce the principles they would use and not swerve from them at all. The object was to make the administration of the law more just and regular, and to cut off an opportunity for favoritism. By far the most important measure of the year was the Gabinian law for the appointment of an especial commander against the pirates. The proposition was that from the consulars should be chosen a general for putting down the pirates, that his province should be the entire Mediterranean and a strip of its coasts extending 50 miles inland, including Italy and the islands, that the command should continue 3 years, that the holder of this imperium should have the right to 15 legati and 200 ships, and the privilege of enlisting soldiers and oarsmen over all his province, that he should have credit with the aerarium at Rome and the publicans in the provinces for 6,000 talents. The name of Pompey did not appear in the bill, but no one doubted who was to be the man. The Optimates were all opposed, though in 74 they had given Antonius such a command, which now served Gabinius as a precedent. The Senate was compelled by threats of the people to yield, but used its influence on the colleagues of Gabinius to have them oppose the measure. Two of them, L. Roscius Otho, author of the Lex Theatrales, and L. Trebellius, attempted to prevent commercial action. The tribes began to vote the deposition of Trebellius, but before the 18th was called he desisted. Thereafter both remained silent, and the law was passed. Pompey was then elected to the command by the tribes. They enacted further that he should have 2 quaestors, 24 legati pro praetor, 500 ships, 120,000 men, and 5,000 cavalry. On one point only, the Senate refused its sanction. It would not permit Gabinius to be a legatus. An article of the statute gave as a province to the outgoing consul, M. Acilius Glabrio, Bithynia and Pontus with the conduct of the war against Mithridates. The Gabinian law led to far-reaching consequences. It established temporarily, not precisely a monarchy, but a diarchy, as the Roman world was thereby divided between the Senate and a general with almost absolute power. The arrangement was a prototype of the Augustan system. At the outset, the act seemed to be justified by the results, for immediately after its adoption, the price of grain fell from the famine height to which the piratical control of the seas had forced it. An addition to this vast power was made in the following year by the Manilian law. The author, C. Manilius, after entering upon his tribunate on December 10, 67, promulgated a rogation for giving libertini the right to vote in the tribes of their patrons. It was said by some, though probably without ground, that the real author was Cornelius. While in general the Optimates disliked the measure, some favored it in the hope that they would gain political influence through the votes of their freedmen. In spite of the fact that constitutionally the comitia could not be held on a festive day, Manilius convoked the assembly on the last day of the year, which was the Compitalia, toward evening, gathering to the assembly a few men who he knew favored the proposal. On the following day, the Senate heard of the enactment and at once declared it invalid. The behavior of Manilius exposed him to certain prosecution unless he could win powerful support. This is the motive ascribed to him by Dio Cassius for his famous law, which conferred extraordinary power on Pompey for the conduct of the war against Mithridates. It gave the Roman general, in addition to his existing command, the provinces of Asia, Bithynia, and Cilicia, with the right to declare war and make treaties at his discretion. The province thus granted him included nearly all the eastern domain of Rome, which had not already been conferred by the Gabinian law. No discussion of this measure in the Senate is mentioned, though it is difficult to understand how such action could be avoided. The only Optimates who opposed the bill in Contiens were Q. Lutatius Catulus and Q. Hortensius, who had been the chief opponents of the Gabinian law. Their objection was the monarchical position in which these measures were placing Pompey. Its leading supporters were Caesar and Cicero. It was so enthusiastically favored by the knights and the populace that its adoption was from the beginning a foregone conclusion. In 65, the conservatives found themselves strong enough to put through the assembly the plebiscite of C. Papias for expelling the Peregrini from Rome, and for punishing those who had usurped the rights of the citizens. The object was to prevent Latin-speaking foreigners, especially the Transpadane Gauls, from packing the assemblies with a view to passing measures for the further extension of the franchise. The Papian law was modeled after the Claudian of 177, the Junian of 126, and in some respects after the Licinian Mucian of 95. Probably to the same Papias belongs the Lex Papia de Vestalium lection, which limited the power of choice exercised by the Supreme Pontiff. After the unusual commercial activity of 67-66, there was almost a pause in legislation till the year of Cicero's consulship, 63. To that date belongs the plebiscite of T. Attius Labienus, which restored the form of election of sacerdotes introduced by Domitius in 103 and abolished by Sulla. A remarkable effort at agrarian legislation was made at the beginning of the year by P. Servilius Rullus, tribune of the plebs. In December 64, shortly after entering office, he promulgated a bill, comprising more than 40 articles, with the intention of having it voted on in January. The administration of the law was to be in the hands of 10 men elected by 17 tribes after the manner of the Comitia Pontificis Maximi, to hold office 5 years. Candidates should be required to present themselves in person, so as to exclude Pompey. This commission was to have the irresponsible management of large resources for the purchase of land in Italy, on which they were to plant colonies at their discretion. The object of the rogation seems to have been the creation of an oligarchy of 10 who, with their vast powers and revenues, should control Rome and counterbalance the military prestige of Pompey. Caesar and Crassus were probably behind the scheme. Should it by any chance succeed, they would be the dominant members of the board. Its faulty structure and revolutionary demands, however, made failure almost certain from the outset. At all events, Cicero, driven into the ranks of the Optimates by the necessity of opposing it, so Caesar may have reasoned, would thus be eliminated from the leadership of the Democratic Party, while the populace, with appetite whetted for an agrarian law, would be ready for the saner measure which Caesar was himself intending to propose as soon as an opportunity offered. But Cicero outmaneuvered his adversaries. It was as a friend of the people and an ally of the tribunes that he opposed the bill in 2 contiens, after which a threat of intercession on the part of a colleague induced Rullus to withdraw it. In Cicero's judgment, there was pressing need of a new lex de ambitu to cover the loopholes left by the Basilian Calpurnian statute of 67. Early in the year, he passed through the Senate a decree which so interpreted that enactment as to make it apply to the hiring of sectators, the granting of free seats to the tribes at gladiatorial shows, and the entertainment of the public at dinners. Later in the summer, after the elections of the year had been announced, a dispensation from the alien Fufian law enabled him and C. Antonius, his colleague, to propose and carry a new statute concerning bribery at elections. It increased the penalty on the divisors and forbade anyone within the 2 years preceding the announcement of a candidacy to give gladiatorial shows excepting in fulfillment of a testament. The penalty for the convicted candidate was 10 years' exile. The part of the law which had to do with the jurors included a provision for fining those who absented themselves from the trial, even on the ground of illness. A measure certainly passed in this year, and probably forming an article of the Tullian Lex de Ambitu, forbade candidacies in absentia. Amid the troubles connected with the Catilinarian conspiracy, Cicero found time for an attempt to relieve the provincials of one of the most flagrant abuses inflicted on them by the senatorial oligarchy. To increase the dignity and lessen the expense of a member while traveling even on private business through the provinces, the Senate was accustomed to have the office of public legatus conferred on him by a magistrate, which honor at the same time implied the right to be absent from sessions of the Senate. In this capacity, a senator represented the state, and could have lictors assigned him by the provincial governors. Abuses of this privilege were to the provincials an especially vexatious form of oppression. Cicero's first rogation on the subject proposed to abolish the free legation, but when a tribune in the service of the illiberals interceded, the measure before enactment was so weakened as to limit the privilege of any one person to a single year, and hence did little to remedy the mischief. There was in fact no hope for the provincials either from the avaricious plutocrats or the hungry proletarians. The legislation of the years between the consulships of Cicero and Caesar, 63-59, involved no important principle. To prevent the introduction of forged statutes in the archives, a law of D. Junius Silenus and L. Licinius Murena, consuls in 62, forbade the filing of a statute in the Aerarian archives excepting in the presence of witnesses. In this year, M. Porcius Cato and L. Marcius, tribunes of the plebs, carried a law which threatened with punishment commanders who reported falsely to the Senate the number of the enemy killed and of citizens lost, and required them within 10 days after returning to the city to give their oath before the urban quaestors that they had transmitted correct reports. For the year 60 must be mentioned the Praetorian law of Q. Caecilius Metellus Nepos, which abolished vectigalia in Italy, and the tribunician rogation of L. Flavius for granting lands to Pompey's veterans. The latter failed through the disapproval of the Senate. Far more interesting because of the procedure, though otherwise of little consequence, was the tribunician rogation of Hirnius of the same year for transferring P. Clodius to the plebeian rank. The subject has been considered in an earlier chapter. The year of Caesar's consulship was one of unusual legislative activity. Resuming the agrarian policy of the Gracchi, which had been undone by the Statute of 111, he promulgated early in the year a bill for the distribution of lands, which exempted the Campanian and Stellatine territory as well as that of Voluntary, which Sulla had confiscated without ejecting the inhabitants. As little other public land remained in Italy, the bill ordered that money accruing from the sale of booty taken by Pompey, and from the new revenues of the territory he had won for Rome, be used for the purchase of lands from those who were willing to sell at the values assessed in the last census. The beneficiaries were the needy citizens and the veterans of Pompey. The lots assigned were to remain inalienable 20 years. The work of distribution was to be in the hands of a board of 20, vigintiviri, which should not include the author of the law. A subcommittee of this large board must have been the viviri agris dandis insignandis iudicandis, who, in the opinion of Mommsen, possessed the sole judicial power connected with the work of distribution. As the Senate studiously delayed action on the measure, though unable to offer any criticism, Caesar, without its sanction, presented the bill to the people. Bibulus, his colleague, backed by 3 tribunes of the plebs, not only protested against the bill, but resorted to skywatching and the proclamation of festivals to prevent its adoption. Disregarding this opposition, Caesar, with the support of Pompey and Crassus, offered his rogation to the tribes, who accepted it with great enthusiasm. For the remainder of his term, he ignored the Senate in all his legislation. As to his other agrarian provisions, it is difficult to determine whether they were attached to this rogation before its enactment or formed a new bill. In favor of the second alternative, it is to be noticed in the first place that Cicero and others mention Julian agrarian laws, and that Cicero's expression, Campanian lex, could describe a measure relating to the Campanian territory, but not the whole group of agrarian provisions of that year. Moreover, although Cicero was acquainted with the Julian rogation from the beginning of the year, he did not at Formiae hear of the inclusion of the Campanian territory till near the end of April. It might be assumed that after the Senate and Bibulus showed opposition, Caesar modified the original rogation before putting it to vote, but no mention is made of an alteration. Finally, Dio Cassius and Plutarch speak distinctly of an earlier and a later law. On the whole, it seems probable, therefore, that toward the end of April Caesar promulgated a second agrarian bill, which provided for the distribution of the Campanian and Stellatine lands among needy citizens, preferably those who had 3 or more children. The complete execution of the law would dispose of all public lands in Italy from which a revenue might be derived. An article required not only senators within a specified time to swear that they would support the measures, but also candidates for office for the following year to give their oath in contio that they would not propose any modification or repeal of them. This statute was full of significance both in content and in the manner of enactment. It set at defiance the Senate and the auspices. It deprived the state of important revenues, increasing correspondingly the financial burden on the provinces. It brought relief to many proletarians, while encouraging militarism through a provision for Pompey's veterans. Ostensibly democratic, it cemented and announced to the world the triumvirate of Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey, a combination of democratic, plutocratic, and military bossism, which proved more dangerous to political liberty than had been the dictatorship of Sulla. The last great agrarian law of the Republic contained in itself a prophecy of the monarchy which its author was soon to establish. Because of the losses suffered in Asia in the recent war with Mithridates, Caesar carried a law, also early in the year, for a remission of a third of the sum due to the treasury from the publicans of that province. As the Senate had failed to pass a measure of relief for the contractors of revenue, the concession from Caesar and the people served to alienate the feelings of the knights from the Optimates and to attach them to the ambitious consul. Next to the agrarian statute, however, the Lex de Pecunias Repetundis was the most important piece of legislation of his consulship. Comprising at least 101 articles, including much material from earlier laws on extortion, it dealt minutely with all the particulars of the offense, procedure, and punishment so exhaustively as to render further commercial legislation on the subject unnecessary. It aimed to protect alike citizens, provincials, and allies from every form of misrule and oppression by the home and promagisterial authorities. It regulated strictly the supplies due from the provincials to the promagistrate and his officium, including shelter and sustenance for man and beast. Under this law, the governor was forbidden without an order from Rome to conduct diplomatic business with foreign states, to wage war, or to cross the boundary of his province, or to demand of the city's crown gold for a triumph not decreed by the Senate. On retiring from his command, he was to leave copies of his administrative accounts in 2 cities of his province and an exact duplicate in the aerarium. It provided further for the punishment of corrupt accusers, jurors, and witnesses in cases under the law. A man convicted of the crime was fined and compelled to restore extorted property, and in case his estate did not suffice to cover the loss, an investigation could be made as to who had shared his gains. He was also to be expelled from the Senate and banished. The severity of the law is commended by Cicero. Caesar's legislation concerning extortion was reinforced, by the judiciary law of P. Vatinius, tribune of the plebs, of the same year, which granted to both accuser and accused greater freedom in the rejection of jurors than had been allowed by the corresponding law of Sulla, the terms of which, however, are not definitely known. 2. By a statute of Q. Fufius Calenus, praetor in 59, which required the 3 decuries to deposit their votes in 3 separate urns, the object being to establish class responsibility. The remaining commercial acts of Caesar were merely administrative. As a favor to Pompey, who in his eastern campaign had received support from Ptolemy Auletes, king of Egypt, Caesar in the beginning of his consulship carried a resolution for acknowledging the latter as an ally and friend of the Roman people. Later in the year, to repay Pompey for his support of the agrarian statute, Caesar secured against the will of the Senate the enactment of a law for confirming his allies' arrangements in the East. Lastly may be mentioned the lex curiata for the arrogation of P. Clodius Pulcher, proposed by Caesar in the capacity of Pontifex Maximus, a measure considered in an earlier chapter. Clodius wished to qualify himself for the tribunate of the plebs, and his design was aided by Caesar in the expectation that he would occupy the attention of Cicero, the only strong opponent of the triumvirate. Caesar's immediate future was provided for by a plebiscite of his friend Vatinius, which granted him Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum as a province for 5 years beginning March 1, 59. He was to have 3 legions and to name his own legati, who were to enjoy praetorian rank. The Senate, which had looked unwillingly upon these proceedings, now added comata and a 4th legion, partly because of the conviction that in the face of an imminent war with the Helvetians, no one would be willing to take that province without Cisalpina as a support, and partly through fear lest the popular party might gain the additional credit of bestowing it. In one respect, the position was far better than that held by Pompey in the East. While winning prestige in a popular conquest and attaching to himself a powerful army, Caesar would be near enough to Rome to control the political situation. Intellectual brilliancy would serve in place of experience. In fact, in addition to maintaining the position of democratic boss of Rome, the outlook seemed to him favorable for wresting from his fellow triumvir the scepter of the military monarch. P. Clodius Pulcher, tribune of the plebs in 58, seems to have worked partly as an agent of Caesar for the more complete organization of democracy, and partly from motives of personal hatred for Cicero. He first proposed a fermentarian plebiscite, which provided for the absolutely free distribution of grain monthly among the citizens resident in Rome. In vain, the Optimates complained that the abolition of the existing price, which was that prescribed by the Sempronian law, would rob the treasury of nearly a fifth of its income. Accepted by the tribes, the law proved a most effective means of maintaining a numerous mob of proletarians ever present and willing to vote for the measures of their political patrons, the leaders of the democracy. A closely related plebiscite permitted the free organization of clubs collegia, which a senatus consultum of 64 had strictly limited, but which now became an active part of the democratic organization. His legislation, however, was not utterly devoid of statesmanship. A third act, by repealing those articles of the Alien and Fufian statutes which applied obnuntiations to lawmaking assemblies, deprived the nobility of their most effective means of controlling legislation. An article of the same statute declared all dies fasti available for legislation. This measure went far toward abolishing a usage which had made religion a mockery and public life a farce. To limit the arbitrary power of the censors, Clodius enacted through a plebiscite that these magistrates should place their stigma upon those only whom they had jointly condemned after having heard sufficient testimony. Another comitial act prohibited the secretaries of the quaestors from engaging in business in the provinces. The last three statutes mentioned were useful reforms. His most famous measure was the law which prescribed the penalty of interdict from fire and water for anyone who had put to death a Roman citizen without trial. Strengthening the Sempronian law of appeal, it forced the party issue as to the question whether that act could apply to persons accused of having attempted to overthrow the state. The Optimates contended that such persons were no longer citizens, but enemies and hence outside the pale of law, a principle which the populars held to be destructive of liberty. From a democratic point of view, the Clodian law was just and necessary, but unfortunately Cicero, who in putting to death the associates of Catiline had simply acted for the Senate, was to be made the scapegoat. Fearing condemnation under the law, Cicero voluntarily retired into exile, whereupon a new plebiscite declared the interdict to be legally in operation. In the following year, he was recalled with great enthusiasm by a resolution of the Comitia Centuriata proposed by the consuls P. Cornelius Lentulus and Q. Caecilius Metellus. The same magistrates were authors of a law for conferring upon Pompey the care of the grain supply, which he was to administer 5 years with unlimited proconsular imperium. In spite of such efforts to prop up his power in order to counterpoise that of Caesar, the latter, through the prestige of his brilliant victories in Gaul and the liberal use of money in the capital, far outshone his fellow triumviri. The only hope for their ambition was to be found in the goodwill and favor of the great proconsul. As the result of the conference held by the triumviri at Lucca, 56, Pompey and Crassus were elected to a second consulship for 55 through the votes of Caesar's soldiers, who were given a furlough to attend the comitia held purposely late in the year. As proconsuls, Pompey and Crassus were to be given advantageous commands, and Caesar was to receive as his reward a prolongation of his governorship. Subservient tribunes were found to propose the desired measures, and it had long been an easy matter to obtain a majority in favor of any conceivable bill. C. Trebonius drew up a law for granting Syria to Crassus and the 2 Spains to Pompey for a period of 5 years, with a dispensation for both from that article of the Lex Iulia Repetendarum, which forbade promagistrates of their own free will to declare war. The intercessions of tribunes and all other opposition were violently overborne, and the rogation was readily accepted by the people. Thereupon the 2 consuls secured the passage of an act for extending Caesar's command. Notwithstanding the fact that these consuls had been elected with the help of the clubs organized under the Clodian Law of 58, they must have felt such associations to be a menace to themselves as well as to the public peace. Crassus accordingly carried through the assembly a lex de sodaliciis, which increased the penalty for ambitus committed through the agency of clubs. It also ordered that the jury in such cases be made up by the accuser from any 4 tribes he should choose, however unfavorable they might be to the accused, who had merely the right to reject one of the 4 tribal decuries thus presented, in so far as the court itself did not grant him the further privilege of rejecting individuals. It is difficult to understand how impartial justice could be administered under such a law. But no further legislation concerning ambitus was attempted till 52, when Pompey in his 3rd consulship carried a statute which increased the penalty for the offense and made the procedure more strict. The attention of Pompey in his second consulship was directed rather to other classes of crimes. First, he had a statute adopted concerning parricide, the murder of a near relative or patron, which hitherto had been provided for by the Cornelian lex Desiccares et Veneficis. His project for displacing the lex Iulia Repetendarum by a statute which should make the non-senatorial class specifically responsible failed to become a law. A sumptuary rogation for restricting personal expenditure, he voluntarily withdrew on the advice of Hortensius, who persuaded him that luxury and delicacy of life were but the fitting adornments of empire. His lex Iudiciaria ordered the urban praetor to begin the selection of jurors from the wealthiest of each of the three classes, and thence to descend gradually to the poorer members, the object being to make the composition of the courts as aristocratic as the terms of the Aurelian Statute of 70 would allow. The lex de Roman 6 of his third consulship, 52, was merely for the appointment of a special commission to try those who were accused of having murdered Clodius, burned the curiae, and besieged the house of the interrex M. Aemilius Lepidus. It determined the composition of the court and the penalty to be inflicted. Of his statute de iure magistratium, passed in the latter year, that article only is known which reiterated the law of 63 for prohibiting candidacies in absentia. But as a plebiscite had been passed earlier in the year to dispense Caesar from the law of 63, and as Pompey did not dare antagonize him by abolishing the plebiscite here mentioned, he secured the adoption of an additional law for accepting such candidates as had been or should be dispensed by comitial action. But Caesar's prospect of passing immediately from his Gallic command to a second consulship was more effectually blocked by Pompey's lex de provinces, which, embodying a senatus consultum of the previous year, ordered that 5 years should intervene between the expiration of a magistracy and the beginning of the corresponding promagistracy. The general purpose was to dampen the ardor of the ambitious, who sought praetorships and consulships merely as a stepping stone to lucrative and influential commands in the provinces. Its immediate effect, however, was to precipitate the conflict between Caesar and Pompey which brought the Republic to ruin. The relation of the law to this event requires explanation. In the Pompeian-Licinian Act of 55, for prolonging Caesar's command measures were taken that the Senate should not discuss the question of succession to him before March 1, 50. According to the Sempronian law, therefore, the Senate could assign his provinces to no consuls earlier than those of 49. Hence Caesar would continue in command during that year while suing for the consulship for 48. But by the Pompeian law of 52, the Sempronian was abolished, and the Senate was given an opportunity to appoint a successor to him on or after March 1, 50. From the close of the second consulship of Pompey to the beginning of Caesar's dictatorship, there was no important legislation. Roman 3, the decline of the Republican comitia. From 49 to about 30. With the dictatorship of Caesar begins the last stage in the life of the Republican comitia. For them it was from the beginning of his supremacy essentially a time of decline. Although Caesar continued to submit his plans to the assemblies for legalization, he rapidly concentrated in his own person powers and functions hitherto exercised by the people. And the triumviri, his successors, after a sham republican interregnum, constituted in law as well as in fact a three-headed despot. Mention will first be made of the comitial acts which conferred powers and honors on Caesar during his life. In 49, when news of his success in Spain reached Rome, M. Aemilius Lepidus, a partisan who was then urban praetor, persuaded the tribes to adopt a resolution empowering the author to name Caesar dictator. Entering upon this office after his return to Rome, about the end of November, Caesar used it to secure the ratification of laws to be considered hereafter and to hold the electoral comitia. After 11 days, he resigned. At this election, he was chosen consul with P. Servilius Vatius as colleague. About the middle of October, 48, when the Senate and people heard of the death of Pompey, they conferred on him by law 1. Absolute judicial authority over the partisans of Pompey. 2. The right to make peace and war at his own pleasure, the pretext being the development of opposition to him in Africa. 3. The right to be candidate for the consulship 5 years in succession. 4. The dictatorship for an indefinite period, to which he was appointed by his colleague in the consulship. 5. The tribunician authority for life, with the privilege of sitting with the tribunes. 6. The right to preside at the election of all patrician magistrates, for which reason the comitia were postponed till his return to the city. 7. The right to assign the praetorian provinces according to his own judgment. 8. The right to triumph over Juba, king of Mauritania, though at that time he did not know there was to be a war with that state. Near the end of April 46, when news came of the victory at Thapsus, the Romans granted him 1. The censoria potestas with the title of praefectus morum for 3 years, 2. The annual dictatorship for 10 years, 3. The right to nominate candidates for both ordinary and extraordinary offices. These powers were doubtless conferred by comitial action. At the same time, great honors were heaped upon him, probably through senatus consulta. Again in April 45, after the Battle of Munda, honors were showered on him in still greater profusion. Politically, the most important were the lifelong hereditary title of imperator, which he bore as a second cognomen, the sole right to command soldiers and to manage the public funds, the privilege of being consul 10 years in succession, which he did not use, the prefecture of morals and the dictatorship for life, and finally deification under the title of the invincible God. In fact, for the remainder of his life, there was no cessation in the bestowal of divine and human honors. Among those of his last year were the tribunician sanctity and the right to have as many wives as he pleased, the latter granted by a plebiscite of C. Helvius Cinna. The theocratic monarchy, which the Romans were erecting for him on the ruins of the Republic, left no independence to the Senate or the Assemblies. The functions of the latter were especially abridged by the large power of nominating and appointing officials possessed by the monarch. His important legislative plans, however, he brought before the people, preferably in their tribal comitia. In December 49, after returning from Spain, Caesar sought to relieve somewhat the distress of debtors, and at the same time to quiet the general fear that he might decree a cancellation of all debts. This object he accomplished through a law: 1. That interest already paid should be deducted from the principal; 2. That the property of the debtor should be taken in payment of the balance, not at the low values then existing, but on the basis of antebellum prices; 3. That no one should hoard more than 15,000 denarii in cash. The third article was a renewal of an old law. Another statute, 47, released from a year's rent tenants of houses in Rome, which brought the owner more than 2,000 sesterces, or of houses outside the city which earned more than 500. These houses were private property, and the law was therefore a partial abolition of private debts. Such prosperity came that in another year, 46, Caesar found it possible to cut down the number who received free grain from 320,000 to 150,000. He provided for the surplus population as well as for his veterans by colonies in Gaul, Spain, Africa, Macedonia, Greece, and Asia. 80,000 citizens found homes in these provincial settlements. Among Caesar's most admirable traits was his liberality in restoring to their civil rights those who were under disfranchisement, and in granting the citizenship to aliens. At his suggestion, M. Antonius, tribune of the plebs in 49, secured the enactment of a plebiscite for restoring the ius honorum to the children of those whom Sulla had proscribed. Near the end of the same year, also at his request, the praetors and tribunes brought before the people and carried proposals for the recall of certain persons who had been exiled, unjustly as he believed, under the Pompeian law on ambitus. It was further at his suggestion that L. Roscius, probably praetor, enacted a comitial law for granting the citizenship to the Transpadani, who at this time possessed simply the ius latii. Another law of unknown authorship confirmed the grant of the franchise already made on his own responsibility to the people of Gads. Among his administrative improvements was the increase in the number of praetors from 8 to 10 in 47, for which a comitial statute may be assumed. The people surrendered to him a large part of their electoral right through the plebiscite of L. Antonius, December 45, which granted him the privilege of nominating and presenting to the comitia a half of the candidates below the consulship. The degradation into which the ordinary magistracies had been brought by the supremacy of Caesar is indicated by the deposition of 2 tribunes of the plebs, C. Apicius Marullus and L. Cecidius Flavus, because of their opposition to monarchy, 44, through a plebiscite of their colleague, c. Helvius Cinna. To the year 46 belongs Caesar's legislation on judicial matters. First disqualifying the tribuni aerarii for jury service, he ordered through the comitia that the courts be composed exclusively of the senators and knights. The man who had been carried to supreme power on the shoulders of the common people now spurned even the most respectable of their number from association with himself in the administration. It is known that he enacted laws on individual crimes. A lex de Roman 6 and a lex de Maestate are mentioned, but it is not known in what they differed from those of earlier or later date. His sumptuary statute of the same year restricted the expense of the table, sepulchral monuments, dwellings, furniture, clothing, jewels, and other luxuries, covering the ground in great detail. A Cassian plebiscite empowered him to recruit the patrician rank, a means of creating a nobility devoted to himself while supplying a religious need. A law proposed by himself, de provinces, limited proconsuls to 2 years of command and propraetors to 1, that in future they might not acquire such strength as to overthrow the civil authority, after the pattern set by the author of the regulation. It was by a vote of the people, too, that the famous Lex Iulia Municipalis was adopted, probably in the autumn of 46. Although there has been much controversy regarding the nature of the document, it is most probably a general municipal statute. Far from exhaustive, it had to be supplemented by special laws for the several cities. The extant fragment, which seems to begin with the second table, regulates 1. Applications of citizens resident at Rome for free grain, 2. The aedilician supervision of the streets, buildings, and games of the capital, 3. The qualifications for the magistracies and the decurionate in the municipia, 4. The introduction of the Roman census in the municipia, and 5. Of individual Roman statutes in those municipia which enjoyed the laws of Rome. The inclusion of the capital, with the cities of Roman rights throughout the empire in one general law, marks the first step in the monarchical process of reducing Rome to the level of the municipia. In comparison with the amount of reform work undertaken by Caesar, the legislative activity of the people was remarkably slight. The growth of the monarchy wrought the decline of the comitia as well as of the Senate, and the assassination of the monarch brought equally to the Republic and to the Assemblies but a short interval of pretended liberty. A lex proposed by the consul M. Antonius confirmed the acts of Caesar and established as law the plans which he left in writing at his death. It was arbitrarily used by the consul for legalizing every whim of his own. His colonial law, passed shortly after Caesar's assassination, seems to have been used by him for establishing in Italy a permanent support for himself. The last known agrarian law of the Republic is that of his brother L. Antonius, tribune of the plebs in the same year, 44. It ordered the distribution of the Pomptine marshes, which the author asserted were then ready for cultivation, and other extensive tracts. The execution of the measure was in the hands of Septemviri, including the author and his 2 brothers. It was annulled in the following year by the Senate on the ground that it had been violently passed. Meantime, the consul Antonius continued his legislation. An arbitrary act restored to the Pontifical College its ancient right to appoint its chief in place of the long-used election by 17 tribes. Next to colonization, however, his chief legislative interest was in the reform of the courts. He repealed the Julian statute concerning the qualifications of jurors, and instead of restoring the eligibility of the tribuni aerarii, he made up a 3rd decury of retired centurions and other veterans. His law for granting an appeal to the people from the questions de Roman 6 and de Maestate, had it remained in force, would, as Cicero asserts, have abolished these courts and have given free rein to mob violence, such as comitial trials for these crimes must necessarily be under conditions as they then existed. Popularity was the aim of this measure as well as of his lex, which forever abolished the dictatorship. Along with all his other laws, they were annulled by the Senate in February 43. The establishment of the Triumviri Rei Publici Constituendi in 43 practically abolished the functions of the comitia, as these 3 potentates usurped the right of filling all offices by appointment and of managing affairs according to their pleasure without consulting either the Senate or the people. The power they had seized was legalized for a period of 5 years by the plebiscite of P. Titius, November 43, passed without regard to the trinodinum. The reference of business to the people was thereafter a rare indulgence. It may have been through a commercial act that the triumviri resolved upon building a temple to Serapis and Isis in the first year of their rule. We are less certain that the measure of Octavianus in 41 for a partial remission of rents was offered to the people. To the year 40 belongs the Lex Falcidia, of P. Falcidius, tribune of the plebs, which permitted a man to bequeath no more than 3/4 of his estate, leaving 1/4 to his natural heirs. We need not be surprised to find that the rulers gladly allowed the people to vote them honors. In their first year, they were awarded civic crowns by a comitial act, doubtless of the tribes, and in 35, the honors bestowed upon Octavia and Livia probably came through a plebiscite, as did certainly the triumph voted to Octavianus. Last may be mentioned the law of L. Cenius, consul in 30, supported by a senatus consultum, which empowered Octavianus to create new patricians. Schulz cf. Volksversammlungen der Römer, 12439, Peter c. Epochen der Verfassungsgeschichte der Rom-Republik ff. Jesch, Roms BK, Roman 7, ch. V. BKS, Roman Atex Ion Hist, of Rome BK, Roman 7, chs. Roman 21, Roman 23, Lange Rom, Alt, Roman 3, 146,597, cf. Roman 2, see Index S. The various laws, Commentations de Legibus Antonias a Cicerone Phil. V. 10 Commemoratis Particula Prior et Posterior, in K. Elscher, Roman 2, 12649, Dilex Pupia etc. Ibid. Roman 2, 17590 for Die Promulgatio Trinum Nundinum etc. Ibid. Roman 2, 21470 Long G. Decline of the Roman Republic 5 vols. Herzog E. Jesch. Unsystem der Rom, Staatsverf. I 50965, Roman 2 -130, Mommsen History of Rome BK, Roman 4, ch. X BK v. Rom, Stotzer and Rom, Straffer. See Indices S. The various laws, courts, etc. Einswaits Bruchstück des Rubrischen Gesetzes vom Jahr 705 Roms in Hermes, Roman 16, 1881. 2441, Lex Coloniae Iulii Genitivi Urbanorum, etc. in Fem. Ep. Roman 2, 1875. 10551, Lex Municipae Tarentini, Ibid, Roman 9. 1903-11, Uber die Lex Mammilia Rossia Pejucia Aliena Fabia in Romfeldmess, Roman 2. 221-6, Newman C. Jesch, Roms I. 623, Roman 2. Entire, Ferrero G. Greatness and Decline of Rome, Schiller H. Geschichte der Rom, Kaiserzeit I. BK, I. Lingel Sullenisch Verfassung, Sunden J. M. de Tribunische Potstata L. Sulla Imminuta Questions Freeman E. A. Lucius Cornelius Sulla in Hist. Essays Roman 2. 271-306, Wilmans Über die Gerichtshof Waren des Bestehens der Lex Cornelia EU de Shiria in Rhein. Muse, N. F. Roman 19, 1864. 528-41, Voigt, M. Über die Lex Cornelia Sumptuaria in Burr. Sachs, Gesellsch die Wiss, Roman 42, 1890. 244-79, Nipperty K. Die Legs Annals der Rom Republik in Abhittel. Sachs, Gesellsch die Wiss, V. 1870-88, Kale J. Zur Lex Cornelia de Viginti Quistoribus in Wiener Studien, Roman 24, 1902. 548-51, Ritschel, F. in Leges Vicilium Antonium Cornelium Observations Epigraphici in Opuscula Philologica, Roman 4, 1878. 427-45, Oman C. 7 Roman Statesmen v. Roman 9, Strachan Davidson, Cicero, for Sith W. Life of Marcus Tullius Cicero, 2 vols. White H. Cicero, Clodius, and Milo. Sternkopf W. Über die Verbesserung des Clodianischen Gesetzwurfs de Exilio Caesarnus in Philol, NF Roman 13, 1900. 272-304, Nach einmal die Correctio der Lex Clodia de Exilio, Ibid. Roman 15-70, Gerlit, Lex Clodia de Exilio Ciceronis, Ibid, Roman 13. 578-83, Greenidge, A.H.J., the Lex Sempronia and the Banishment of Cicero in C.L., Reverend Roman 7, 1893. 347 F. Schmidt, OE der Briefwechsel des Tullius Cicero von seinem Proconsulat in Sizilien bis zu Caesars Ermordung John, C. Dienststechungsgeschichte der Katilinarischen Verschwörung, in Job. FCL. Philol. Suppelb. Roman 8, 1875. 701-819. Abbott, FF. The Constitutional Argument in the Fourth Catilinarian Oration, in CL. Jern. Roman 2, 1907. -5. Napoleon Roman 3 Jules Caesar 2 vols. Fowler, W. Julius Caesar, Nissen H. der Ausbruch des Bürgerkrieges vor CHR, in Hist. Zeicher. Roman 44, 1880. 409-45, Roman 46, 1881. 48-105, Hirschfeld, O. Der Entermen der Gallischen Statthalterschaft Caesars, in Clio, Roman 4, 1904. 76-87. Wiegand L. Studien zur staatsrechtlichen Stellung des Diktators Caesar. Des Recht über Krieg und Frieden. Caesar und die Tribunische Gewalt. Hackel H. Die Hypothesen über die Lex Iulia Municipalis, in Wiener Studien, Roman 24, 1902. -62. Cook, E. Jugs Plebeians de Colonie de Narbonne in Mélanges d'Archéologie et de Histoire, 1881. 297-311, Kornemann, Die Kasserische Kolonie Carthago und die Einführung Rom. Gemeindordnung in Afrika in Philol. NF Roman 14, 1901. 426, Liebenam W. Jesch, und Organisation die Rom Währungswessens, Waltzing J.P. Corporations Professionnelles chez les Romains, I-78FF. Babylon e Monias de la République Romaine, I-7988, Dreyfus R. Lois Agraires, P.T. Roman 3, Tautain J. Municipium in Derenberg et Saglio Dict. Roman 3, 2020-234, Pauli Wiswa, Real and Cycle. I-256F, M. Acilius Glabrio Klebs, 554-6, M. Emilius Lepidus Item, -3, Ambitus Hartmann, Roman 2, 191-4, Apparitors Habel, -4, C. Aurelius Cotta Klebs, 2485-7, L. Aurelius Cotta Idem, Roman 3, 1376-F, C. Calpurnius Pies Munzer, Roman 4, 82-8, P. Clodius Pulcher, Froelich, 1252-5, C. Cornelius Munzer, Roman 4. F. L. Cornelius Cinna, son of the famous Democratic consul Idem, 1380-F, CN. Cornelius Lentulus Clodianus, Idem, -66, L. Cornelius Sulla Felix Froelich, 24014, Deiotarus Nice. Chapter 18. The Composition and Preservation of Statutes, Commercial Procedure, and Commercial Days. The composition and preservation of statutes. Laws were drawn up in technically exact language. If the proposer of a regation lacked the necessary knowledge, he sought the advice of learned friends. The bill, as first presented to the Senate and published in the city on wooden tablets, was merely tentative, for discussion in the Senate or the expression of public opinion might suggest changes or even induce the author to withdraw the proposal. At the head of the law after its adoption was inserted the Index and Prescriptio, of which the consular lex Quinctia Druidictibus, accepted by the tribes in the year 9 BC, offers a good example. T. Quinctius Crispinus consul populum iur rogavit, populusque iur civit in foro pro rostris edis divi Iulii PR, idi, K. Iulias, tribus surga principium fuit, pro tribus ex. LF viro primus civit. It contains the name of the regator, his office, the body of citizens, whether populace or plebs, to which the proposal is offered, the place of the assembly, the date, the century, prerogativa, or the tribe or curiae principium, which voted first, and the name of the citizen who has been granted the honor of casting the first vote for his prerogativa or principium. If the Senate has given its sanction, that fact is indicated by the insertion of the phrase de s enatus, s intentia. In case the proposal is by a tribune of the plebs, it is strictly a plebiscitum, but that its equivalence to a lex may be made clear, it is described as a lex plebiscitum. The body of the law is divided into chapters separated by spaces, sometimes numbered, and occasionally bearing individual titles. Last comes the sanction, which provides for the enforcement. Some laws, however, termed legs imperfecti, lack this part. Usually the sanction prescribes the form of procedure according to which offenders are to be tried. If the author of the new proposal has no desire to disturb any existing law, This fact is indicated by the insertion of the formula EX, H, AC, L, edge, N nihilum R augeter. As a protection from the operation of earlier laws left in whole or in part unrepealed by the new statute, the latter is provided with a declaration that no attempt is hereby made to legalize anything illegal. By an analogous statement, unconscious trespassing upon the rights of religion is rendered harmless. In accordance with a law of the 12 Tables provision is further made against the consequences of conflict with other laws, by the declaration that if anyone in carrying out this law shall trespass against other statutes or senatus consulta, his act shall render him in no way liable to such earlier laws or decrees. A provision may also be added against illegal alteration or repeal. Sometimes the proposer includes an article for compelling senators and magistrates to uphold his law, should it be enacted, or for otherwise overcoming opposition to its enforcement, or for making repeal difficult. It becomes binding from the moment when the author announces its adoption by the comitia. Excepting in case time has to be given the senators and magistrates for swearing to it. The law is then engraved on a bronze tablet, the original copy of which is kept by the quaestors in the aerarium. Other copies are posted in public places where all can read it. Roman II, Comitial Procedure. The tribal assembly convened under the presidency of a tribune or aedile of the plebs, in which case the gathering was technically the plebs, or as the populace under a patrician magistrate, dictator, consul, praetor, curule aedile, pontifex maximus, or any extraordinary magistrate who possessed the ius agendi cum populo. It met indifferently within or without the pomerium, usually on the Capitoline Hill in the precinct of the Temple of Jupiter, in the Forum and Comitium, the Campus Martius, and within the latter in the Flaminian Meadow or Flaminian Circus. Meetings called by tribunes had to convene within the first milestone, which bounded the authority of these officials, whereas we hear of a tribal assembly called by a consul in the military camp at Sutrium, 357. The contio, described in an earlier chapter, was transformed into comitia by order of the presiding magistrate, directing the people to take their places in their respective tribes. Before this command was given, a tribe was drawn by lot to receive the Latins who were at Rome. A second tribe was then drawn as a principium to cast the first vote. The bringing of the urn and the sortition were the last acts of the contio. To facilitate, the division ropes were stretched across the forum or other assembly place, forming as many compartments as there were tribes. In time, a permanent enclosure, termed septa, was built for the comitia. If the magistrate found that an entire tribe was absent, he assigned to it for the occasion a few citizens from some other, in order that in theory all 35 tribes, the universis populus Romanus, might be present. After the tribes were assembled in their comitia as here described, the principium was called to vote. This point terminated the rite of intercession and of obnunciating an evil omen discovered in watching the sky. When the suffrage of the principium was given and announced, all the remaining tribes voted simultaneously. In earlier time, a regator stood at the exit of each septum and received the oral votes of the citizens as they passed out one by one. After the introduction of the ballot, the state provided little tablets inscribed with abbreviations for ut rogas and antiquo for affirmative and negative votes respectively, and for elections, blank tablets on which the names of the candidates could be written. They were deposited in boxes, cisti, placed at the exits above mentioned, under the charge of rogators, who, having lost their original function, were now often, and more aptly, called custodes. They counted, diribitio the ballots, and reported, renunciatio, the results to the president. The latter had a right to announce to the public the returns from the tribes in whatever order he pleased, but he usually preferred to determine the succession by lot. In the election of any college of magistrates, each citizen voted for as many candidates as there were places to be filled, and the announcements for each continued till a majority was reached in his favor. Precedence in honor within the college depended upon priority of election. The declaration of the vote by the preco at the command of the president closed the comitial act. If for any reason the presiding magistrate discontinued the announcement before a majority was reached, the vote was without effect. The session of any assembly had to begin and end between sunrise and sunset. The comitia curiata, presided over by the king, the interrex, and possibly by the tribunus cellarum, and in the Republican period by the dictator, consul, interrex, praetor, pont, fex maximus, or rex sacrorum, met always within the pomerium, usually in the comitium or for religious purposes in front of the Curia Calibra on the Capitoline Hill. It was called together by a curiate lictor at the sound of the litus or tuba. The procedure, which in general was like that of the tribal assembly, and which has been touched upon in the chapters on the comitia calata and curiata, does not require further consideration here. The comitia centuriata could be summoned for voting by no magistrates in their own name and under their own auspices excepting those who were vested with the imperium. The dictator, consul, interrex for holding elections, the praetor for judicial business, and all extraordinary magistrates with consular power. The duoviri perduliani iudicandi, the quaestors, and the tribunes of the plebs could summon this assembly for judicial business under the auspices only of a magistrate cum imperio, as the consul or more especially the praetor. It always met outside the pomerium, usually in the Campus Martius, at the call of an excensus, who sounded the trumpet, classicum, at daybreak along the city wall. During the session, the citizens in the assembly could see a flag waving above the janiculum to signify that this post was occupied by a garrison as a protection for the city while they were engaged outside in a public duty. As in the case of the tribal assembly, the contio was transformed into comitia by an order of the president commanding the citizens to separate into their respective voting groups. The place of meeting, termed oval sheepfold, was divided by ropes or wooden fences into as many compartments as there were centuries in the largest voting division, probably 87. An elevated passage, pons, formed the exit of each compartment. The members of a century, while passing out one by one, gave their votes to the regator in the same way as the tribesmen in the comitia tributa. After the ballot was introduced, it was used in all assemblies alike. The order of voting before and after the reform has been sufficiently explained in an earlier chapter. In general, the principles governing the announcement of votes, interruptions, and adjournments were the same for all three assemblies. The length of the assemblies must have varied according to the form of organization, the number of voters present, and various other circumstances. In the time of Caesar, the process in the comitia centuriata, on an occasion in which there was no delay, lasted 5 hours. We should therefore assume at least an hour for the voting of the tribes. Roman 3. Comitial days. The people could meet for voting on comitial days only, marked C in the calendar. They excluded the dies nefasti, marked N NP or NF on which religion forbade that public business should be done. They excluded further the 2 days marked Q uando RXC, omitiavit F as, the 1 day marked Q uando cent Urcus D, illetum F, as, because on these days it was impossible to open the assembly in the morning as usage prescribed, and the 8 days marked N the morning and evening of which were alone nefasti, the intervening part being free for business. Equally distinct from the comitial days were the dies fasti non-comitials, marked F and in this volume termed simply fasti. They were reserved for judicial business. The pre-Julian year contained 108 nefasti and 45 fasti, leaving 191 comitial days. The 10 days added by Caesar are all marked F. It is to be noticed, however, that those days marked C on which fell in any year extraordinary or changeable festivals were thereby rendered unfit for comitia. It seems probable that in early time market days, nundini, were not wholly devoted to trade and to the settlement of cases at law, but that they could be used equally well for voting assemblies, till the Hortensian statute of 287 declared those marked F and C to be fasti, reserving them thus for judicial business and prohibiting from them voting assemblies of every kind. The general tendency during the Republic was to restrict the power of the people by lessening the number of days on which they could meet for passing resolutions. Lange, Römisch Altertummer, Roman 2, 640-954, Madvig Verfes und Verwa, D. Rom, Stotz I 246-73, Herzog Rom Stottsverf I, 110513, Karloa Rom Richstesch, I 388-448, Mommsen Rom, Stotzer, Roman 3, 314 F 396-419, in Sil. IP 203 FF, 290 FF. Libanam in Pauli Wiswa, real and cycle. Roman 4-4, 687-93, 705-8. Humbert in Dernberg et Saglio dict. I. 1377-1379 F. Cuck, Ibid. Roman 3. 1122 FF. Hubner, A. de Senatus Populique Romani Actis. Ritschel, F. in Leges Vicilium Antonium Cornelium Observations Epigraphici in Opuscula Philol. Roman 4. 427-45. Egbert, Latin Inscriptions 50, Cagnat, Epigraphy Lat. 265-7 Marquart Rom Statzv. Roman 3, 289 FF. Wiswa, Religion und Kultus der Römer, 368 FF. Komischels dies in Pauli Wiswa real and cycle. Roman 4. 716, Fowler, Roman Festivals, 8 FF. Chapter 19. A summary of Komischel history. Originating in the simple gathering, contio, of the primitive folk, the General Assembly of Roman citizens came, under sacerdotal influence, to be grouped in curiae with a view to adding order and solemnity to the meetings. Thus the Romans created the comitia curiata. Not only the curiae, but also the later centuries, classes, and tribes, originally existed independently of the assembly for various administrative purposes, and were brought into connection with that institution as convenient systems of organization. At first ceremonial, the comitia curiata came to be used for voting on resolutions. Gradually reducing this earliest organized gathering to a formality, the Romans successively introduced the centuriate and the tribal comitia. Excepting for brief transitional periods, the assembly, whatever its form, admitted all citizens who possessed the right of suffrage. Its power was at first slight vague, and chiefly receptive. Though in the regal period the people occasionally approved or rejected judicial sentences, administrative plans, and even proposals for changes in existing customs submitted to them by the king of his own free will, the only function which at that time they definitely acquired was the election of their chief magistrate. From the founding of the Republic to the decembral legislation, 509-450, the magistrates and Senate exercised almost absolute control over the administration. At the very beginning, the comitia centuriata, a newly established timocratic institution, assumed the right to enact laws, which for a long time were substantially limited to matters directly affecting the Constitution. And the alleged Valerian centuriate statute made of this body a Supreme Court to which any citizen condemned on a capital charge was granted the privilege of appeal. In practice, however, the law benefited those only of high rank who were accused of political crimes. Meantime, a new, more democratic assembly under the presidency of tribunes of the plebs, meeting by tribes after 471, usurped an extensive though ill-defined power of fining and capitally condemning offenders against the sanctity of plebeian officials. But this function, resting upon an act of the plebs only and enforced by threats of violence, was almost nullified by patrician opposition. It was doubtless in this period that voting by heads arose in the comitia centuriata, whence it was adopted by the other assemblies. The 12 tables, 451-450, confirmed the comitia centuriata in the rights it had previously assumed, and if not expressly, at least by implication, they granted legislative and judicial power to the tribunician assembly of tribes. A Valerian Horatian statute of 449 provided that resolutions approved by the Senate and carried by the latter assembly should have the force of law. Just as from the beginning, the senatorial sanction, patrum auctoritas, was essential to the validity of curiate and centuriate resolutions and elections. At the same time, in conformity with a law of the 12 tables, an arrangement was made by which the tribunes should bring their finable actions before the tribes and those of a capital nature before the centuries. Soon afterward, the patrician magistrates began to use the tribes for the election of inferior officials and occasionally for the ratification of laws. During the century following the decembral legislation, 453-50, 8, the almost absolute administrative power of the Senate and magistrates remained but slightly affected by the comitia. The appointment of a dictator or the establishment of a special judicial commission placed the citizens at the mercy of the government. Although the comitia centuriata acquired the right to ratify or reject declarations of offensive war, 427, and though the tribunes succeeded in enacting a few important plebiscites, like the Canolaean and the Licinian section, the people made little progress toward the free exercise of legislative and judicial functions. With the enactment of a lex de ambitu in 358, the tribes began to legislate concerning magistrates, with reference not only to candidacy and qualifications, but soon also to powers and functions, and to the creation of new offices. They passed laws on finance and religion, and on the qualification and appointment of senators. They assumed the function of ratifying or rejecting proposals for peace, 321, and of admitting aliens to citizenship. The tribes and the centuries began regularly to exercise appellate jurisdiction. About the same time, the people acquired the function of appointing special judicial commissions and subjected the dictator to the law of appeal. In an effort to throw off the control exercised by the nobility, the Publilian Statute of 339 excluded patricians from the tribunician assembly of tribes, a regulation afterward silently abandoned. And in 287, that of Hortensius rendered the approval of the Senate and of the patrician portion of it unessential to the validity of the plebiscite. Meanwhile, in administrative and in constitutional legislation, the comitia tributa made great gains at the expense of the Senate and magistrates and of the centuriate assembly. The period extending from 358 to 287 was accordingly the first great age of comitial legislative and judicial activity. The strong popular tendency then manifested might have created a real democracy, had it not been for 1. The cleverness of the nobles in gaining control of the plebeian tribunate, and in using religion as a check on comitial freedom. 2. The rapid expansion of the Roman power, which drew the public mind away from internal politics, and which rendered the assembly not only an inadequate representative of the citizens, but also incompetent for the functions devolving upon it. Many years passed, however, before this incompetency became serious. Though henceforth the comitia were in theory sovereign, they remained limited by a want of initiative both in the act of assembling and in the offering of resolutions, by the lack of free deliberation, by the tribunician veto, and by the oblative auspices. After the enactment of the Hortensian statute, the comitia tributa enjoyed almost exclusive possession of the legislative function. The larger share fell to the tribunician assembly, which excelled in aggressiveness, and which admitted as much freedom of debate as was consistent with the spirit of the Constitution. Hence, it was preferably termed concilium. Notwithstanding these relative advantages of the tribal assembly, the adverse conditions above mentioned led to an era of comitial stagnation, 287–32, at the close of which the tribunate of C. Flaminius brought a new outburst of activity, 230–201. The assemblies now recovered all they had lost in the preceding age and made fresh gains. Noteworthy are the sumptuary, monetary, private, and family statutes, and the recognition of the right of the people to grant dispensations from existing laws. In the opinion of Polybius, the Constitution was in this time at its best. The nobles admitted the theory of popular sovereignty, as they could well afford to do in view of their thorough control of all governmental institutions. In the era of the completed plutocracy, 201–134, they regularly resorted to the comitia in matters of little political importance or in those in which they felt certain of the results. Under these conditions, fewer laws were enacted for the benefit of the masses. The policy of the nobles was to repress individual freedom by subjecting both magistrates and assemblies to the plutocratic machine. Even the comitial judicia were subordinated to this end, and toward the close of the period, the people in establishing permanent courts began through legislation to surrender their judicial power to the senatorial class, while the Senate, on the other hand, resumed the function of dispensing from the laws and of appointing special courts. In these ways, the nobility was making great inroads on popular liberty. In the beginning of the revolutionary period, 134–30, the tribal assembly, liberated for a time from servitude to the plutocracy, became under the presidency of reforming tribunes the ruling power at Rome. Its activity not only embraced the whole field of administration, but was directed by the Gracchi to the creation of a new political constitution and to the regeneration of society. But its variable composition precluded consistency of action. Though at times, as when controlled by the rural element of the citizen body, it could be induced to adopt liberal, statesmanlike measures, such as the agrarian and colonial laws of the Gracchi, the usual dominance of the ignorant and unprincipled poor of the metropolis inclined it to a short-sighted, selfish course of conduct, rendering it a powerful weapon in the hands either of the demagogue or of the plutocratic Senate. Equally effective for resisting genuine reforms and for destroying the institutions of the Republic. As with the progress of the Revolution, the conservative checks began to weaken and disappear, the comitia became more and more subject to violence and coercion. The comitial prosecutions of this period partook of the same revolutionary character. From the time of Sulla, the assemblies were overshadowed by the military power. Under his dictation, they surrendered to the senatorial courts nearly all that remained of their judicial function, and they seriously crippled their legislative power in favor of a reaction to the pre-Hortensian constitution. After a brief interval of bondage to the Senate AD 170, they recovered their legislative freedom, only to subserve for the future the alliance now formed between the tribunes of the plebs and the great proconsuls. From the accession of Julius Caesar to the dictatorship, 49, their power rapidly declined. They yielded to him a large share of their legislative and even of their elective function. After a brief period of pretended liberty following the assassination of the dictator, they lapsed with the fall of the Republic into utter insignificance. The comitia had filled a large place in the history of the state. They were the chief factor of constitutional progress and of beneficent legislation. Their development and decline involved the prosperity and the ruin of the Republic. For the world, they have a higher value. The tribal assembly, supporting the plebeian tribunate, was the storm center of long, heroic struggles for human rights. The fact that it championed this cause, that it met with some success in the conflict, that a Gracchus deemed it worthy to undertake the social regeneration of the world, has given the institution a universal and a permanent interest. Bibliography. From this list are excluded the titles of all works which, treating of other than Roman institutions, are referred to in this volume for comparative purposes, and of all sources which are accessible in well-known, standard editions. Abbott, F.F. A History and Description of Roman Political Institutions. Boston, 1901. The Constitutional Argument in the Fourth Catilinarian Oration. Classical Journal, Roman II, 1907, 123.5. Abhittel die Akad, die Wiss, zu Berlin, equals Philologisch und historisch Abhandlungen der Königlichen Akademie der Wissenschaften zu Berlin. Abhittel die Bayer, Akad, die Wiss, equals Abhandlungen der Königlich Bayerischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Munich. Abhittel Sachs, Gesellschaft, die Wiss, equals Abhandlungen der Philologisch-historisch Klasse der Wissenschaften zu Leipzig. Ackermann H. die Raumlichen Schranken der Tribunizischen Gewalt, Programm, Rostock, 1891. Alias Donatus, Commentum Tarenti ed. P. Wessner, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1902-1905. Aren Eaj die drei Volkstribunen T. Gracchus, M. Drusus und P. Sulpicius. Leipzig, 1836. Ampere J.J. Histoire Romaine à Rome, 4 vols. Paris, 1866-1872. Archive F. Lat. Lexikog. Archive für Latinische Lexikographie und Grammatik, als Ergänzung zu dem Thesaurus Linguae Latini, ed. Yvonne Wolflin, Leipzig. Arndt die Dilexmenia de dot vom Jar der Stadt Rom 568, Zeitschrift für Rechtsgeschichte, Roman 7, 1868. 144. Arnim H. von, Ineditum Vaticanum. Hermes, Roman 27, 1892-30. Arnobius, Adversus Nations, Library Roman 7, Rec A. Reafershade, Vienna, 1875. Arnold W. T. The Roman System of Provincial Administration, New ed. Oxford, 1906. Oct Inc. de Diff, equals Octor Insertus Cornelius Front, in Grammatici Latini ed. Kale Roman 7, 519-32. Ost e die Religion der Römer, Munster, 1899. Babylon et description historique et chronologique des monnaies de la République romaine. 2 vols. Paris, 1885-1886. Babylon et les origines de la monnaie. Paris, 1897. Traité des monnaies grecques et romaines, I Paris, 1901. Bart sie die Priester der wir großen Kollegien aus Römisch Republikanischer Zeit. Programm, Berlin, 1871. Zur Lex Caecilia Didia und noch einmal, Senatssitzung Stage der Späteren Republik. Hermes, Roman 9, 1875. 305-18. Beiträge zur alten Geschichte. Leipzig. Beginning with Volume V, the periodical is termed Clio with Bader, Z alt, Gesch as a subtitle. Belach J. Companion, Topography, Geschichte und Leben der Umgebung Nepals im Altertum. Berlin, 1879. Der Italische Bund unter Roms Hegemonie. Leipzig, 1880. Die Bewölkerung der griechisch-römischen Welt. Leipzig, 1886. Die Bewölkerung Italiens im Altertum. Bader, Z alt, Gesch, Roman 3, 1903, 471-90. Belot et Histoire des Chevaliers Romains, etc. 2 vols. Paris, 1873. De la Révolution économique et monétaire qui eut lieu à Rome au milieu du siècle avant leur création, etc. Paris. Burl, Phil, Wachenschrift, equals Berliner Philologische Wachenschrift. Berliner Studien, equals Berliner Studien für klassische Philologie und Archäologie. Bernhoft, F. Stadt und Recht der Römischen Königszeit im Verhältnis zu Verwandtenrechten. Stuttgart, 1882. Burns, si de Comitarum Tributorum et Conciliarum Plebis Discrimine. Inaugural Dissertation. Wetzlar, 1875. Ber Sachs, Gesellschaft, die Wiss, or Verhütel, die Sachs, Gesellschaft, die Wiss, equals Bericht über die Verhandlungen der Königlich Sächsischen Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften zu Leipzig. Philologisch-historisch class. Bertolini, si I Sellers ed il Tribunus Cellarum, contributo alla storia della Constituzione dell'Antica Roma. Rome, 1888. Billetter G. Gesch, die Zinsfuss, equals Geschichte des Zinsfusses in griechisch-römischen Altertum bis auf Justinian. Leipzig. Blasel, J. Die Motiven der Geschichtgebung des Sempronius Gracchus. Trieste, 1878. Bloch et le Prefectus Fabrum, Roman 2. Musée Belge, Roman 9, 1905, -78. Bloch, G. Recherches sur quelques gentes patricians, in Mélanges d'archéologie et de histoire de l'école francaise de Rome, 241-76. 1882. Orig, D. Seine, equals les origines du Seignat Roman, Recherches sur la formation et la dissolution du Seignat patricien. Paris, 1883. La Réforme démocratique à Rome au siècle av. J.C. A Review Historique, Roman 32, 1886. 132, 240-189. Observations sur le procès des Scipiens. Revue des études anciennes, Roman 8, 1906. 93 110, 191 228, 287 322. Bloch L. Die Standischen und Sozialen Kampf in der Römischen Republik. Leipzig, 1900. Blum, F. Lachmann, K. and Rudorf, A. F. Die Schriften der Römischen Feldmesser, Roman 2. Berlin, 1852. Volume I is the Grammatis I Vetters, ed. K. Lachmann. Bach A. Metrologische Untersuchungen. Berlin, 1838. Bormann, E. Die Altest Gliederung Roms, in Iranos Vindibonensis, 345-58. Vienna, 1893. Botsford, G. W. on the distinction between comitia and concilium. Transactions of the American Philological Association, Roman 35, 1904. 2132. Social Composition of the Primitive Roman Populace. Political Science Quarterly, Roman 21, 1906. 498-526. Some Problems Connected with the Roman Gens. Ibid, Roman 22, 1907. 660-392. The Lex Curiata. Ibid, Roman 23, 1908. 498-517. Boucher-Leclerc, A Histoire de la Divination dans l'Antiquité, Roman 4. 134-85. Paris, 1882. Augurs in Dernburg et Saglio dict, I 550-60. Auspicia, Ibid, I 585. Bourgeois si histoire du plébiscite, Le plébiscite dans Antiquité, Geneva and Paris, 1887. Brasloff, S. Beiträge zur Erläuterung der Lex Acilia Repetendarum. Wiener Studien, Roman 26, 1904. 106-17. Breda die Centurienverfischung des Servius Tullius. Bromberg. Brocker, L.O. Untersuchungen über die Glaubwürdigkeit der Ultramischen Verfischungsgeschichte. Hamburg, 1858. Untersuchungen über die Glaubwürdigkeit der Ultramischen Geschichte. Basel, 1868. Brunk, H. Beiträge zur Entwicklungsgeschichte des Römischen Heerwesens. Philol, Excel, 1881, 357-77. Bruns, C.G. Fonts Iuris Romani Antiqui, 6th ed., Freiburg. Geschichte und Quellen des Römischen Rechts, in Holzendorf, F. Vaughan and Kohler, J. Enzyklopädie der Rechtswissenschaft in systematischer Bearbeitung, I. 70 ff. 6th ed. 1st ed., of Kohler's Revision, 2 vols, Leipzig and Berlin. Butcheler F. Umbrica, Bonn, 1883. Buck C. Diagrammer of Oscan and Umbrian, Boston, 1904. Budinger, M. Cicero und der Patriciat, ein Staatsrechtliche Untersuchung, Denkschur, Die Kaiserl, Akad, Die Wiss, Roman 21, 1881, 211-74. Der Patriciat und das Federrecht in den letzten Jahrzehnten der Römischen Republik, Ibid, Roman 36, 1888. 81-125. Berger, C.P., J.R. Setzig Jar aus der Alteren Geschichte Roms, 418-358. Historisch-kritisch Forschungen, Amsterdam. New Forschungen zur Alteren Geschichte Roms, I. Roman 2. Amsterdam, 1894-1895. Cagnat R. Kurs d'Epigraphie Latin, 3d ed., Paris, 1898. Equites in Dernburg et Saglio, dict, Roman 2, 771-89. Caligari, e la legislazione social di Geograco, Padua. Cantalupi, La Magistratura di Silla durante la Guerra Civil Rome, 1899. Carter, J. B. Roma Quadrata and the Septimontium. A. M., Journ of Archeol, Roman 12, 1908, 172-83. Casagrandi, Villa Minors Gentes et I Paters Minorum Gentium, etc. Torino, 1892. Unscientific. Cassiodorus Magnus Aurelius. Opera Omnia, in Patrologiae Cursus Completus L6 ed., Mean, Paris, 1865. Caris equals Carisius, FSR's Grammatica or Instit. Gram, in Grammaticae Latini, I ed., Kale, Leipzig, 1857. Christ W. Sprachlich Verwenschaft der Gracchoidaliker, Sitzp, D.K. Bayer Aked, 1906, 151-46. Christensen, H. Die Ursprüngliche Bedeutung der Paters, Hermes, Roman 9, 1875, 196-16. Sill equals Corpus Inscriptionum Latinarum ed., Mommsen and others, Berlin. The first edition is cited, unless otherwise indicated. CJA equals Corpus Iuris Attici ed., I.B. Telfy, Leipzig and London, 1868. Klassen o kritisch Erörterungen über die Römischen Stadt, Rostock, 1871. Zur Frage über die reformierte Centurienverfischung, Heidelberger Jahrbucher der Literatur, LXV, 1872. 220-137. Conway, RSI du Strati di Popolazione Indo-Europea del Lazio e del Italia Antica. Rivista di Storia Antica, Roman 7, 1903. 422-4. Corp Gloss, Lat, equals Corpus Glossarium Latinorum. 7 vols, ed. G., Low, G. Goetz, and others. Leipzig, 1876-1903. Corson W., Über Ausbruch Vokalismus und Betonung der Latinischen Sprache. 2d ed., 2 vols. Leipzig, 1868-1870. Beiträge zur Italischen Sprachkunde. Leipzig, 1876. Kunz o Polybius und sein Werk. Leipzig, 1902. Kuck e les Jugs Plebeians de la Colonie de Narbonne, in Mélanges d'Archéologie et de Histoire, 297-311. Paris, 1881. Les institutions juridiques des Romans, 2d ed. 2 vols, Paris, 1891-1902. Lex Publica, in Dernburg et Saglio dict, Roman 3, 1121-74. Dernburg et Saglio, Dictionnaire des Antiquités Grecques et Romaines, I Roman 3 m. Paris, 1873-1904. Diek W. Die Fallisker, ein Geschichtlich Sprachliche Untersuchung. Strasbourg, 1888. Delbruck H. Die Römische Manipulardiktik. Hist. Zeicher, N. F. Roman 15, 1884, 239-64. Delbruck Geschichte der Kriegskunst im Rahmen der politischen Geschichte, I. des Altertum, Berlin. Delaume et les Manières d'Argent à Rome, Paris, 1890. Denkschrift die Kaiserl, Akad, die Wiss, equals Denkschriften der Kaiserlichen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Philosophisch-Historisch Class, Vienna. De Sanctis Gistoria dei Romani, La Conquista del Primato in Italia. 2 vols. Milan, Turin, etc. 1907. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica BKS, I Roman 18 ed. Vogel, Leipzig, the remaining BKS and Frags, ed. C. Muller Didot, Paris 1842-1844. Dreyfus, R. Essai sur les lois agraires sous la République romaine, Paris 1898. Druman Grobe, Jesch. Roms equals Druman, W. Geschichte Roms in seinem Übergang von der Republikanischen zur Monarchischen Verfassung, ed. P. Grobe, I Roman 3 Roman 4. 1. Berlin, 1899-1908. Dupont, et de la Constitution, et des magistratures romaines sous la République. Paris, 1877. Egbert, J. C. Introduction to the Study of Latin Inscriptions. New York, 1906. Eigenbrot, A de Magistratium Romanorum iur intercedendi, inaugural dissertation. Leipzig, 1875. Ephem, ep equals Ephemeris Epigraphica, Rome and Berlin. Exup equals Julius Exuperantius. Opusculum de Mariae, Lepidi ac Surdore belli civilibus, in Sallust Omnia Opera, 507-15, Paris, 1821. This work is also referred to as Jull. Exuper. Ferrero, G. Greatness and Decline of Rome, translated into English by Zimmern and others. 5 vols. New York, 1907-1909, suggestive but untrustworthy. Fesk, FF Don equals Fescabe Fur Felix Don zu seinem Funsigjargen Dr. Jubilaum Juadmit. Breslau, 1905. Forcellini A Todius Latinitatis Lexicon, ed. V. de Witt, 6 vols. Prati, 1858-1875. Forsyth W. Life of Marcus Tullius Cicero, 2 vols, New York. Fowler W. W. Julius Caesar, New York and London, 1894. Notes on Gaius Gracchus. English Historical Review, Roman 20, 1905, 227. Gaius Gracchus and the Senate. Classical Review, X 1896, -80. The Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, London. Freeman, E. A. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, in Historical Essays, Roman 2, 271-306. London, 1873. Froelich, F. Beiträge zur Kriegsführung und Kriegskunst der Römer zur Zeit der Republik. Berlin, 1886. Froelich no initial given. P. Clodius Pulcher, in Pauli Wiswa, Real and Cycle, Roman 4, 82-8. L. Cornelius Sulla Felix Ibid, Roman 4, 1522-66. Frontin Conter, equals Frontinus Julius, De Controversies in Grom, Vet, 926 ed. Lachman, Berlin, 1848. Fronto M. Cornelius, Epistolae ed. S.A. Neighbor, Leipzig. Fustel de Coulanges, The Ancient City, translated from the French, Boston and New York, 1889. Gardner P. as in Smith W. Dict, I 201-8, 3d ed. 2 vols, London, 1890-1891. Garofalo, F.P. I Fasti dei Tribuni della Plebe della Repubblica Romana. Catania, 1889. L'origine e l'elezione dei Tribuni e digli edili della Plebes etc. Catania, 1890. Not altogether accurate. Sul Plebiscita Matinium, Catania, 1896. Lex Cincia de Donis et Muniribus. Bollettino dell'Istituto di Diritto Romano, Roman 15, 1903. 310-12. Gens H. Die Servianische Centurienverfassung. Sorrow, 1874. Das Patricische Rom. Berlin, 1878. Die Centuriatkommission nach der Reform. Freienwald, 1882. Gerathuel H. Die Reiter und die Rittercenturien zur Zeit der Römischen Republik. Munich, 1886. Gilbert O. Geschichte und Topographie der Stadt Rom im Altertum. 3 parts. Leipzig, 1883-1890. Gerard, P. F. Histoire de l'Organisation Judiciaire des Romains, I. Paris, 1901. Textes de droit romain, 3d, ed., Paris, 1903. Gauguin R. droit romain des centuries, thesis, Paris, of little value. Gaumont, M. H. Les Chevaliers Romains depuis Romulus jusqu'à Galba, Paris, 1854. Göttling, K. W. Geschichte der Römischen Staatsverfassung, Halle, 1840. Graham Lat equals Grammatici Latini ed., H. G. T. Kale. 7 vols, Leipzig, 1855-1880. Gran, listen, equals Granius Licinianus, Annalium qui supersunt ed., Pertz, Berlin, 1857. Greenidge, A. H. J. The Lex Sempronia and the Banishment of Cicero. Classical Review, Roman 7, 1893. 347 f. Roman Public Life, London and New York, 1901. Legal Procedure of Cicero's Time, London and New York, 1901. A History of Rome during the Later Republic and the Early Principate, I. New York, 1903. Greenidge, A. H. J. The Authenticity of the 12 Tables, English Historical Review, Roman 20, 1905. 121. Greenidge and Clay, Sources for Roman History, 13370b c. Oxford, 1903. Grenfell, B. P. and Hunt, A. S. Oxyrhynchus Papyri, Roman 4, 116. London, 1904. For the newly discovered epitome of Livy including text and commentary. See also Kornemann. Gram, Vet, Grammatici Vetters ed. K. Lachmann, Berlin, 1848. Grotefend, C. L. Imperium Romanum Tributum Descriptum, Hanover, 1863. Gudemann, A. Concilium, in Thesaurus Linguae Latini Roman 4, 44-8. Gerard, P. de la Réforme des Commisses Centuriates OE Cycle Av. J.C. Revue Historique Roman 17, 1881, 124. Gerlit L. Lex Claudia de Exilio Ciceronis, Philol, N.F., Roman 13, 1900, 570-883. Habel, P. Apparitors, in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, Roman 2-4. Hackel, H. Die Hypothesen über die Sognet, Lex Iulia Municipalis, Wiener Studien, 1902, 550-262. Heberlin, E. J. del Puentico Sistema Monetario Presso I Romani, v Rivista Italiana di Numismatica, Roman 19, 1906. 611-46. Translation of an article in the Berliner Münzblätter, 1905-1906. Hag, Einige Bemerkungen über die Lex Servilia Repetendorum, Gluckstadt, 1845. Halles et les Commisses à Rome, Dissertation, Paris, 1890, of little worth. Hartmann Ambitus, in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, I. 1803. Hedwig, D. H. Geschichte der Gräkischen Unruhen in der Römischen Republik, Hamburg, 1801. Helbig W. Die Italiker in der Pobin, Leipzig, 1879. An illustration of a dragatio, Comps rendus de l'Acad, des inscriptions et belles lettres, Roman 21, 1893, 353. Contribution à l'histoire de l'Equitatis Romaine, Ibid, 1904, Roman 2, 192-01. Les attributs des Saliens, Ibid, 206-12. Sur les attributs des Saliens, Mémoires de l'Acad, des inscriptions et belles lettres, Roman 27-2, 1905, 205-76. Zur Geschichte des Römischen Equitatis et die Equites als Beritin Hopliten, Abital, D. Bayer, Acad, D. Wiss, Roman 23, 1905, 267-317. Die Casters als Schutzgitter des Römischen Equitatis, Hermes, Excel 1905, 10115. Hennebert, a Histoire de la lutte entre les patriciens et les plébéiens à Rome. Gahn, 1845. Hens, des Dritt Valerisch Hortisch Gesetz und sein Wiederholungen. Program, Bonn, 1880. Hens, Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus Mayer, in Pauli Wiswa Reelencycle, Roman 4, 1462-70. Hermes equals Hermes, Zeitschrift für Klassische Philologie, Berlin. Herzog, Elex Sacrata und des Sacrosanctum. Job, FCL Philol, Roman 22, 1876, 139-50. Die Charakter der Tributkommission, im Funfen und Setzten Jahrhundert der Stadt und die Reform der Centuriatkommission, Philol. Roman 24, 1876, 312-29. Glauberdigkeit der Gesetze bis 387 der Stadt. Tübingen, 1881. Geschichte und System der Römischen Staatsverfassung. 2 vols. Leipzig, 1884-1887. Hesky, R. Amerkungen zur Lex Acilia Repetendarum. Wiener Studien, Roman 25, 1903, 272-87. Heidenreich, E. Livius und die Römisch Plebs, in Sammlung Gemeinverstandlicher Wissenschaftlicher Vorträge, Roman 17, 1882, -628. Hill, G. F. Handbook of Greek and Roman Coins, New York, 1899. Hirschfeld, O. der and Termen der Gallischen Statthalterschaft Caesars, Clio, Roman 4, 1904, 76-87. Hoffmann, E. die Patricischen und Plebischen Curien, Vienna. Hofmeister, K. die Wirtschaftliche Entwicklung Roms, Vienna. Halsapfel, il numero dei senatori romani durante il periodo de re rivista di storia antica, Roman 2, 1897, 52-64. Die drei altesten Römischen Tribus, Bater, Z. Alt, Jesch, I. 1901, 228-55. Hullmann, K. die Römische Grundverfassung, Bonn, 1832. Ursprung der Römischen Verfassung durch Vergleichungen erläutert, Bonn, 1835. Hulsen, Curiae, in Pauli Wiswa Reelencycle, Roman 3, 1280-13. The Roman Forum, translated from the 2D German edition by J. B. Carter, 2D English ed., Rome, 1909. Hulch F. Denarius, in Pauli Wiswa Reelencycle, v. 15. Humbert G. Excensus, in Dernberg et Saglio Dict, I. 16ff. Edeles, Ibid 95-100, Ager Publicus, Ibid 133-8, Census, Ibid 1317, Classis, Ibid 1224 F. Comitia, Ibid 1374-1401, Concilium, Ibid 1432 F. Contio, Ibid 1484 F. Fermentarii Leges, Ibid, Roman 2, 1346-8. Huschk Ph. Die Verfassung des Königs Servius Tullius als Grundlage zu einer römischen Verfassungsgeschichte. Heidelberg, 1838. Die Lex Sempronia Judiciaria und ihr Verhältnis zur Lex Acilia Repetendarum. Zeitcher, F. Richstesch, v. 1866, -84. Hig, Cond, Ager, Hyginus, De Conditionibus Agrorum, in Grom, Vet, ed. K. Lachman, 113-24, De Limitibus Constituendis Ibid, 166-08. Eichen, W. The Asylum of Romulus. Classical Museum, Roman 3, 1846, -3. Forschungen auf dem Gebiet der Römischen Verfassungsgeschichte. Frankfurt am Main, 1847. This study is translated into English by Haywood under the title Researches into the History of the Roman Constitution. London, 1853. Über die Entstehung und die altesten Befugnis des Römischen Tribunats. Rhein, Muse, Roman 21, 1866, 161-79. Die Entstehung der Servianischen Verfassung, in Symbola Philologorum Benentium, 629-44. 1864-1867. History of Rome, 5 vols, London, 1871-1882. Die Entwicklung der Tributkommission, Rhein, Muse, NF, Roman 28, 1873, 353-79. Early Rome, New York 1890. Inc. Oct equals insertus octor. Magistratuum et sacerdotium P. R. Expositions inediti ed. Ph. E. Huschke, Vratislavia 1829. Ined. Vat C. Arnhem H. Vaughan. Isid. Edom equals Isidorus Hispalensis. Etymology in Opera Omnia Roman 3 ed. Mean, Paris 1878. Eiler M. Uber des Poetellisch Gesetz de Ambitu. Rhine, Muse, Roman 28, 1873, 473-7. Job F. Philol, New Jobbücher für Philologie und Pädagogik. Second title, Jobbücher für Klassische Philologie. Leipzig. Jaresp U. Altwis, Jahresbericht über die Fortschritt der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. Leipzig. John C. Entstehungsgeschichte der Katilinarischen Verschwörung, Job, FCL, Philol, Suppelb, Roman 8, 1875, 701-819. Jordan H. Topography der Stadt Rom im Altertum. 2 vols, Berlin, 1878-1907. I. Roman 3, 1907, is edited by C. Hulson. Die Könige im Alten Italien. Berlin, 1887. Jules Exuper, C. Exup. Julius Victor, C. Ars Rhetorica, in Orella Ciceronis Opera, v. 195-69. Turisai, 1833. Kalb W. Jahresbericht über Römischen Juristen für 1901-1905, Jaresp, U. Altwis, CXX Civ 1906, 148. Kappen van de Capello, J. Dre Abhandlungen zum Römischen Staats- und Privatrecht, I. Betrachtungen über die Kommission. 2d ed. Berlin, 1891. Karlowa o der Römisch Zivilprozess zur Zeit der Legislationen. Berlin, 1872. Römisch Rechtsgeschichte, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1885-1901. Kale, J. zur Lex Cornelia de Vigenti Quaestoribus. Wiener Studien, Roman 24, 1902, 548-51. Klebs, E. Die Stimmenzahl und die Abstimmungsordnung der reformierten Servianischen Verfassung. Zeicher, D. Savignist, Roman 12, 1891, 181-44. Klebs L. Emilius Paulus, in Pauliwiswa Realencycle, I-80, M. Emilius Scorus, Ibid, 584-8, Apuleius, Ibid, Roman 2-9. Kleinadam F. Betrud zur Kenntnis der Lex Poetilia, in Fesk, F. Don Roman 2, 130, Breslau 1905. Clio, C. Betrud zur Alten Geschichte. Neep, Societas Publicanorum, Jena 1896. Combe J. Altlatanisch Verschungen, Leipzig 1905. Kornemann E. Die Kasserische Kolonie Carthago und die Einführung römischer Gemeindeordnung in Afrika. Philol, N.F. Roman 14, 1901, 426. Zur Geschichte der Gracchenzeit, reprinted from Bader, Z. Alt, Jesch, Beheft I 1903. Die New Livius Epitome aus Oxerhinchus, Bader, Z. Alt, Jesch, Beheft Roman 2, 1904. Polis und Herbs, Clio v. 1905, 7292. Collegium in Pauliwiswa Realencycle, Roman 4, 384-80 Coloniae, Ibid, 511-88, Concilium, Ibid, 801 ff. Kruger P. and Mommsen Th, Anecdoten Livianum, Hermes Roman 4, 1870, 371-6. Kruger Bressad Sauerk, D. Droit Rom, equals Kruger, P. Histoire des sources du Droit Romain. Trad, de l'Allemand parem Bressad Paris, 1894. Kubitschek, J. W. de Romanorum, Tribuum Origin AC Propagation, Vienna, 1882. Imperium Romanum Tributum Descriptum, Leipzig, 1889. Edelies in Realencycle, I 448-64, Erarius, Ibid -6, Isaac Wester, Ibid, 680-24, Ager, Ibid, 780-93, as Roman 2 -1513, Census, Ibid, Roman 3, 1914-24. Kubler B. Kalata Kamisha, in Pauliwiswa Realencycle Roman 3, 1334, Capite Sensi, Ibid, 1521 Centuria, Ibid, -62, Classis, Ibid, 2632 Consul, Ibid, Roman 4, 111238, Equites Romani, Ibid, Roman 6, 272 312. Kubler B. and Hulson, C. Curia, in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, Roman 4, 1815-26. L'Habitat e Corruption Electorale chez les Romans, Paris, 1876. Lambert, E. L. Histoire traditionnelle des Roman 12 Tables, et les critères d'authenticité des traditions en usage dans l'école de Mommsen, in Mélange Ch. Appleton, 503-626. Lyon and Paris. La Fonction du droit civil comparé, 397-18. Paris, 1903. Lanciani, R. Ruins and Excavations of Ancient Rome, Boston. New Tales of Old Rome, Boston, 1901. Lange L. Romisch Altertumor, 3 vols, 2d and 3d eds, Berlin, 1879. Klein Schriffen, 2 vols, Göttingen, 1887. Lekravain, C. Jens, in Dernburg at Saglio Dict, Roman 2, -1516. Leinweber, A. Die Legion des Livius, Philol, N. Ephraim 15, 1902, -41. Lest B. W. Greco-Italisch Rechtsgeschichte, Jena, 1884. Altarisches Eus Gentium, Jena, 1889. Altarisches Eus Civil, 2 vols, Jena, 1892, 1896. Lingel J. Untersuchungen über die Sullinische Verfischung, Freiburg im Breisgau, 1899. Lenormant F. as, in Dernburg et Saglio Dict, I 454-64. Colonies Romans, Ibid, I 1303-21. Leonhard R. Adoptio, in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, I 400. Adrogatio, Ibid, 419-21. Letellier, M. L. Organisation Centurial et les Commisses par Centuries. Thesis, Paris, 1896. Liebenam, W. zur Geschichte und Organisation des Römischen Währungswesens. Leipzig, 1890. Komische in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, Roman 4, 679-715 Curiata Lex, Ibid, Roman 4, 1826-30. Fabri in Ruggiero dis Ep Roman 3, 418. Liebold, K. die Ansichten über die Entstehung und des Wesen der Gentes Patricii in Rom aus der Zeit der Humanissen bis auf Unseertage, I. Roman 2. Mirin, 1890. Lyers, H. das Kriegswesen der Alten mit besonderer Berücksichtigung der Strategie. Breslau, 1895. Livy New Epitome of, see Grenfell and Hunt, also Kornemann. Long G. The Decline of the Roman Republic, 5 vols, London 1874. Madvig J. N. Die Verfischung und Verwaltung des Römischen Staats, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1881, 1882. Marci Ada, Il Culto Privato di Romantica, 2 vols, Milan, 1903, uncritical but to some extent useful. Marquardt J. Historiae Equitum Romanorum, Berlin, 1840. Römische Staatsverwaltung, 3 vols, 2d ed., revised by Dessau and others. Leipzig, 1881, 1885. Des Privatalben der Römer, 2d ed., Leipzig, 1886. Matzat H. Römisch Chronology, 2 vols, Berlin, 1883, 1884. Ma H. der Praefectus Fabrum, Halle, 1887. Mélanges d'Archéologie, et de Histoire de l'école Francaise de Rome. Merklein die die Cooptation der Römer, Leipzig, 1848. Merget H. Lexikon zu den Schriften Ciceros, I. Roman 2. Jena, 1887. Mayer E. Untersuchungen über Diodor's Römisch Geschichte, Reign, Muse, Roman 37, 1882. 610-27. Geschichte des Altertums Roman 2 v. Stuttgart, and Berlin, 1902. Untersuchungen zur Geschichte der Graken, in Festschriften, der Vereinigten Friedrichs-Universität Halle-Wittenberg, 1894. Philos. Fac, -109. Der Ursprung des Tribunats und die Gemeind der Vier Tribus, Hermes, XXX, 1895. 124. Die angebliche Centurion Reform Sullas, Hermes, Roman 33, 1898, 652-4. Plebs in Handwörterbuch der Staatswissenschaft, Roman 6-106, 2d ed., Jena, 1901. Mitchell N. H. du droit de cité romaine, Études d'épigraphie juridique. Paris, 1885. Milani, L. A studi e materiali di archeologia e numismatica. Vols, Florence, 1899-1905. Mispulit, J. B. Les institutions politiques des Romans. 2 vols, Paris, 1882-1883. Études d'institutions romaines. Paris, 1887. Mommsen Th. Die Römischen Tribus in Administrative Beziehung. Altona, 1834. De Apparatoribus Magistratuum Romanorum. Rhein, Muse, N.F., Roman 6, 1846, 157. Über des Thorisch Ackergesetz. Ber, Sachs, Gesellsch D. Wyss, I. 1849, 89-101. Über die Lex Mammilia Rossia Peducialiana Fabia, in Rom, Feldmess, Roman 2, 221-6. Berlin, 1852. Die Stadtrecht der Latinischen Gemeinden Salpensa und Malacca in der Provinz Baetica. Abhettel, Sachs, Gesellsch D. Wyss, Roman 2, 1857, 361-507. Die Lex Curiata de Imperio. Rhein, Muse, N.F. Roman 13, 1858-73. Die Römische Chronologie bis auf Caesar, 2d ed., Berlin, 1859. Zwei Sepulchralreden aus der Zeit Augusts und Hadrians Abhettel, die Aked, die Wyss, zu Berlin, 1863, 455-89. Römische Forschungen, 2 vols, Berlin, 1864-1879. Lex Coloniae Iulii Genitivi Urbanorum sive Ursinus Data AU C. DCCX, additamentum ad corporis volumen Roman 2. Ifem. Ep. Roman 2, 1875, 105-51. Einswaits Bruchstück des Rubrischen Gesetzes vom Jahr 705 Roms. Hermes, Roman 16, 1881, 2441. Römisches Staatsrecht, 1st and 3d eds, 3 vols, Leipzig, 1887. Abriss des Römischen Staatsrechts, Leipzig, 1893. Römisches Strafrecht, Leipzig, 1899. History of Rome, translated from the German, 5 vols, New York, 1900. Lex Municipae Tarentini, Ifem, Ep. Roman 9, 1903, 111. Mommsen Blockes equals Mommsen, Histoire de la Monnaie Romaine, translated from the German by Le Duc de Blockes. 4 vols, Paris, 1875. Mommsen, Th. and others, Zum Altesten Strafrecht der Kultur Volker. Leipzig, 1905. Morlat et les Commisses électoraux sous la République Romaine. Thesis, Paris, 1884. Moi m les élections politiques sous la République Romaine. Thesis, Bordeaux, 1896. Moule, F. Vita Elipulio Saturnino Tribuno Plebis. Basel, 1906. Muirhead J. Historical Introduction to the Private Law of Rome. Edinburgh, 1886. Muller A. Die Strafjustiz im Römischen hier. N. Job, F. K. L. Altertum, Roman 17, 1906, 550-77. Muller I. Handbuch der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. Nordlingen. Muller J. J. Studien zur Römischen Verfassungsgeschichte. Philol. Roman 34, 1876, 96-136. Muller-Deek equals Muller, K. O. Die Etrusker. 2 vols, revised by W. Deek, Stuttgart, 1877. Munderloh, IGHW aus der Zeit der Quirites. Weimar, 1872. Munzer, F. M. Claudius Marcellus, in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle. Roman 3, 2738-55, Appius Claudius Pulcher. Ibid, 2848 F. L. Cornelius Cinna. Ibid, Roman 4, 1280-7. L. Cornelius Scipio Assignus. Ibid, Roman 4, 1471-83, T. Didius. Ibid, v. 407-10, Cn. Domitius Ahenobarbus. Ibid, v. 1324-7. Nettleship, H. Contributions to Latin Lexicography. Oxford. N. Job, F. K. L. Alt. equals new Jobbücher für das klassische Altertum, Geschichte und Deutschliteratur und für Pädagogik. Leipzig. Neumann, Sie das Zeitalter der Punischen Krieg. Breslau, 1883. Geschichte Roms waren des Verfalls der Republik. 2 vols. Breslau, 1881, 1884. Neumann, KJ die Grundherrschaft der Römischen Republik, die Bauernbefreiung und die Entstehung der Servianischen Verfassung. Strasbourg, 1900. Niccolini, G. La Question dei Processi degli Scipioni, Rivista di Storia Antica, Roman 3, 1898. Fask, 4 2875. Niebuhr, B.G. Römisch Geschichte, 3 vols, 4th ed. Berlin, 1843. Also the English translation by Hare and Thirlwall, Philadelphia, 1844. Lectures on the History of Rome, edited and translated from the German by L. Schmitz. 3 vols, 3d ed. London, 1853. Niemeyer, K. de Equitibus Romanis. Griffia, 1851. Nice, B. des Sogenant Lissenisch Sextisch Ackergesetz. Hermes, Roman 23, 1888. 41023. Grundriss der Römisch Geschichte nebst Quellenkund, 3d ed. Munich, 1906. Deitaris, in Paliwiswa Real Encycle, Roman 4, 24014. Nipperty K. die Legs Annals der Römischen Republik. Abital Sachs, Gesellschaft die Wiss, v. 1870, 188. Nissen A. Beiträge zum Römischen Staatsrecht. Strasbourg, 1885. Nissen, H. Kritisch Untersuchungen über die Quellen der Wirten und Fünfen Decade des Livius. Berlin, 1863. Des Templum, Berlin, 1869. Der Ausbruch des Bürgerkrieges 49 vor Chr. Hist. Zeicher, Roman 44, 1880, 40945, Roman 46, 48105. Italisch Landeskund, 2 vols, Berlin, 1883, 1902. Nitsch, K.W. die Graken und die Hernatzen Vorgänger Berlin, 1847. Des Verhältnis von Heer und Staat in der Römischen Republik, Hist. Zeicher, Roman 7, 1862, 13358. Geschichte der Römischen Republik, 2 vols, ed. by G. Thoueret, Leipzig, 1884, 1885. Nonius Marcellus, Compendiosa Doctrina, Amend et Adden L. Muller 2 vols, Leipzig, 1888. Oberziner, G. Origin della Plebe Romana, Leipzig and Genoa. Obsec equals Iuliae obsequentes ob anno urbis conditi dv prodigerum liber, in Weissenborn's Livy, volume Roman 12, 193-209d ed. Berlin, 1881. Alcott, G. N. Thesaurus Linguae Latini Epigraphici, I. Rome, 1908. Oliver, E. H. Roman Economic Conditions to the Close of the Republic, Toronto, 1907. Orelli and Bader, Index Legum Romanorum Quarum apud Ciceronum iusque Scholiastes item apud Livium, Vellium Paterculum, A. Gellium nominatim mentio fit, in their Cicerones Opera, Roman 8. Oxyrhynchus Papyri, see Grenfell and Hunt, also Corneman. Pies e Storia di Roma, II Roman 2. Torino, 1898-1899. Ancient Legends of Roman History, translated from the Italian. New York, 1905. Ancient Italy, translated from the Italian by C. D. Curtis. Chicago and London, 1908. L'Eliziani del Pontefice Massimo Romano per mezzo del Roman 17 Tribu. Naples, 1908. A proposito dell'attendibilità dei fasti dell'antica Repubblica Romana. Rendiconti della Real Accademia dei Lincei, Roman 27, 1908, 3368. Pantaloni, di della Octoritas Patrum nell'antica Roma sotto la sua diverse form. Torino, 1884. Papritz R. Marius Unsulla, Gütersloh, 1899. Pascal C. Studi Romani, I. Roman 3. Torino, 1896. Di un studio recent sul processo degli Scipioni. Riv, di Store, Ant, Roman 4, 1899, 26871. Pauli Wiswa, Real Encycle, equals Pauli, Real Enzyklopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. New ed. by G. Wiswa, I. Roman 6. 1 Stuttgart, 1894-1907. Pelham H. The Roman Curiae. Eng, Journ of Philol, Roman 9, 1880, 266-79. Pellegrini G. Fregi Arcesi Etrusci in Terracotta, etc. In Milani, Studi e Materiali, I 87 118. Pellegrino, Die Andutungen über den Ursprünglichen Religionsunterschied der römischen Patrizier und Plebejer, Leipzig, 1842. Peter, Sie die Epochen der Verfassungsgeschichte der römischen Republik, mit besonderer Berücksichtigung der Zentralkommission und der mit diesen Vorgegangenen Währendungen. Leipzig, 1841. Studien zur römischen Geschichte mit besonderer Beziehung auf th. Mommsen, Naumburg, 1861, a new enlarged ed. Halle, 1863. Geschichte Roms, 4th ed., 3 vols, Halle, 1881. Peter H. Historicorum Romanorum Reliquiae, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1870-1906. Philol equals Philologus, Zeitschrift für des Klassisch Altertum, Leipzig. Pinvert L. du Droit de Cité Romaine, Thesis, Paris, 1885. Plattner, S.B. The Topography and Monuments of Ancient Rome, Boston, 1904. Plus H.T. Die Entwicklung der Zentrumverfassung in den beiden letzten Jahrhunderten der Römischen Republik, Leipzig, 1870. Podesta, Il Tribunato della Plebe in Roma dalla Secession della Plebe sul Monte Sacro alla Provisione della Legge di Publio Volrone, Parma, 1895. Pullman R. Die Anfang Roms, Erlangen, 1881. Zur Geschichte der Graken, Sitz bei D. Bayer, Akad, D. Wiss, 1907, 440-393. Paul Sci. Quart, equals Political Science Quarterly, Boston and New York. Post e Gai Institutionum Iuris Civilis Commentarii Quatuor, or Elements of Roman Law by Gaius, with translation and commentary. Oxford, 1871. Pot, A.F. Etymologisch Forschungen auf dem Gebiet der Indo-Germanischen Sprachen. 2d ed. 5 vols. Detmold, -1873. This work includes the author's Wurzelwörterbuch der Indo-Germanischen Sprachen. Priscianus, Institutionum Grammaticarum Libri Roman 17 ed. M. Hertz in Gram, Lat. Roman 2 ed. Kale, Leipzig, 1855. Probus Valerius, De Literis Singularibus Fragmentum ed. Mommsen in Gram, Lat. Roman 4 ed. Kale, Leipzig, 1864. Sudecker, Skall, Kruck ad Hor. Pseudochronis Scholia in Horatium Vetistera, ed. O. Keller, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1902-1904. Pseudosol, Declam, in Cat, equals Porciae Latrinus Declamatio contra L. Surgem Catalanum, in C. Crispi Salisti qui extant, I 260-87. Ed. C. H. Frocher, Leipzig, 1825. Taschnik J. Die Wahl der Volkstribunen vor der Rogation des Valero Publilius, Österreich, Jim, Roman 14, 1863. 627-38. Publilish Rogation, Ibid, Roman 17, 1866, 161-200. Die Centuriengesetze von 305 und 415 UC Ibid. Roman 21, 1870, -525. Stimmrecht der Patrizier in den Tributkommission, Ibid, Roman 32, 1881, 81102. Regeling, K. Zum Alteren Römischen und Italischen Munzen, Clio, Roman 6, 1906, 480-9524. Rhein, Muse, equals Rheinisches Museum für Philology, Frankfurt am Main. Richter O. Die Topographie der Stadt Rom, 2d ed., Munich 1901, in Muller IHDB, DKL, Altwis, Roman 3, 3. Ritschel F.W. Opuscula Philologica, or Klein Philologische Schriften, 5 vols, Leipzig, 1866-1879. Riv D. Stor, Ant, equals Rivista di Storia Antica e Scienza Fini, Messina. Roby J. H. Roman Private Law in the Times of Cicero and of the Antonines, 2 vols, Cambridge, England, 1902. Romfeldmis, C. Bloom F., etc. Rascher, W. H. Oswalich's Lexikon der Griechischen und Römischen Mythologie, I. Roman 3. Leipzig, 1884-1902. Rothstein M. Suffragem, in Festschrift zu Otto Hirschfelds 60. Geburtstag, 33. Berlin, 1903. Rubino, J. Über den Entwicklungsgang der Römischen Verfassung his zum Höhepunkt der Republik. Kassel. Über des Verhältnis der Sex Suffrage zur Römischen Ritterschaft. Zeitcher, F. Die Altwis, Roman 4, 1846, 212-39. Rudolf A. F. Römisch Rechtsgeschichte, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1859. Ad legem Asilium de pecunias repetundis, etc. Abhetal, D. Acad, D. Wis, 1861, 411-553. Ruggiero, Ida, Dizionario Epigraphico I Roman 3, Rome 1906. Rappel, K.W. Teilnahme der Patricier and den Tributkommission, Heidelberg, 1887. Saul Hist, equals C. Salisti Crispi, Historiarum Reliquiae ed B. Mohrenbrecher Roman 2, Fragmenta, Leipzig, 1893. Saul or Sud, Saul, Rep. Ord. Inserti auctoris epistoli dui ad C. Caesarum de Republica Ordinanda, in C. Crispi Salisti qui extant, I ed. C. H. Fracher. Leipzig, 1825. Samwer Baefelt, Rom Munzwa. Equals Samwer, K. Geskich des Alteren Römischen Munzwessens bis circa 200 vor Christi. Ed. M. Baefelt, Vienna, 1883. Sanders H. A. The Oxerhinchus Epitome of Livy, Trans of the Philol, Asak, Roman 36, 1905, 531. Savigny F. C. von, Vermisch Triffen, 5 vols, Berlin, 1850. Schiller 8 Geskich der Römischen Kaiserzeit, I Gotha. Römisch Kriegsaltertumor, in Muller HDB D. KL, Altwis, Roman 4, 707-44, Staats- und Rechtsaltertumor, Ibid, -704. Nordlingen, 1887. Schlossmann S. Tributum Tribura Tribus, Archive F. Lat Lexicog, Roman 14, 1905, 2540. Schmidt J. Die Einsitzung der Römischen Volkstribunen, Hermes, Roman 21, 1886, 466. Schmidt O. E. Die letzten Kampf der Römischen Republik Leipzig, 1884. Der Briefwechsel des Tullius Cicero von seinem Proconsulat in Cilician bis zu Caesars Ermordung. Leipzig, 1893. Skal Arleges Dudsum Tabularum Reliquiae. Leipzig, 1866. Scott P. O. Die Römisch Geschichte im Licht der neuesten Forschungen. Weidenskab Selskabit Skriffen, Hist, Philos, Class Roman 2, 1906. Schrader O. Reallexikon der Indogermanischen Altertumskund. Strasbourg, 1901. Sprachvergleichung und Urgeschichte I Roman 2, 1-2, 3d ed. Jena, 1906-1907. Schulthess, O. Der Prozess des Cerebrius vom Jahr 63 VCHR, Frauenfeld, 1891. Schulz, C.F. von den Volksversammlungen der Römer, Gotha. Schulz W. zur Geschichte latinischer Eigennamen, Abhettel, die Gesellschaft, die Wiss, Zugat, NFV, Berlin, 1904. Schwegler A. Römisch Geschichte, 3 vols, Freiburg, 1870-1884. Seeley J. R. Livy I. 3d ed., Oxford, 1881. Sic, Flack equals Siculus Flaccus, De Conditionibus Agrorum, in Grom, Vet 13465, ed., Lachman, Berlin, 1848. Siebert W. Huber Appius Claudius Caecus, Kassel, 1863. Sitzbe die Bayer, Akad, die Wiss, Sitzungsbericht der Königlich Bayerische Akademie der Wissenschaften zu München. Sitzbe die Burl, Akad, die Wiss, Sitzungsbericht der Königlich Preußischen Akademie der Wissenschaften zu Berlin. Smith F. Die Römische Timocratie, Berlin, 1906. Smith W. and others, A Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities, 3d ed., 2 vols, London, 1890-1891. Sol Solon, equals Solinus, C. Julius Polyhister, ex editaini Claudii Salmasa, accurante M. A. Gozio. Leipzig, 1777. Soltau, W. Überentstehung und Zusammensetzung der Ultramischen Volksversammlungen. Berlin. Die ursprüngliche Bedeutung und Kompetenz der Edels Plebis, in Historische Untersuchungen a Schiefer, Jewedmit, -147. Bonn, 1882. Soltau W. Gültigkeit der Plebiscite, Berliner Studien, Roman II, 1885, 1176. Die Echtheit des Lyssonischen Ackergesetz von 367 vor Chr. Hermes, XXX, 1895. 624-9. Cicero de Republica und die Servianische Centurienordnung, Job, F. Philol, Roman 41, 1895, 410-4. Spinozzola v. Augers, in Ruggiero dis, Ep. I 778-810. Stoff e de origin gentium patriciarum commentatio academica, Uppsala, 1896. Stella Marenca, F. Il Tribunado della Plebe dalla Lex Hortensia alla Lex Cornelia. Lanciano, 1901. Strachan Davidson, J. L. The Growth of Plebeian Privilege at Rome. Eng, Hist, Reverend I. 1886, 209-17. The Decrees of the Roman Plebs. Ibid, v. 1890, 462-74. Cicero, New York and London, 1894. Appian, Civil Wars, I. Oxford, 1902. Sundin, J. M. de Tribunitia, Potstate a L. Sulla Imminuta Questions. Uppsala, 1897. Symmachus Q. Aurelius qui supersunt, ed. Seek, Berlin, 1883. Terpstra die Questions literarii de populo, de senatu, der Regia de interregibus, antiquissimus re publici Romani temporibus. Rotterdam, 1842. Thesaurus Linguae Latini, I. Roman 4. Leipzig, 1919-06. Tophoff de Lege Valeria Horatia, Publilia Hortensia, Paderborn, 1852. Tautane J. Municipium, in Dernburg et Saglio Dict, Roman 3-34. Ulrich J. Die Centuriate Kommission, Landshut. Usener H. Italisch Volksjustiz, Rhein, Muse, NFLVI 1901, 128. Vagleri de Concilium, in Ruggiero dis, Ep. Roman 2. 566-71, mainly provincial. Valetin, I.M.J. de Modis Auspicandi Romanorum. Nemos, N. S. Roman 17, 1889. 275-323, 418-52, Roman 18. 208-64, 406-56. De iur obnuntiandi comites et conciliis. Ibid. Roman 19, 1891, -113, 229-70. Vanitschek a etymologisches Wörterbuch der Latinischen Sprache. Leipzig, 1874. Griechisch Latinisches etymologisches Wörterbuch. Leipzig, 1877. Vassus S.B., Legs Valerii de Provocation. Athena, Roman 17, 1905, 165. Virgil, D. Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, equals Bericht über die Verhandlungen der Königlich Sächsischen Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften zu Leipzig. Philologisch-historisch class, referred to also as Ber, Sachs, etc. Victor C. Julius Ars Rhetorica, in Orelebator, Ciceronis Opera, v1 195-68. Voigt M. Die Lexmenia de Dot vom Jar, 568 der Stadt, Weimar, 1865. Über das Römisch-System der Weege im Alten Italien. Ber Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, Roman 24, 1872, 2990. Legs Regie, Abital, D. Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, Roman 7, 1879, 555-826. Roman 12 Tafeln, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1883. Die Lex Fabia de Plagiaries, Ber, Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, Roman 37, 1885, 319-345. Über die Staatsrechtliche Possessio und den Ager Compascus Abital, Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, X, 1888, 221-72. Über die Lex Cornelia Sumptuaria. Ber, Sachs, Gesellsch, D. Wiss, Roman 42, 1890, 244-79. Römisch Rechtsgeschichte, 3 vols, Leipzig and Berlin 1902. Volkwartsen, C.A. die drei Altesten Römischen Tribus, Rhein Muss, N.F. Roman 33, 1878, 557-64. Wachsmuth, W. Die Alter Geschichte des Römischen Staats, Hall, 1819. Walde, a latnisches etymologisches Wörterbuch, Heidelberg. Wallander, De Statu Plebeiorum Romanorum ante primum in montem sacrum secessionum questions, Uppsala, 1860. Waltzing, J.P. Etude historique sur les corporations professionnelles chez les Romans. 4 vols. Louvain, 1895-1900. Warren, M. The Steel Inscription in the Roman Forum. A. M. Journ of Philol, Roman 28, 1907, 249-72. Weber, M. Die Römische Agrargeschichte in ihrer Bedeutung für das Staats- und Privatrecht. Stuttgart, 1891. Wex C. Über die Legs Annals der Römer. Rhein, Muse, Roman 3, 1845, 276-88. Wiener Studien. Zeitschrift für Klassische Philologie, Supplement der Zeitschrift für die Österreichischen Gymnasien, Vienna. Wigger, J. Verteidigung der Niebuhrschen Ansicht über den Ursprung der römischen Plebs, etc. Warburg, 1885. Willems P. Le Sénat de la République Romaine, etc. Vols, 2d ed. Louvain, 1885. Droit Public Roman, 6th ed., Paris and Louvain, 1888. Wilmans, W. Über die Gerichtshof Waren des Bestehens der Lex Cornelia Judiciaria. Rhein, Muse, N.F. Roman 19, 1864, 528-41. Wiswa G. Religion und Kultus der Römer, in Müller, HDB D. K.L. Altwis, v. 4. Munich, 1902. Augurs in Pauli Wiswa Real Encycle, Roman 2, 23-1340 for Auspicium, Ibid, 2587. Zeitschrift für die Österreichischen Gymnasien, Vienna. Zeitschrift F. Jesch, Rich Swiss, equals Zeitschrift für Geschichtliche Richswissenschaft, Berlin. Zeitschrift Die Savignist, equals Zeitschrift der Savigny-Stiftung für Rechtsgeschichte, Römische Abteilung, Weimar. Zahler Latium und Rom, Leipzig, 1878. Zumpt CT de Legibus Eudicius Repetendorum, Abhedel D. Aked D. Wiss, zu Berlin, 1845, 170, 475-515.